Chapter 1. Prologue. Later, I asked him, what counts as love? He was driving at the time. Probably liking someone just a little more, he replied. Such a typical answer. I smiled as I watched the traffic light across the street, then suddenly asked, if liking someone just a little more is love, then what's a little more than love? A little more than love? He turned to look at me, then smiled faintly. For me, it's you. Zhao. The second semester of my senior year was the hardest time of my college life. There were endless job fairs, every kind of interview imaginable, tedious thesis defenses that gave everyone a headache, and farewell dinners that didn't end until someone could barely stay standing. Everything could only be described as chaotic. We were all like spinning tops, unable to stop, whirling forward helplessly. Until, at last, everything came to a standstill. On the night of June 23rd, Finn, my roommate, became the first person in our dormitory to leave Nanjing. She was going to Xiamen, a faraway place I had only ever known by name. I never imagined that one day I would run after a departing train in tears, watching it pick up speed as it roared into the distance. I had always been a happy, carefree child. I had never truly understood what it meant to say goodbye. Until this moment. From now on, we might never see each other again. From now on, even if we do meet again, it will only be for a brief reunion before another farewell. Perhaps, by then, we won't grieve the way we do now. Maybe we won't matter as much to each other anymore, or maybe we'll simply have grown stronger. But right now, as you leave, all I can do is walk alongside the platform and cry. Goodbye, the last of our youth. We can no longer live like children. We've graduated. Chapter 2. In late March of my senior year, I wrapped up my internship at an accounting firm in Wuxi and returned to my university in Nanjing. Honestly, I would have loved to laze around at home for another 10 days or half a month, living off my parents. Unfortunately, my mom's patience had clearly reached its limit. So, after emptying the fridge of everything worth taking, I hauled my luggage back to Nanjing in disgrace. While I was still on the coach, I sent a message to my roommates. Xiguang's message. This watermelon is rolling back to Nanjing. Line up at the school gate to welcome me. 10 minutes later, Xiliang replied. Xiliang's message. Who are you? Don't know you. I chuckled and quickly typed another reply. Xiguang's message. Oh well, never mind. Poor me, carrying a chicken in one hand and a duck in the other. They're so heavy. Maybe I'll just leave them on the coach. This time, several replies came almost instantly. Xiliang's message. Darling, it's you. Don't move from the school gate. Your big sister is coming to pick you up. Xiaofeng's message. Watermelon, I've missed you day and night. Come back so we can gnaw on duck legs together. Their enthusiasm was honestly terrifying. The moment I got out of the taxi, I spotted a conspicuous crowd waiting at the school gate. There were only 6 people in our dormitory, yet 9 had shown up, 5 girls and 4 boys. All this for 1 chicken and 1 duck? Did they really need to bring the entire entourage? I secretly regretted not tearing off a chicken leg and eating it in the taxi. Hey, you guys really went all out. Our dorm leader grabbed my ear. You little brat. You picked the perfect day to come back. We're having dinner at Hexing tonight. The words Hexing immediately triggered a conditioned reflex in my brain. Hexing meant the best sour fish, the best sweet and sour spare ribs, the best crab roe tofu. Practically drooling, I raised the chicken and duck. Can these count as my contribution so I don't have to pay? Xiliang looked at me in exasperation. Stop embarrassing our dorm. Zhuang is treating today. I froze. Zhuang. My gaze drifted toward the figure standing some distance away. Everyone else had walked over when they saw me, but he remained where he was, dressed in a light gray sweater, his expression unreadable. Zhuang. That name triggered another conditioned reflex. Zhuang Su equaled the top student in the International Finance Department. Zhuang Su equaled the handsome guy who single-handedly raised the average attractiveness of the university's male students. Zhuang Su equaled Rong Rong's ambiguously defined friend, which also equaled Xiguang is a complete idiot. My eyes stung a little. After all this time, I was still this pathetic. Something seemed ready to spill over. I immediately looked up at the sky. 1 second. 2 seconds. What on earth are you staring at? The notoriously hot-tempered dorm leader gave my ear another hard tug. Apparently, everyone had followed my gaze and looked up with me. I barely suppressed a laugh and blinked innocently. That's strange. It's not raining red. Zhuang Su never treated anyone to meals, not even after winning top scholarships. Everyone knew his father had passed away when he was young, leaving behind only his frail mother and a younger brother who was still in secondary school. Even so, he had never applied for financial aid. The moment the words left my mouth, I realized how sarcastic they sounded. An awkward silence settled over the group. Afin shot me a reproachful look and secretly pinched the back of my hand beneath everyone's noses. Ow! When had she last trimmed her nails? She nearly pinched tears out of me. I'd been bullied by my roommates for so long that all I could do was suffer in silence, grievances bubbling inside me. I hadn't meant it that way. Even a dog would bite if cornered. And so would I. Finally, Rong Rong stepped in with a smile. Zhuang Su signed with Banque in Shanghai. His monthly salary is around 8,000. Wow. Banque. 8,000 a month. Even postgraduate students might not be able to get an offer like that. Surprised, I looked over at Zhuang Su. He was already looking at me, his dark eyes fixed on mine, as though waiting for my reaction. Was I imagining things? Either way, I should congratulate him. I stepped forward and said sincerely, "Congratulations, Zhuang Su. When I visit Shanghai in the future, I'll be counting on you. Free food, free accommodation, everything included. Weren't you supposed to come back tomorrow?" His calm, clear voice interrupted my rambling. Startled, I looked up at his tall figure, completely confused. What did he mean by that? Before I could figure it out, Afin grabbed my hand and dragged me toward Hexing. "Zhuang Su, are you treating us or not?" "I'm starving." Only later, after I was sitting in Hexing with a table full of delicious food in front of me, did I finally understand. If my mom hadn't kicked me out early, I really would have come back tomorrow. I'd told my roommates exactly that during yesterday's phone call. So, Zhuang Su probably hadn't planned to invite me at all. Logically, anyone with even a shred of pride should have put down their chopsticks and walked out. But, did I really have that much pride? I viciously bit into a spare rib. Eating double my usual amount suited me just fine. I concentrated entirely on the food, skipped the rice, picked the most expensive dishes, and even ordered freshly squeezed juice. Like a whirlwind sweeping through everything in its path. Like a wolf devouring its prey. Like my chopsticks had developed a mind of their own. "Watermelon, you remind me of a certain animal," Xiaofang, who was sitting on my left, said with admiration. Only then did I realize I'd become the center of attention. At some point, everyone had stopped eating and was simply watching me. Zhuang Su, seated directly opposite me, glanced in my direction before raising his hand to call the waiter. "We'd like to order a few more dishes." Before my face could even turn red, the senior sitting on my right pinched my thigh hard. "Control yourself." Ugh. Was it really necessary to resort to violence just because I was eating away my frustration? Fine. I wouldn't eat anymore. Not that I could. Feeling bored, I poked at the braised pork in my bowl, wondering how I'd managed to eat so much of something so rich. Before long, the conversation became lively again, with Zhuang Su's new job becoming the main topic. Afin's and Xiliang's boyfriends, both from Zhuang Su's dormitory, had drunk enough beer to start slurring their words. Draping their arms around his shoulders, they declared, "Zhuang Su, you're the pride of our department. We'll be relying on you from now on." Afin and Xiliang watched with amused smiles. Xiliang said teasingly, "Looks like Rong Rong will have to find another job." Xiaofeng, her mouth stuffed with food, mumbled, "Why? Isn't her current job pretty good?" "Because it's in Nanjing," Xiliang replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "That's too far from Shanghai." "Oh." Realization dawned on Xiaofeng's face. Then she suddenly turned to me. "Watermelon." Huh. I'd been completely absorbed in poking at the braised pork in my bowl and nearly jumped. Weren't they talking about Rong Rong? Why was she calling me? "The chicken you brought was delicious." I was speechless. Xiaofeng, you're the real pig. Chapter 3. You pig. The one who said it was our eldest sister. Apparently, I wasn't the only one thinking it. Xiliang laughed and steered the conversation back. "There's a job fair in Shanghai over the May Day holiday. Rong Rong, are you going?" "Why are you even asking?" "Of course I am." Rong Rong gracefully set down her chopsticks. "Shanghai has more opportunities and better prospects. I've been sending my CV there for quite a while now." Xiliang blinked. No one was implying anything. "Why are you in such a hurry to explain yourself?" I finally managed to swallow the poor piece of pork knuckle I'd been tormenting. Suddenly, the meal felt unbearably long and dull. Maybe it was because I'd already eaten far too much. Before I realized it, my gaze drifted toward Zhuang Su. He had turned slightly to the side and was talking with Zhuahui, Xiliang's boyfriend. He didn't seem to have noticed the girls' conversation at all. It took another hour before everyone finally left the private dining room, full, slightly drunk, and thoroughly satisfied. Zhuang Su stayed behind to pay the bill. I deliberately slowed my pace and kept my distance because, to my horror, I'd started hiccuping. To leave the restaurant, I had to walk past the reception desk where Zhuang Su was settling the bill. Covering my mouth, I tried to slip past as quickly as possible. Hic. Hic. Two loud, unmistakable hiccups escaped. I froze. Staring at Zhuang Su's straight back, I silently prayed. "Please don't have heard that. Please don't turn around." Unfortunately, luck wasn't on my side. Halfway through paying, Zhuang Su glanced back. Seeing that it was me, he simply turned back around as though nothing had happened. Mortified, I hurried outside. The moment I stepped out, the eldest sister and Xiaofeng mercilessly started making fun of me, leaving me even more depressed. Meanwhile, Xiliang and the others were discussing where to go next when Zhuang Su walked out. Normally, he wasn't one to make suggestions, but this time he unexpectedly said, "Let's go to karaoke." Wow, Zhuang Su, feeling generous today? Karaoke isn't cheap at this hour. Yeah. Weren't we going to the tea house to play cards or stroll through the night market? Just felt like it, Zhuang Su replied. Then, all of a sudden, he looked at me. His eyes were deep and unreadable, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. I stiffened. Everyone else immediately cheered. Only Xiaofeng objected. "No way. Xiguang stuffed herself silly and won't stop hiccuping. How's she supposed to sing?" Right. If I went like this, I'd probably hiccup after every line. Just imagining it was embarrassing. Zhuang Su knew that. So, had he suggested karaoke on purpose? The thought made my face burn. Then again, maybe I was reading too much into it. He couldn't possibly be that petty. But what had that look meant? At Xiaofeng's reminder, everyone's excitement cooled. The eldest sister pinched me again. "Always causing trouble. Stop hiccuping." "Forget it. I won't go." "You all have fun." "What are you going to do by yourself?" Xiliang asked. Just as I was trying to think of an excuse, my phone rang. I quickly stepped aside to answer it. It was my uncle. "Xiguang, your mom said you've come back to Nanjing. Why didn't you call me?" "I only just arrived. We had a class reunion." "Finished now?" Come stay at my place tonight. I've already had everything prepared. Oh, all right. I'll come over. After chatting for another minute or two, I hung up. When I turned around, everyone was laughing again, the atmosphere relaxed and lively. Thinking back to the awkwardness from earlier, perhaps it really was better if I didn't go with them. Maybe I shouldn't have moved back into the dormitory 6 months ago. I'm not going, I said. I'm staying at my uncle's tonight. Without thinking, I glanced at Zhuang Su. For some reason, I thought he might feel relieved to hear that. Instead, I saw him quietly turn his head away. His expression didn't change at all. The faint smile at the corner of his mouth had already disappeared. Can't you go later? Xiliang tried to persuade me. No, the journey wore me out. I don't have the energy to keep hanging out. I waved. I'm leaving. Bye. After saying goodbye, I slowly walked toward the bus stop. One bus after another arrived. Just not the route 120. That was how buses in Nanjing always seemed to work. None would come for ages, then several would arrive all at once. While I was waiting, my phone rang again. This time, it was my cousin. Sis, you haven't got on the bus yet, have you? No. Don't forget my MP3 player. How many times have you forgotten already? I sighed. Right. He'd lent me his MP3 player ages ago. Every time I promised to return it, I forgot. But it was still in my dorm room. Did I really have to walk all the way back just for that? Can I bring it next time? I tried bargaining. No. My cousin's answer was firm. You've got middle-aged memory loss. There's always a next time with you. I don't trust you. Middle-aged memory loss. At my age, shouldn't it at least be teenage memory loss? What a brat. He seriously needed a lesson. Reluctantly, I headed back to the dormitory. Fortunately, it wasn't far from the bus stop. Unfortunately, I still had to climb 4 flights of stairs. My bed was the top bunk by the window. Like everyone else's, it was surrounded by curtains, creating a tiny private space. Originally, I hadn't planned on hanging any curtains, but since everyone else had them, not having any made me look strangely out of place. I climbed onto my bed and rummaged around for the MP3 player. Just then, the dormitory door opened again. It was Xiliang. So after all that, we're just going shopping. Then came Xiaofeng's voice. The karaoke place was completely full. It's not even the weekend. Why are there so many people? No wonder Zhuang Su's been in a bad mood all day. That was strange. Why had they come back as well? Hurry up and change your shoes. Everyone's waiting downstairs. Hold on. Let me grab a light jacket. It'll be chilly tonight. You really are high maintenance. Peeking through the gap in my curtains, I saw Xiliang and Rongrong sitting on their beds changing into trainers, while Xiaofeng climbed onto her own bunk. I was just about to call out to them when I suddenly heard Xiliang ask, Rongrong, what happened between you and Zhuang Su today? The two of you didn't say a single word to each other. For some reason, my heart skipped a beat. I remained completely silent. Rongrong gave a soft laugh. What relationship do we have? Who says we have to talk? What relationship? Xiliang exclaimed. Everyone in the business school recognizes you two as the golden couple. Rongrong, I really don't understand you. It's obvious you like each other, but neither of you will admit it. If one of you had just spoken up back then, Watermelon wouldn't have. Xiaofeng's voice faded away with a quiet sigh. Xiliang spoke much more gently. What are you planning to do? Keep dragging this on? We're graduating soon. Rongrong, you're both too proud. Taking the first step doesn't mean you've lost. A long silence followed. When Rongrong finally spoke again, her voice carried a trace of self-mockery. The Yirong of today is still the same Yirong she was back then. But do you really think the Zhuang Su of today is still the same Zhuang Su? Xiaofeng sounded puzzled. What do you mean? You think Zhuang Su would look down on you now just because he's earning 8,000 a month? Xiliang seemed to understand. Rongrong, are you regretting it now? Rong Rong stood up. Xiaofeng, have you packed your clothes? Let's go. After they left, I searched a little longer before finally finding the MP3 player. Then I left the dormitory. Instead of taking the bus, I chose to walk slowly to my uncle's house. My uncle's home wasn't far away. It was only about a 15-minute bus ride from a university. The area around the university wasn't particularly lively, but the neighborhood where my uncle lived was unmistakably one of Nanjing's wealthier districts. From my first year until my third year at university, I'd lived there for 3 years. Both my uncle and aunt were business people who spent most of their time traveling around the country. Although they'd hired a nanny to look after my cousin, they still worried he might develop bad habits. So when they learned I'd been admitted to a university, my uncle immediately insisted that I move in with them. As a result, apart from military training and the first month of my freshman year, I had lived at my uncle's house throughout university. The laundry was taken care of. Meals were prepared. There was a nanny. Life couldn't have been easier. It wasn't until the beginning of my senior year that I moved back into the dormitory. Officially, I told my uncle it was more convenient for job hunting and writing my thesis in the library. Privately, however, my cousin liked to tease me by saying I had ulterior motives. It was probably the most accurate idiom he'd ever used in his life, despite never passing a single Chinese exam. Because during the summer holiday before my senior year, I had met Zhuang for the first time. He had been hired to tutor my cousin. That was also when I discovered that he was a student in a university's business school. Chapter 4. After spending one night at my uncle's house, I returned to a university because my thesis deadline was rapidly approaching. The title of my graduation thesis was Analysis of Oligopoly in the Network Economy. To be honest, I still had no idea what it was actually about. I had spent the entire month of March muddling through my internship without writing a single word. Only now did I finally start to panic. After receiving a stern lecture from my supervisor over the phone, I became even more anxious and spent several days practically living in the library. I was searching for reference materials when Xiaofeng sent me a message. Xiaofeng's message. Shima Pavilion. 3 players short. The moment I saw it, I quickly borrowed several books and enthusiastically rushed over to save the day. Among final year students, Xingji was undoubtedly one of the most popular ways to pass the time. Out of the 6 people in our dormitory, Rong Rong didn't know how to play. Xiaofeng and I had only learned recently, while the other 3 were serious card addicts. The moment I arrived at Shima Pavilion, the first person I noticed was Zhuang. I was looking at his back. Rong Rong was sitting beside him, watching the game. Hearing my footsteps, she turned around. Xiguang, you're here. Yeah. I nodded and unconsciously slowed my pace. Hadn't they already started? Why had they called me over? Xiaofeng looked up and waved. Watermelon. Watermelon. Come quickly and help me figure out this hand. I walked behind her and glanced at her cards. What an awful hand. There was absolutely no saving it. Just play whatever. Sure enough, Xiaofeng and Xiliang were completely crushed that round. Zhuang remained calm as always, but his partner, our dorm leader, was grinning from ear to ear. As she shuffled the cards, she asked, "Why did you come?" I frowned. "You were the ones who called me." Xiaofeng scratched her head awkwardly. "Sorry, Watermelon. Right after I texted you, Rong Rong and Zhuang showed up, so we just started. It's fine. Just treat me to spicy hot pot tonight. I'll go back to the dorm and drop off these books first." Ignoring Xiaofeng's loud protests, I turned to leave. Just then, the dorm leader answered a phone call. What? That old geezer wants me in his office right now? I was on such a winning streak. Who was it? Xiliang asked. The Mediterranean. That was our affectionate nickname for the balding department head. The dorm leader threw down her cards, looked at me, then at Rong Rong. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Wrong, wrong, take over." Wrong, wrong smiled and shook her head. "You know I don't know how to play." The dorm leader laughed, then immediately turned to me with the commanding tone she always used. "Watermelon, you're up. Winning is mandatory. Partner with Zhuang Su?" I froze. Before I could say anything, Xiguang snorted. "Her card skills? Seriously?" I'd only learned Xingji after moving back into the dormitory during the first semester of my senior year. My skills were about the same as Xiaofeng's. Hopeless. Anyone unlucky enough to partner with me usually suffered terribly. Especially someone hot-tempered like the dorm leader, who never stopped complaining whenever I made a mistake. But was Zhuang Su's temper just as bad? Before I had time to object, the dorm leader had already shoved me into the seat. The first hand after I sat down happened to be ours to bury the kitty. That was the part one dreaded most. If I buried too few points, they might be captured later. If I buried too many, someone might flip the bottom. Fortunately, my hand was incredible. I had plenty of jokers, powerful side suits, and even long consecutive pairs. Delighted, I buried all the point cards underneath. My hand was simply too strong. Combined with Zhuang Su's flawless play, Xiaofeng and Xiliang had almost no chance of fighting back. Xiaofeng wailed in despair while Xiliang muttered under her breath. Round after round passed quickly. Soon I had only 3 cards left. We were practically guaranteed a clean sweep. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least I wasn't going to embarrass myself in front of Zhuang Su again. Heaven was finally on my side. Then Xiliang suddenly shouted, "Wait, how many cards do you have left?" 3. Then why do the rest of us still have 4? Zhuang Su reached over and quietly counted the buried cards. Then he looked up at me. "You buried 9 cards." Xiaofeng and Xiliang immediately burst into laughter, throwing their cards onto the table. Automatic demotion. Automatic demotion. Even Zhuang Su smiled. As he calmly shuffled the cards, he said, "Be more careful next time." I had expected at least a cold glare. Maybe even a scolding. Instead, he actually seemed to be in a good mood. Was my mistake really that amusing? The next round, nobody had particularly good cards. I carefully watched every move Zhuang Su made and barely managed to keep up. From then on, I played much more cautiously. I observed Xiaofeng and Xiliang's moves. I analyzed Zhuang Su's strategy. It was the first time I'd realized card games could be this mentally exhausting. In the past, whenever I lost, I'd simply blamed my bad luck and never bothered thinking very hard. Just as we were about to clear the ace round, Xiaofeng finally sighed in defeat. "You two have way too much chemistry." It was such an ordinary comment. Yet my heart suddenly skipped a beat. Instinctively, I looked at Zhuang Su. He was quietly arranging his cards. For just an instant, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then it disappeared. We smoothly swept the ace round. Xiliang tossed her cards onto the table. "That's enough. You two are treating everyone to dinner." "Huh?" I blinked. "Why us? Shouldn't the losers be paying?" That made much more sense. We agreed before the game. Xiliang laughed. "The winners buy everyone rice bowls. Ask the owner if you don't believe me." Zhuang Su knew too. I groaned and looked at Zhuang Su. "Then why did you play so seriously? You should have warned me." "I can't promise I'll win, but I can definitely guarantee I'll lose." Zhuang Su smiled slightly. "Cheating isn't a good habit." Was he joking? I looked suspiciously at Rong Rong. She was smiling as well. The two of them both seemed to be in unusually good moods today. Maybe they'd had a great time yesterday. Actually, this wasn't so bad. Playing cards together. Laughing together. Being ordinary friends. That wasn't bad at all. Even if we could never be anything more than friends. "Hey, stop looking so miserable." Xiaofeng snorted. "Rich girl, Don't be so stingy. Besides, you won the game. Spiritual satisfaction requires a material sacrifice to balance things out. Spiritual satisfaction? My spirit had been thoroughly crushed. Now my wallet was about to suffer too. Complaining all the way, we headed to old Lin's rice bowls. I ordered stir-fried pork with dried bean curd. Xiaofeng immediately teased me. Xiguang, you always order meat. You're way too carnal. Carnal. Pfft. I happened to be drinking water. I nearly spat it out, coughing uncontrollably. There are guys sitting right here. Xiaofeng looked completely innocent. Xiliang smacked her before turning to me. Xiguang, have you decided where you're working yet? Yeah. I nodded. The accounting firm where I did my internship. Your family arranged it? Yep. In Wuxi. To my surprise, it was Zhuang Su who asked. I nodded again. So lucky, Xiaofeng sighed dramatically. You're the lucky one, I shot back. You got into East China University of Political Science and Law by the skin of your teeth. Besides, accounting firms are exhausting. During the busy season, people say you work until 3 in the morning, and the starting salary is really low. The rich aroma of food drifted through the restaurant, making my mouth water. I turned to see whether my stir-fried pork had arrived. Just then, I heard Zhuang Su's cold voice. If you're unhappy with it, then find a job on your own. He looked at me without any trace of a smile. What's the point of complaining about a job that's already been handed to you? Chapter 5. I froze. Slowly, I turned my head and saw that Zhuang Su's expression was just as cold as his voice. The table instantly fell silent. The cheerful, relaxed atmosphere from moments ago vanished without a trace. No. After a long pause, I finally managed to say those 2 words. I wanted to explain that I wasn't actually complaining about the job. I was only repeating what the senior staff at my internship had always grumbled about. But that would probably sound like nothing more than an excuse. So I closed my mouth again. Why don't you go out and find a job yourself? He continued. Don't you feel ashamed, living off your parents all the time? After holding back my words for a long time, I finally replied, No, I don't. He said nothing more, but the disappointment in his dark eyes seemed even deeper. Feeling utterly dejected, I quietly unwrapped my chopsticks. So much for thinking it would be enough if we could just be ordinary friends. Zhuang Su probably disliked everything about me. Even if we became friends, we'd still be people from completely different worlds. The kind who could never truly understand each other. Zhuang Su, Xiliang interrupted, that's not fair. Plenty of people are like that. It's not just Xiguang. Oh. He paused, his tone as serious as ever. She's the only one I know. And that's honestly what I think. Stir-fried pork with dried bean curd. The waiter loudly announced my dish as he placed it on the table, followed by everyone else's meals. Xiliang quickly changed the subject, and the conversation gradually picked up again. That meal finally taught me what it meant to eat without tasting a single bite. Over the next few days, I spent all my time traveling between the library, the dormitory, and the cafeteria. Only after I actually started writing my thesis did I realize how much harder it was than I'd imagined. It was nothing like the papers I'd rushed together at the end of previous semesters. A little over a month simply wasn't enough. Especially for someone like me, who had no real foundation and had muddled through most of my major courses. Still, there was no point regretting it now. All I could do was keep making trips to the library. Before I knew it, the end of the month had arrived. That night, only Xiaofeng and I were in the dormitory. I lay sprawled across my bed reading research materials while Xiaofeng hummed to herself, typing her resume on my laptop. After a while, I grew bored. Pushing aside the stack of headache-inducing papers, I started chatting. Didn't you already get into graduate school? Why are you still going to the job fair? To see whether there are better opportunities, Xiaofeng replied without slowing her typing. Besides, I want to experience what a job fair is like. I'll have to find a job myself in another 3 years. Who would have guessed? The usually absent-minded and forgetful Xiaofeng actually thought that far ahead. Then again, this was one of the country's top universities. Almost everyone here was ambitious and driven. People as lazy as me were definitely the minority. After lying there for a while longer, I suddenly said, "I'll go too." "Go where?" "The job fair." Xiaofeng turned around in surprise. "Xiguang, have you lost your mind?" I ignored her. Rolling onto my back, I stared blankly at the ceiling. Zhuang Su's disappointed expression from that day floated into my mind. Yeah, maybe I really had lost my mind. But I regretted the decision almost immediately, because I discovered that writing a resume was no easier than writing a thesis, especially when you had almost nothing worth writing about. The day before the job fair, I spent ages chewing on my pen before somehow stretching 100 words worth of experience into 5 full pages. Then, at 8 that evening, I hurried out to print everything and buy resume covers. The print shop near campus charged outrageous prices. Naturally, it was also packed. By the time I finished printing, it was already after 11. Fortunately, I'd remembered to tell the dormitory supervisor in advance that I'd be back late. The next morning, I regretted everything even more. The job fair started at 8:30. Since our university was quite far from the venue, we had to get up at 6. 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. It was the earliest I'd gotten out of bed since graduating from high school. Then, when I reached the bus stop and saw Zhuang Su standing there with his roommates, my regret reached its peak. Why hadn't anyone told me he was going too? Didn't he already have a job? And wouldn't he think I'd only come because of what he'd said that day? Even though that really was the reason. Feeling thoroughly miserable, I boarded the bus. Fortunately, my embarrassment was soon overwhelmed by sleepiness. I was so tired. Clinging to the handrail, I couldn't stop yawning. I vaguely noticed Zhuang Su glance at me several times. I knew I looked awful. But whatever. It's not as though pretending to be ladylike would make him like me anyway. More than an hour later, we finally arrived at the job fair. It was my first time attending one. The moment I stepped into the exhibition hall, I was genuinely stunned. People everywhere. I'd never seen such a terrifying crowd before, except perhaps on a packed Nanjing bus. At that moment, I also realized something. Zhuang Su had been absolutely right. Depending on my mum's connections, to find a job really was something to be ashamed of. Because finding a job was simply too difficult. The constant pushing and shoving quickly scattered our group. Everyone stopped at different company booths, and before long we were separated. After only a few minutes, I knew I couldn't take it anymore. Breathing itself had become difficult. Moving was almost impossible. The already cramped exhibition hall was packed shoulder to shoulder with tens of thousands of graduating students. Every booth was surrounded by layer upon layer of applicants. Forget handing in a resume. Most of the time, I couldn't even see which company the booth belonged to. By the time I finally squeezed my way out of the crowd, I was completely exhausted. I found an empty spot and collapsed onto the ground to catch my breath. I'd never attended a large job fair before. I had no idea they were this terrifying. I'd only managed to hand in a single resume before fleeing. Simply being able to breathe fresh air again felt like surviving a disaster. About an hour and a half later, Weilong and the others finally came out. During that time, I'd leaned against a tree and caught up on my sleep. "Watermelon, how did you finish so quickly?" I waved the stack of resumes still in my hand. "I only handed in one." Xiaofeng rolled her eyes. "Then why did you even come?" Before I could answer, the remaining resumes were suddenly snatched out of my hands. Startled, I looked up. It was Zhuang Su. He quickly flipped through them. "What are you planning to do with these?" His brows furrowed. "Throw them away?" I hadn't really thought about it. I'd probably just leave them lying around until graduation, then toss them out. Thinking about it now, that did seem rather wasteful. The printing hadn't cost much. But if I converted that money into bowls of beef noodles from the restaurant near campus, it suddenly felt like a huge loss. With that thought, I regretted not forcing myself to submit them. But it's too late now, I said. They're probably not accepting resumes anymore. He frowned and looked toward the exhibition hall. The event was indeed almost over. I have a senior from my department who's handling Xingyuan's recruitment this year. He took the resumes. I'll give these to him. Before I could refuse, he had already turned and walked back into the exhibition hall. Instinctively, I looked toward Rong Rong. She was chatting with Xiguang as though she hadn't heard a thing. It was more than half an hour before Zhuang Su finally came back. The stack of resumes was gone. I saw a few companies that were still there, he said. I submitted them while I was at it. What companies? They actually accepted them. A few in Shanghai. He clearly wasn't interested in explaining further, so I didn't ask. I assumed he'd simply placed them on the company's tables. Still, why had it taken him so long? Rong Rong suddenly smiled. Why didn't you tell us earlier that you knew someone on the recruitment team? Zhuang Su looked at her expressionlessly. Do you need special treatment? Rong Rong choked on her words. With a quiet snort, she fell silent. I scratched my head awkwardly, unsure what to say. Xiaofeng tugged at my sleeve, and I followed her a few steps ahead. She lowered her voice. Watermelon, do you think Zhuang Su was deliberately trying to provoke Rong Rong? I stayed silent. She tugged my sleeve again. Well, do you? How should I know? I snapped irritably and quickened my pace. I hadn't held out much hope for those resumes anyway. The news was constantly talking about the record number of graduates entering the job market and how bleak employment prospects were. My qualifications were completely average. English CET 4. Computer level 2. No scholarships. Even with the university's reputation, I couldn't compare to Rong Rong and her impressive collection of awards. So those resumes had probably disappeared without a trace. But shortly after the May Day holiday, I unexpectedly received a phone call from Xingyuan. They invited me to attend an interview the day after tomorrow. Since I'd answered the call in the dormitory, everyone heard most of the conversation. The moment I hung up, Xiaofeng screamed. Watermelon, you've hit the jackpot. Xingyuan is famous, and they pay incredibly well. She looked even more excited than I was. After celebrating for a while, she suddenly turned toward Rong Rong. Rong Rong, did they call you too? Rong Rong's face instantly turned pale. Without saying a word, she picked up a book and walked out. Everyone stared at Xiaofeng in confusion before sighing. Sometimes she was foolishly perceptive. Other times she was perceptively foolish. Her intelligence was completely unpredictable. Once the excitement faded, I found myself feeling puzzled. My qualifications were nothing special. Meanwhile, Rong Rong's folder was overflowing with certificates and awards. Why had I received an interview when she hadn't? Could it really have been because of Zhuang Su Sr.? No wonder Rong Rong was so upset. I'd always been careless about things before. But this time, I prepared for the interview with extraordinary seriousness. I memorized an English self-introduction. I even had Xiaofeng conduct mock interviews with me. Perhaps it was because this opportunity had come through Zhuang Su. Sometimes my thoughts wandered. Zhuang Su had said that relying on your parents' connections to find a job was shameful. But did getting this interview through his connections count as the same thing? The thought left me with a strange mixture of bitterness and warmth. Chapter 6. As it turned out, all my preparations were unnecessary when I arrived in Shanghai. The manager conducting the interview, Manager Li, was even more courteous than I had expected. He addressed me as Miss Nia over and over, asked almost no meaningful interview questions, and instead spent an hour making polite conversation before warmly welcoming me to the company. He even asked whether I had arranged accommodations in Shanghai and offered to have the company help if I needed it. Completely bewildered, I somehow made it through the interview. As I stood to leave, Manager Li personally opened the door for me and, with a smile, said, "Miss Nia, please send my regards to Mr. Nia." So that was the reason. After my parents divorced, I'd been out of touch with my father for so long that I'd almost forgotten he was Nia Chengyuan. If I had to describe my father, I'd call him a handsome, middle-aged nouveau riche. When he was young, he had been so poor he could barely survive, and only my mother had been willing to marry him. Once he became successful and wealthy, however, he decided to pursue true love, divorcing my mother so he could reunite with the woman who had abandoned him years before. Fortunately, my mother was broad-minded. She often joked, "I had your father when he was young and handsome. Who wants an old man now?" Even so, she strictly forbade me from accepting a single penny from him, insisting that I belonged to her alone. I think, deep down, she still couldn't completely let it go. A few days earlier, my long-absent father had unexpectedly called to ask about my graduation plans. When I mentioned I had been sending out resumes, he asked which companies I'd applied to. I couldn't remember most of them. The only one I recognized was Shengyuan, where Zhuang Su had helped me submit an application. After I mentioned it, my father didn't say much. He asked a few more questions before hanging up. Now everything made sense. He must have quietly pulled some strings afterward. So it hadn't been because of Zhuang Su after all. For some reason, I felt a pang of disappointment. On the train back to Nanjing, I kept wondering whether I should accept the job at Shengyuan. According to the agreement I'd made with my mother, I should refuse it without hesitation. But I couldn't forget what I'd seen after walking out of Shengyuan's headquarters. Across the street stood a building with a golden arc gleaming in the sunlight. The logo of Bank A. The place where Zhuang Su would be working. Back at the dorm that evening, my roommates eagerly asked about the interview. I sighed. I still haven't decided whether to accept it. The next morning, while Xiliang and I were eating breakfast in the cafeteria, she frowned at me. "Xiguang, you really weren't careful with what you said yesterday. Rong still hasn't received an interview notice." I hadn't even realized. I nodded. I understand. That afternoon, Manager Li called again to ask for my decision. I hesitated and said I needed a little more time to think. Without missing a beat, he immediately offered a higher salary and better benefits. The position I'd applied for was just an ordinary, easy office job. Even in Shanghai, the salary shouldn't have been more than 3,000 or 4,000. The figure he quoted was absurdly generous. He probably thought I was pretending to hesitate because the salary wasn't high enough. After hanging up, I suddenly felt restless and wandered aimlessly around the lake on campus. I could already imagine what working at Shengyuan would be like. It had been the same during my internship in Wuxi. The other interns had been worked to exhaustion while I'd been given almost nothing to do. Even when someone asked me for help, they always smiled politely. But what would everyone else think? Although I didn't particularly care about other people's opinions, becoming the sort of parasite Zhuang Su had once described wasn't exactly appealing either. After walking around the lake for quite a while, I finally called my mother and told her I wanted to find a job on my own. At first, she objected. But as we talked, she gradually became delighted, saying I had finally learned to make plans for myself. Then she reminded me not to force myself if things didn't work out. If I couldn't find a job, she could still help. To be honest, before making that call, I'd only had a vague impulse and wasn't even sure what I really wanted. But hearing the happiness and relief in my mother's voice strengthened my resolve. I'll find a job on my own. As for Shengyuan, I stared blankly at the shimmering lake. I'd probably turn it down after all. Not because of my father, but because it was too close. Whether I accepted the job or refused it, the reason was still the same. It was too close to Zhuang Su. Once I'd made up my mind, I buried myself in my thesis again. Worrying about job hunting over the past few days had already put me behind schedule. That afternoon, while I was copying reference materials in the library's periodicals room, I received a text from Xiguang. Xiguang, come back to the dorm. We need to talk. Huh? Was there another dinner gathering tonight? With graduation approaching, group dinners had become almost a daily occurrence, so that was naturally my first thought. Seeing that it was already dinner time, I quickly returned the books and hurried back to the dorm with my backpack. The moment I walked in, I tossed my bag onto my bed. Who's treating? No one answered. Only then did I notice the strange, heavy atmosphere. Everyone was there except Xiaofeng, who had gone to Shanghai. Even Zhuang was there. I looked at him in confusion. Was he the one treating everyone again? But why was everyone looking at me like that? After a long silence, Rong spoke first. Nia Xiguang. What? I looked at her, completely puzzled. You're asking me what? She sneered. After doing something like that, you can still act as if nothing happened? What did I do? Her accusatory tone instantly made me angry. My anticipation for dinner disappeared without a trace. Rong, calm down. We still haven't figured everything out. Xiliang stood up and looked at me seriously. Xiguang, did you answer Xingyuan's interview phone call for Rong on Monday afternoon? I shook my head. What was going on? You're still denying it? Rong laughed coldly. Nia Xiguang, I never imagined you'd do something so shameless. Fen spoke softly. Maybe Xiguang really forgot. She was asleep when we left. Maybe she answered the phone, went back to sleep afterward, and forgot all about it. Only then did I finally understand. Rong thought I'd answered her interview call and deliberately kept it from her. Instead of getting angry, I almost found it ridiculous. There must be some misunderstanding. I never received any interview call for Rong. Why keep pretending? Rong said coldly. Too bad you were clever enough to expose yourself. If I hadn't called to ask, you probably would have gotten away with it. What kind of logic was that? Suppressing my irritation, I turned to Xiliang. Xiliang, can you explain everything from the beginning? She nodded. Rong never received the interview notice, so she called Sheng Yuan herself. HR told her they'd notified everyone together on Monday afternoon after work started. Her name was on the interview list, and they even asked why she never showed up. You know her phone was stolen at the job fair last Saturday, so they could only call the dorm. That afternoon, Rong, Fen, Xiaofeng, and I all went out together. You were asleep, and our dorm leader had gone home and didn't come back until Tuesday. She hesitated before asking. So, think carefully. Did you answer the call and just forget? I searched my memory carefully before shaking my head. No. I got up and went to the library shortly after you left. I definitely never answered any interview call. How convenient, Rong sneered. Ignoring her, I frowned. I knew I hadn't answered the phone. But according to Xiliang's explanation, I really had been the only person who could have. So what had actually happened? Suddenly, a possibility occurred to me. Maybe Sheng Yuan never made the call at all. Or maybe nobody answered, and they simply forgot to call back later. They have a 2-minute call record, Rong replied triumphantly, as if my guilt had already been proven. Trying hard to stay calm, I said firmly. I had no reason to do something like that. No reason. Rong laughed mockingly. Don't tell me you don't still like Zhuang Su. My face instantly went pale. Without giving me a chance to speak, she continued coldly. Shengyuan is right next to Bank A. You didn't want me and Zhuang Su to be together, so you resorted to something this despicable. Rong. The sharp rebuke came from Zhuang Su, who had remained silent until now. Right. Why was he here? Had Rong brought him here? Was he here to confront me, to see my true colors for himself? I clenched my fists, my whole body trembling. Xiliang quickly grabbed Rong's arm. There really might be some misunderstanding. Besides, you've already been given another interview opportunity. Let's just let it go. There's no need to upset everyone. The matter can be dropped, Rong said, but look at her. Has she shown even the slightest remorse? Has she apologized even once? How am I supposed to let this go? She couldn't let it go? I laughed bitterly. You're giving me far too much credit. If I really wanted to stop you from getting that interview, do you honestly think Shang Yuan would still contact you? She froze. After a long pause, she forced out another sentence. Who do you think you are? In this world, ability is what matters. Then shall we test that? I returned her cold smile. Manager Li's business card had been casually tossed onto my cluttered desk. I found it, picked up the dormitory phone, and dialed the number. Everyone in the room seemed stunned by what I was doing. Hello, Manager Li? This is Xiguang. There's something I'd like to tell you. Before I could finish, a strong hand suddenly snatched the receiver away. It was Zhuang Su. As he took the phone from me, I looked up and met his eyes. Then I froze. That look. It was exactly the same look he'd given me when I'd confessed my feelings to him the year before. Back then, I hadn't understood what it meant. Now, suddenly, I understood perfectly. It was disgust. So that was it. Disgust. He despised me. Like someone who had lost her soul, I let him take the receiver without resisting. I stood there motionless. Only one thought echoed over and over inside my head. He despises me. But why? And it wasn't because of what had happened today. He'd already disliked me long before this. Even back when I'd lent him money for his mother's surgery. Sorry, Weir. He said a few words into the receiver, frowned, and hung up. Turning toward Rong, who looked visibly nervous, he said, It's not a real number. Of course it wasn't. I genuinely intended to call Manager Li. But when I reached the last 3 digits, I'd lost my nerve and pressed random numbers instead. Rong let out a sigh of relief before sneering. I almost believed money could really make anything happen. Turns out it was all just an act. Xiguang tugged at her sleeve, and she finally stopped. I no longer had the energy to care about Rong's sarcasm. I simply kept looking at Zhuang Su. I knew how pathetic I must have looked. I knew everyone would probably laugh at me even more. But I couldn't stop. I wanted to ask him why he hated me. I wanted to ask whether he also believed I'd deliberately hidden Rong's interview notice. But the words refused to come. And even if he did hate me, even if he didn't believe me, what difference would it make? Still, I felt so wrong that I wanted to cry. Before the tears could fall, I turned and ran out of the dorm. Chapter 7. It turns out that, in this world, people can like someone for no reason at all, just as they can dislike someone without any reason. For example, I liked him. And he disliked me. As I ran out of the dormitory building, the cool night breeze cleared my head a little. I couldn't help wondering what everyone upstairs thought of me. Did they think I was running away out of guilt? Or fleeing because I'd been exposed? I couldn't speak for anyone else. But knowing Zhuang Su's opinion of me, I was almost certain he'd believe exactly that. How ridiculous. Until today, I'd foolishly believed that even if Zhuang Su didn't like me, even if he looked down on my lack of ambition, he would at least think I was a decent person. After all, I'd helped him. But once again, reality proved what an idiot I was. Ever since I'd met Zhuang Su, I'd constantly been making a fool of myself. My pursuit of him had been nothing more than a farce, with me happily playing the role of a clueless clown. Later, after I finally came to my senses, I quietly buried my feelings and even sent him a text explaining everything. I'm sorry. I didn't know you and Rong were together. Otherwise, I never would have said those things to you. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble. Just thinking about apologizing for my own feelings made me feel humiliated. But I hadn't wanted him to misunderstand me as someone who deliberately tried to steal another woman's boyfriend. Like nearly every message I'd ever sent him, that text never received a reply. Looking back now, perhaps he'd never believed me in the first place. Or perhaps there was never any particular reason for his dislike. Just as people can like someone for no reason, they can also dislike someone for no reason. For example, I liked him, and he disliked me. My eyes burned more and more. I kept wiping away my tears, trying to stop them, but they only flowed faster. The pain in my chest swelled until I wanted to burst into sobs. Of course, Rong's baseless accusations had hurt, but they alone weren't enough to make me cry like this. What truly hurt was realizing how foolish and naive I'd been all along. I sat alone in a quiet grove on campus until my stomach growled loudly from hunger. Only then did I look up and realize the sky had gone completely dark. I had no idea what time it was. My phone and wallet were still in the dorm. Fortunately, I found a few crumpled banknotes stuffed into my pocket from who knew when. Otherwise, not only would I'd been wronged, I'd have gone hungry as well. How pitiful. With my hands in my pockets, I slowly walked out through the north gate. The night market outside the university was bustling with people. Pop songs blared from loudspeakers while vendors shouted over one another. The noisy atmosphere gradually eased the frustration in my heart. Taking a deep breath, I finally calmed down a little. The bright lights still made my eyes sting. I walked into the beef noodle shop I often visited, ordered a bowl of noodles, then sat there absent-mindedly spinning my chopsticks between my fingers. Spinning pens and chopsticks had been a bad habit I'd picked up in high school. I'd broken the habit years ago. Yet today, before I even realized it, I'd started doing it again. The chopsticks twirled effortlessly through my fingers as though I'd never stopped. Then I saw two people walk into the restaurant. My fingers froze. The chopsticks flew from my hand. Smack. They landed squarely on the table in front of the customer sitting opposite me. It was Zhuang Su. And Rong. She entered with her arm wrapped around his, smiling brightly. What people called a narrow road encounter had finally happened to me. It wasn't unusual for them to eat here. Students from a university often came to this restaurant because its beef noodles were famous throughout Nanjing. But why now? Rong pulled Zhuang Su toward a table in the opposite corner of the restaurant. Apparently, neither of them had noticed me. She smiled happily as she chatted with him. Even from this distance, I could feel how cheerful she was. The contrast with my own miserable mood couldn't have been greater. This was the first time I'd seen them act so intimately in public. Rong had always insisted to everyone that she and Zhuang Su were just ordinary friends. For her to behave so openly now, could it somehow be because of me? If so, I really had become quite an efficient catalyst. I laughed bitterly at myself as the emotions I'd barely managed to suppress began rising again. The young man sitting across from me picked up my fallen chopsticks and handed them back with a smile. Nice trick. Only then did I remember I'd never apologized for nearly hitting him. I'm sorry. It's fine. He smiled and shook his head. The waiter brought my noodles. I lowered my head and began eating, hoping to finish as quickly as possible and leave before Zhuang Su and Rong noticed me. But fate clearly had other plans. The young man opposite me finished his meal first. When he reached for his wallet, however, he couldn't find it. The waiter immediately stood beside him with obvious suspicion while he searched every pocket. When the young man finally admitted his wallet had probably been stolen, the waiter's expression clearly said, I knew it. No money? The waiter asked loudly. So, what are you planning to do? His words were polite enough. His volume wasn't. Nearly everyone nearby turned to watch. If it had happened to me, I'd have wanted to crawl under the table from embarrassment. Yet the young man remained perfectly calm. How about this? He suggested. I'll leave my watch here as collateral and come back tomorrow to redeem it. The waiter shook his head. Who knows whether that watch is actually worth anything? There are plenty just like it in the night market. Why don't you call a friend to pay for you instead? I glanced at the watch. Its craftsmanship looked exquisite. It was probably expensive. Unfortunately, it also looked exactly like the countless imitation luxury watches sold everywhere in the night market. The young man took the watch back. For the first time, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. "I'm just visiting Nanjing," he said. "I don't have any friends here." More and more people were staring. Fortunately, Zhuang Su and Rong Rong still hadn't looked over. But if the waiter kept talking this loudly, they certainly would. I'd completely lost my appetite. Before the waiter could continue, I pulled a 20 yuan note from my pocket and handed it over. "This covers both of us." I assumed the waiter would simply take the money and leave. Instead, he launched into an enthusiastic speech about how lucky the young man was to meet such a kind person. His nonstop chatter made my head ache. Without waiting for my change, I stood up and walked out. In the end, Rong Rong noticed me after all. As I stood, our eyes met. She gave a contemptuous snort and immediately looked away, as though merely seeing me offended her. I clenched my fists. Suppressing the urge to argue with her, I stiffly walked out of the restaurant. My mood grew worse with every step. There was no way I was returning to the dorm tonight. I headed for the bus stop, planning to stay at my uncle's house instead. Just as I was crossing the road, someone hurried after me. I looked back. It was the young man from the noodle shop. "Good thing I caught you," he said with obvious relief. "Could you give me your contact information? I'd like to repay the money." "No need." I shook my head and stepped around him. He followed after me. "Wait." The irritation I'd been holding back finally erupted. "Stop following me." I spun around and snapped at him. Apparently, my expression startled him. He stopped immediately. "All right," he said. "Then at least take your change. Keep it for your bus fare." The traffic light turned green. Without looking back again, I crossed the street with the crowd. When I arrived at my uncle's house, my cousin had already returned from evening study hall. He was sitting on the sofa eating a late-night snack while watching television. The moment he saw me, he hugged his plate protectively. "Sis, why are you back today?" "I'm starving." "Don't steal my food." "Keep eating." I didn't have the energy to tease him. I mumbled a reply and went straight upstairs. After I'd been lying on the bed for several minutes, my cousin knocked on the door. "Hey, Xiguang. I can't finish these. Want some?" Auntie Zhang made little meat buns. I ignored him. He kept knocking. "Sis, did you get dumped again? Why was everyone so irritating today?" I got out of bed, yanked the door open, and looked at him expressionlessly. "So what if I did?" "Again?" His jaw dropped. Then he started snickering. "It's not Zhuang Su again, is it? I thought you'd given up on him ages ago." At last, after receiving my murderous glare, he offered some thoroughly insincere comfort. "Well, at least you didn't lose your virginity." I stared at him for 2 full seconds before slamming the door in his face. After hiding at my uncle's house for 2 days, I finally had no choice but to return to the dorm. My laptop was still there. So was the draft of my thesis. As I walked across campus, it felt as though several vaguely familiar classmates from my department were looking at me strangely. Maybe I was imagining it. I was annoyed, but I couldn't exactly stop people and ask them what they were thinking. Much later, after everything had settled down, Uffen told me that the story had spread throughout the department almost immediately. There were countless embellished versions. One rumor even claimed that Xiguang had schemed against her romantic rival. The entire affair had become a showcase of university students' boundless imagination. Even the dormitory advisor had called to comfort Rong Rong. I deliberately returned to the dorm around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, figuring everyone would probably be out. Unfortunately, several people were inside. Rong Rong stood in the middle of the room, smiling brightly. The moment she saw me, her expression stiffened before she quickly forced her smile back into place. Nia Xiguang. Let's just forget what happened. We're classmates, after all. I no longer had the energy to defend myself. I simply looked at her blankly. She casually played with the mobile phone in her hand. Zhuang Su gave me this yesterday. An early birthday present. She smiled. You know, gains and losses always go together. The ancients were right. People who think they're too clever usually end up hurting themselves. Every word was clearly aimed at me. No one else in the room spoke. I glanced at the brightly colored phone and said flatly, "What's so impressive about such an ordinary phone?" Her face flushed with anger. But she quickly recovered. Yes, it's just an ordinary phone. A little over 1,000 yuan. Of course Miss Nia wouldn't think much of it. But haven't you ever heard the saying? She deliberately emphasized every word. Priceless treasures are easy to find. But a devoted lover is hard to come by. I stood there for a moment. Then I slowly replied, "Yes, a devoted lover is hard to come by. Congratulations." I couldn't stay in that dorm any longer. After packing a few belongings, I fled back to my uncle's house once again. Perhaps I never should have moved back in the first place. Chapter 8. My life had settled into a quiet routine. With no classes left, I occasionally visited the university library to gather materials for my thesis, photocopying relevant documents to study at home. Then, while I was supposed to be studying, I'd end up playing on the computer instead. My cousin, Jiang Rui, was in the thick of preparing for his university entrance exams. Watching my carefree days filled him with obvious jealousy. I told him, "I'll be starting work soon, and then there'll be no more winter or summer holidays. Once you've finished your exams, you'll have 4 whole years to enjoy yourself. Isn't that nice?" Jiang Rui scoffed. "Sis, I plan to work hard at university. Dad's already laid the financial foundation for me. I'm going to become a great entrepreneur. Not everyone's as unambitious as you." I was ambitious at your age too. Otherwise, why would I have worked so hard to get into a prestigious university? But I've had my awakening. Jiang Rui, I hope you never have yours. Keep working hard and earn lots of money so your sister can rely on you. My cousin pulled a pained face. "If you can't get married, I'll support you." What? Jiang Rui, do you have a crush on me? He exploded. Nia Xiguang, what kind of logic is that? The phone downstairs rang, and I ran down giggling to answer it. "Hello." "Xiguang, it's me." I paused. "Oh, Xiliang. What's up? Can't I call you without a reason? You're so important now." I forced a laugh. My mood had been gradually improving, but the moment I heard her voice, it felt as though dark clouds had gathered over me again. That day in the dormitory, not one person had spoken up for me. Of course, they weren't obligated to, and perhaps our friendship had never been deep enough to deserve unconditional trust. Even so, it left me chilled. "Xiguang." Xiliang paused before continuing. "Xiaofeng came back from Shanghai yesterday. She said she was the one who answered that phone call. She'd already reached the station that day before realizing she'd forgotten her ID, so she came back to the dorm to get it and happened to answer the phone. She meant to leave you a note afterwards, but she was in such a hurry that she forgot." That scatterbrain really messed up. Rong isn't blaming her, but she definitely owes all of us a meal. "When are you coming back? We'll make her treat us to something expensive." Xiliang's voice was unusually bright and cheerful, probably trying to create the feeling that everything was water under the bridge. But that casual attitude only made me feel worse. "Oh, I see," I replied stiffly. "I won't be going back. I'm staying at my uncle's place while I prepare for my thesis defense." "You could prepare here too," Xiliang said. "We could even discuss how to deal with the professors together." "I'd rather not. It's too hot in the dorm. My uncle's place has air conditioning." It was an obvious lie. It wasn't even May yet. The weather wasn't hot at all. Xiliang didn't press the issue. Later, both Xiaofeng and Ifan kept messaging me about getting together, but I found excuses to turn them all down. I'd suddenly become incredibly lazy, as though nothing mattered anymore. After all, graduation was coming soon. Whatever hadn't ended yet soon would. Around the 20th of April, my thesis advisor called and asked me to come and collect his revision notes. Early one morning, I rode my cousin's bicycle to a university. Perhaps it simply wasn't a good day to go out. On the way there, I had to swerve to avoid a stray dog and took a hard fall. If I went home to change clothes, I'd miss my appointment with my advisor, so I had no choice but to arrive at the business school looking thoroughly disheveled. I found my advisor's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." I nervously pushed the door open. The first person I saw was Zhuang Su. He was standing beside my advisor. Hearing the door open, he looked up at me. His gaze lingered for a brief moment before quickly shifting away. I froze in the doorway. Why was he here? My advisor was the vice dean of our faculty, a notoriously strict old professor. He glanced at me, adjusted his glasses, and said, "Wait over there for now." Then he continued speaking with Zhuang Su. From their conversation, I realized they were discussing thesis matters as well. So Zhuang Su and I had been assigned the same advisor. Although we weren't in the same department, we both belonged to the business school, so it wasn't impossible, though it was certainly uncommon. If this coincidence had happened before, I probably would have been delighted. Now, I only felt incredibly unlucky, especially since I knew I was here to be scolded. I just hoped he'd finish quickly and leave. A few minutes later, Zhuang Su said he should be going. The professor stopped him. "Don't rush off. I'll go over a few more details with you later. First, I need to speak with this student." Then he called me over. "Nia Xiguang, right?" I nodded. The advisor pulled out my thesis and stared at it without saying a word. The office remained silent for several minutes. I was so nervous I could barely breathe. Finally, he spoke. "Out of all the students I'm supervising, you submitted your first draft the latest." "Professor, I had already prepared excuses for my late submission. But with Zhuang Su standing there, I suddenly became tongue-tied. Not a single excuse would come out. And it's also the most structurally flawed. It's nothing more than a patchwork of copied material. This won't pass. I won't allow a thesis like this to proceed to the defense. You should withdraw from this round and spend another year preparing properly." I'd heard that this professor intimidated students every year, but hearing it myself still left me stunned by how harsh he was. And with Zhuang Su watching the entire thing, I burned with shame. I wanted nothing more than to disappear into the ground. There was no way I could lower myself to beg for mercy in front of him. Just then, the silent Zhuang Su suddenly spoke. "Professor." I looked at him in surprise. The misunderstanding between us had already been cleared up. Was he really going to kick me while I was down? "Professor, perhaps her second draft will be much better. A thesis improves through revision." He was speaking up for me? He should have made me feel grateful. Instead, I only became angrier. "What are you doing? I don't need you to speak for me." The words escaped my mouth before I could stop them. "Professor, I'll defend next year." Both Zhuang Su and the professor looked at me in surprise. Zhuang Su gave me a complicated look, stepped back, and said nothing more. The professor grew annoyed and rapped sharply on the desk. "Look at you. You can't even take a little criticism without getting upset. Students these days, every year is worse than the last. Cutting and pasting everything together, what kind of decent thesis do you think that produces? Yet every one of you has such a terrible temper." Shaking his head with a sigh, he placed another thesis in front of me. "Look, same topic. Why can someone else produce something rigorous, detailed, and original? Their draft is practically finished, while yours is still at the beginning." I glanced at the cover. The name written there was Zhuang Su. Right. We had chosen the same thesis topic. Back then, I had picked it simply because he had. That was before everything had happened. I'd foolishly believed that choosing the same topic might create opportunities for us to spend more time together. Naturally, the professor wasn't actually going to let me read someone else's thesis. He took it back almost immediately before tossing mine onto the desk in front of me. My comments are all written there. I have nothing more to say. Revise it yourself. If the second draft still isn't acceptable, I absolutely won't allow you to defend it. Dismissed at last, I let out a quiet sigh of relief. At least I still had a chance to graduate on time. After waiting for a while, the lift finally arrived. Just as I stepped inside and pressed the close button, I faintly heard someone call out, "Wait." Without thinking, I pressed the open button. By the time I realized whose voice it was already too late. Zhuang stepped into the lift. His long arm reached past me to press the button for the ground floor. The lift began to descend. The silence inside was so heavy that I could hear my own heartbeat. I stared without blinking at the floor numbers above the door. For the first time, the school's lift seemed unbelievably slow. It felt like an eternity had passed, yet we were only halfway down. "Maybe I can help you." When I heard the words, I thought I was imagining them. It took me a moment before I turned to look at Zhuang Su. There were only the two of us in the lift. He had to be speaking to me. But help me? With what? Perhaps noticing my confusion, his eyes dropped to the papers in my hands. "Your thesis," he said simply. My face instantly burned. The professor had just torn my thesis apart in front of him. He had heard every single word. The humiliation washed over me all over again. But I couldn't bring myself to say anything. Just then, the lift reached the ground floor. I hurried out without looking back. Chapter 9. Just as I was about to leave campus, I unexpectedly ran into Xiguang. Unusually unladylike, she called out to me so loudly that there was no way I could pretend not to hear. "Xiguang." I stopped my bike. "Xiguang." She glanced at the thesis in my hand. "Here to get feedback on your revisions?" "Yeah. How's the paper?" "A complete disaster." "Come back to the dorm. We can all help you look it over. We're graduating soon, after all. There aren't many days left for us to be together." When I didn't answer, she paused and studied my expression. "Are you still upset about what happened? It was all a misunderstanding, wasn't it? Wrong didn't mean any harm. You don't have to hold on to it like this." I tilted my head slightly. Honestly, I'd never understood why she cared so much about whatever was going on between me, Rong, and Zhuang Su. She'd always been like this. After thinking for a moment, I asked Xiguang, "Do you really believe Rong meant me no harm?" "Why wouldn't I?" she replied with a smile. "One time, you and Rong were in the dorm together. I was there too, hiding behind the curtains, so you probably didn't notice me. I heard you ask her if she was worried that Zhuang Su would be taken away by me." Her smile instantly froze. "Do you remember what Rong said?" She said, "Isn't she the perfect touchstone? She comes from a wealthy, influential family, and she's pretty too. If Zhuang Su can reject a golden opportunity like her, then I can probably trust that he won't change his mind later." I perfectly mimicked Rong's tone as I repeated the words that had stunned me for so long. Watching the awkward look on Xiguang's face, I smiled. Then I went back to Wuxi. She watched me get back on my bike without saying another word. This time, she made no attempt to stop me. I figured that after this conversation, she probably wouldn't be so enthusiastic about playing peacemaker anymore. Sure enough, my phone remained quiet for the next few days. To be honest, I didn't have the energy to think about any of it. According to my advisor, my thesis practically needed to be rewritten from scratch. My head ached, and I had no idea where to begin. I only had myself to blame for choosing a topic I wasn't familiar with. Regretting it now was pointless. I rested my chin in my hand and stared blankly at the computer screen when my phone suddenly rang. The number looked vaguely familiar. After hesitating for a moment, I answered. Nia Xiguang. I froze. It's Zhuang Su. I knew it was him, but all I managed to say was a stiff, emotionless. Oh, it's you. Silence followed. After a brief pause, he sounded just as awkward as I felt. Check your email. I sent you something. An apology? A recommendation? Surely not a love letter. Before opening my inbox, countless possibilities flashed through my mind. What I never expected to find was a thesis. I stared at the downloaded Word document. Its bold title was the very source of my recent misery. Analysis of oligopoly in the network economy. The call was still connected. Zhuang Su's voice came through. I rewrote the paper. It's completely different from mine. You can use it directly. There won't be any problems. I was completely speechless. Neither anger nor happiness seemed appropriate, and my heartbeat gradually quickened, making me even more unsettled. When I still didn't respond, he hurriedly added, That's all. I'll hang up now. If you have any questions, let me know. Then the call ended. I sat there in a daze for quite a while before finally remembering to open the thesis. Zhuang Su's reputation as the top student in the International Finance Department was well-deserved. His arguments were clear, logical, and well-supported. Compared to his work, my own thesis looked like a patchwork stitched together purely to reach the required word count, with barely any coherent reasoning. But why had he sent this to me? Zhuang Su had always been proud and aloof. Last year, a senior student had reportedly offered him 5,000 yuan to ghostwrite a graduation thesis, and he'd refused without the slightest hesitation. Rong often complained that he was too rigid and uncompromising. And yet now, he'd broken his own principles to write a thesis for me, even telling me outright that I could submit it as it was. Leaning against my desk, I muttered. Maybe the one who called me earlier was actually an alien. Fine, I admit it. Once the initial shock faded, and after the embarrassment over my own terrible thesis passed, a tiny sense of smug satisfaction quietly surfaced. It felt as though we'd suddenly become a little closer, sharing a secret that belonged only to the two of us. As I scrolled through the document, my thoughts became increasingly tangled. Was this his indirect way of apologizing? Or a sudden flash of understanding struck me like lightning. My finger froze on the mouse. Every trace of happiness vanished. Or was he apologizing on Rong's behalf? The more I stared at the thesis, the more convinced I became. After the misunderstanding had been cleared up, Xiaofeng had called several times to apologize. Xiliang and Ifan had checked in on me as well. Only Rong, the one who had accused me most harshly that day, hadn't said a single word. Besides, hadn't Zhuang Su always disliked me? Why else would he suddenly help me with my thesis just because I'd been wronged? So, this had to be the only reasonable explanation. I quietly closed my inbox. Fortunately, those brief moments when my heart had fluttered remained my secret. At least no one else knew, sparing me another humiliating joke. After lying in bed for a while, I picked up my phone. I rehearsed what I wanted to say several times before calling the number again, intending to politely decline the thesis. One of his roommates answered. Looking for Zhuang Su? Hang on. After a short pause, the same voice returned. Is it urgent? If not, call back later. He's asleep and won't wake up. He's sleeping. It was dinner time. Yeah, he's been pulling all-nighters working on some materials. Oh, wait. He's waking up. I'll get him. All-nighters? For this thesis? From the day we'd met in the office until now had been less than a week. Even for someone like Zhuang Su, rewriting a 10,000-word thesis on the same topic with entirely different arguments in such a short time couldn't have been easy. My heart unexpectedly softened. Even if it hadn't been directly for me, he'd still helped me. But somehow, that only made my heart ache even more. Perhaps I was jealous that he would go to such lengths for wrong. Caught in emotions, I couldn't even untangle myself. I already regretted making the call. Unfortunately, it was too late to hang up. Zhuang Su came on the line. Hello. His voice was thick with sleep. Everything I'd prepared disappeared. Well. After a brief pause, he asked. Nia Xiguang. Yes, it's me. Is there a problem with the thesis? No. Nothing. Silence fell again. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Oh, okay. Goodbye. This time, I hurriedly hung up before he could say anything else. I imagined Zhuang Su sitting there completely bewildered, wondering why I'd called only to mumble incoherently before hanging up. Of course, I didn't submit his thesis as it was. I read it carefully, understood his overall approach, then spent several times more effort collecting my own materials and rewriting everything from scratch. There were still a few similarities, but the difference was that I'd managed to turn what could have been an excellent paper into one that was merely good. Sometimes, while I was busy working, I'd suddenly remember him saying that if I had any questions, I could ask him. He'd said it twice. It probably wasn't just a polite formality. If I really had asked, he would most likely have explained everything patiently, just as he had when tutoring my cousin. In that sense, my original reason for choosing the same thesis topic as his would finally have been fulfilled. But now, even with my unusually thick skin, I couldn't bring myself to do it. He had already made it so clear. His heart belonged to someone else. When I submitted the revised thesis to my advisor again, he was noticeably more satisfied, though he still suggested a few additional changes. The thesis was essentially finished. After the third draft, it was almost time for the defense. It was already the end of May. In just half a month, I would officially graduate. While writing this chapter, I suddenly came up with a wonderfully devious plot twist. Unfortunately, neither Rong nor Zhuang Su were that awful, so I had no choice but to abandon it. What a shame. Also, the thesis topic needs to be changed. Since Zhuang Su is in the International Finance Department, he probably wouldn't be writing a thesis on internet economics. Chapter 10. June arrived, and Nanjing suddenly became unbearably hot. After living in Nanjing for nearly 4 years, my biggest impression of the city was that it seemed to have no real spring or autumn. It was either swelteringly hot or bitterly cold. Long-sleeved shirts were almost pointless because the weather usually jumped straight from t-shirts to sweaters. The scorching heat suited my current state of mind. Not because of my thesis defense, but because my cousin was about to take the college entrance exams. My uncle and aunt were naturally on edge, and even my dad called to ask how things were going, though my uncle didn't seem particularly grateful for his concern. Without realizing it, I grew nervous too. I found myself tiptoeing past my cousin's room, afraid of disturbing his rest. Yet the examinee himself was infuriatingly relaxed, showing not the slightest hint of anxiety. The exam started on the 7th, but on the 6th, he was still flipping through study abroad brochures. This university looks pretty good. Maybe you should focus on getting through tomorrow's exams first. It had long been decided that after the exams, my cousin would go on a study tour of Europe. What I hadn't expected was to be dragged along with him. Originally, my aunt was supposed to accompany him, but something came up at the last minute, so the responsibility fell to me instead. Just thinking about sitting on a plane for more than 10 hours made me shudder. Jiang Rui, shouldn't you be revising? Your exams start tomorrow. Who studies the day before the exams? My cousin scoffed. Last-minute cramming is useless. Who says it's useless? I rolled my eyes inwardly. I got into university by cramming. Back when I was preparing for the college entrance exams, my father had already arranged plenty of backup plans through his connections, just in case. But when the results came out, my score landed exactly on a university's admission cutoff. The whole family was overjoyed, practically convinced I was some hidden genius. In reality, it was nothing but sheer luck. Once I got into a university, I promptly returned to slacking off, and my grades settled firmly into the mediocre range. I suppose I was simply the type who performed well under pressure. I got up and went to the kitchen for some chilled mung bean soup, bringing a bowl back for my cousin. He slurped it down noisily. "Oh, right. Nya Xiguang, you're coming with me to the exam tomorrow. Aunt said she'd take you." Jiang Rui pouted. "No way. They're all so tense they'll only make me nervous." And so, for years later, I found myself standing outside a college entrance examination center once again. Early the next morning, old Zhang drove us there before leaving. As soon as we got out of the car, Jiang Rui looked around. "What are you looking for?" "I'm heading in now." He grinned mischievously. "Sis, keep an eye on all the parents waiting outside. Maybe you'll have a chance encounter." He winked before swaggering into the examination hall. I stood there speechless, looking around at the crowd of middle-aged parents outside. A chance encounter? The thought alone made me shiver. While Jiang Rui was taking his exam, I booked a room at a nearby hotel. Then I spent quite a while studying the menu in the Chinese restaurant downstairs, ordering several dishes and arranging for them to be served at the right time. After that, I wandered around until it was nearly time for the exam to end before returning to the school gates to wait. Jiang Rui came out quickly. The smug look on his face made it obvious he'd done well. Smiling, I walked over. "Congratulations. One exam down." He tossed his hair dramatically. "Sis, what if I end up being the provincial top scorer?" I nearly choked. After a long pause, I solemnly patted him on the shoulder. "Then, we'll just have to accept fate." Jiang Rui snorted. "Can't you ever say anything nice?" As he spoke, he continued looking around. "Sis, did you have any chance encounters?" "Oh, give it a rest." I rolled my eyes. "Let's go eat." Wait. He kept scanning the crowd before suddenly grabbing my hand. "There." Before I could react, he dragged me over to a boy, casually slapped him on the shoulder, and called out, "Zhuang Fei." Then he turned to me. "Sis, this is Zhuang Fei." Zhuang Fei? The name sounded familiar. Before I could place it, Jiang Rui added, "My classmate. Brother Zhuang's younger brother. Don't you remember? Zhuang Fei, this is my sister." So it was him. I looked him over. He was tall, slender, and handsome, with a faint resemblance to Zhuang Su. Smiling, I said, "Sorry, I didn't recognize you at first. Were you two in the same examination room?" Jiang Rui nodded before asking, "Didn't anyone from your family come with you?" Zhuang Fei shook his head. "No." As though worried we'd misunderstand, he hurriedly explained, "I told them not to come. My brother took the college entrance exams by himself too, so I can manage." Jiang Rui immediately said, "Your house is pretty far away, isn't it? You're probably not going home for lunch. Why don't you come eat with us?" He looked at me. Naturally, I nodded. "You'd be very welcome." Zhuang Fei looked shy and hesitant, but my cousin was surprisingly persuasive. With arguments like, "We're from the same school," and "I want to ask you something about this afternoon's exam," he eventually convinced Zhuang Fei to join us. Listening beside them, I couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat. We arrived back at the hotel a little earlier than expected. Since lunch wasn't ready yet, I ordered tea for them to quench their thirst and help them relax. Zhuang Fei remained quiet, silently listening to Jiang Rui chatter away. I stole a few glances at him. He didn't look well. His face was pale, his eyes were slightly swollen, and he seemed distracted. After thinking for a moment, I asked directly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling ill?" At first, he shook his head. Then, after a brief hesitation, he admitted quietly, "I woke up with a slight fever and felt dizzy this morning." Anything going wrong during the college entrance exams was a serious matter. I immediately asked, "Are you still dizzy?" "Not anymore." He lowered his eyes. "I'm just worried I didn't do very well this morning." Jiang Rui waved it off. "If you're not dizzy anymore, then you're fine. You could have answered this morning's paper with your eyes closed." "Don't worry." Zhuang Fei nodded. "I did finish all the questions." "Then what's there to worry about? You're not in bad shape. You're just overexcited, like my sister." "Me?" I shot Jiang Rui a glare. Like a storyteller, he launched into an exaggerated tale. "You don't know about my sister. Normally her grades were only slightly above average. She only started studying seriously a few months before the exams. Then she came down with a fever on exam day. We all thought she was finished, but when the results came out, she'd scored dozens of marks higher than usual. We all joked that she must have been delirious. Pure talent," I declared smugly. How could I forget? That was the proudest moment of my life. Of course, I had to boast a little. "Really?" "Absolutely. Actually, I've always had the ability. For some mysterious reason, I just couldn't perform at my best. But that day, because I had a fever, all my hidden potential was finally awakened. I happily joined Jiang Rui in talking complete nonsense. At last, Zhuang Fei seemed a little less nervous. He smiled shyly. "You're different from what Rongjia said." The moment the words left his mouth, he seemed to realize he'd made a mistake. He looked at me nervously. I was caught off guard for a moment, but seeing how anxious he looked, I pretended not to notice. Stretching my neck, I looked towards the restaurant entrance. "Where's the food? Why hasn't it arrived yet?" Jiang Rui cheerfully changed the subject. As they continued chatting, Zhuang Fei kept sneaking worried glances at me. He really was a thoughtful, sensitive child. Only after seeing that my expression hadn't changed did he finally relax and quietly let out a sigh of relief. I found myself sighing in relief for him as well. The food arrived right on time. Jiang Rui looked over the dishes before complaining. "Sis, you're so stingy. Where's the grand feast?" "I just finished an exam." I glared at him. Exam days call for simple meals. Although I'd only ordered enough for 2 people, there was still more than enough for the 3 of us. After lunch, I sent the 2 boys upstairs to rest while I remained downstairs by myself. I couldn't help recalling what Zhuang Fei had said. Rong had been neighbors with the Zhuang family for years, so naturally she knew him well. What surprised me was that she'd even talked about me in front of Zhuang Su's younger brother. I wasn't sure whether I should feel honored. I didn't want to think about what she'd actually said. It all seemed pointless. I even regretted inviting Zhuang Fei to lunch. If this small act of kindness ended up being misunderstood as having some hidden motive again, how could I possibly bear it? Even so, after the afternoon mathematics exam ended, I still asked Zhuang Fei to come back with us. I remembered we were heading in the same direction. He didn't refuse. With a slightly shy smile, he got into the car with us. Chapter 11. The next day, I accompanied Jiang Rui to the examination center again. The moment we got out of the car, he looked around and immediately lit up. "See, sis? I wasn't lying. Your chance encounter really happened." Before I could react, he was already dragging me excitedly toward someone, calling out cheerfully, "Zhuang Fei, brother Zhuang." Only then did I see Zhuang Su. For a moment, it felt as though Jiang Rui's loud voice was the only sound left in the world. Zhuang Fei was talking to him, while Zhuang Su stood quietly nearby. Even in the middle of the crowd, his calm, refined presence made him impossible to overlook. Only then did I realize what Jiang Rui had meant by a chance encounter. I instantly felt irritated with him. How could he still be so mischievous when he was in the middle of the college entrance exams? After a while, I heard Zhuang Su say, "You should go in now. Let's go." Jiang Rui winked at me before heading through the school gates with Zhuang Fei. I pretended to watch them leave, but they quickly disappeared into the crowd. There was no point pretending anymore. What a coincidence, I said. Not really. After a brief pause, he added, I wasn't planning to come. If anyone else had said those words, I probably would have read all kinds of hidden meanings into them. Maybe they'd change their mind because they knew I'd be here. But this was Zhuang Su. I immediately dismissed the thought. Feeling that I'd already fulfilled my social obligation by greeting him, I was just about to leave when he spoke again. Where did you have lunch yesterday? I looked at him in surprise, puzzled by the question. Thank you for looking after Zhuang Fei. Today's lunch is my treat. As he spoke, his gaze drifted away slightly. Only then did I understand. This was the reason he'd come. He was still exactly the same. He couldn't bear owing anyone anything. Since I'd treated his younger brother to lunch yesterday, he'd deliberately come today to return the favor, even if he had other things to do. I remembered the time I'd lent him money. When he paid me back, he'd even added 10% interest, making me feel like some kind of loan shark. Between the two of us, every debt had to be settled before either of us could feel at ease. Nia Xiguang. Hearing him call my name snapped me back to reality. My eyes suddenly stung, and I didn't want to look at him. Softly, I said, I'll take you there. We returned to the same restaurant as yesterday and found a table. Each of us picked up a menu. I stared blankly at the pictures while Zhuang Su glanced at me once before ordering without asking for my opinion. The dishes he chose were far more extravagant than the simple meal I'd ordered the previous day. After the waitress took our order and left, he remained silent for a moment before speaking. Yesterday, when you brought my brother back. Before he could finish, I interrupted him. You don't have to thank me. You've already repaid the petrol money by buying today's lunch. The moment the words left my mouth, I noticed his hand tighten around the menu. Looking up, I caught a fleeting look of embarrassment in his eyes. I knew I'd been unnecessarily harsh, but the words had slipped out before I could stop them. Silence settled between us. Unable either to apologize or continue sitting there, I suddenly stood up. I'm going for a walk. I'll come back later. There wasn't much to see nearby. Even so, I wandered around aimlessly. When I felt enough time had passed, I bought a book before heading back. It had been a completely impulsive purchase. I hadn't even looked properly at the title. I only wanted something in my hand to prove I'd actually gone somewhere with a purpose. As I turned the corner, the hotel came into view. I stopped at the crossroads. Through the glass windows, I could clearly see Zhuang Su sitting alone. His back remained perfectly straight as he gazed absent-mindedly out towards the road. His entire posture carried a quiet, restrained tension. For some reason, simply looking at him made my own mood sink. He hadn't looked like this when we'd met earlier. Had my words really hurt him? I genuinely lost control. It wasn't his fault that he didn't like me. Why had I spoken so sharply? Being thanked by him wouldn't have cost me anything. Was there really anything wrong with keeping everything clear between us? Lost in my tangled thoughts, I stood there watching him. After a while, he seemed to sense someone looking at him. He shifted slightly before turning his head. Our eyes met. We looked at each other for a long moment. Then he stood up and walked outside. Stopping in front of me, he said, "They'll be finished soon." I nodded quietly. The two of us walked together towards the school to pick them up. Jiang Rui was still in excellent spirits. Zhuang Fei looked much better than he had yesterday. Perhaps having his brother nearby had put him at ease. Once we returned to the hotel and the dishes were served, Jiang Rui immediately exclaimed, "Wow, today's meal is so much better than yesterday's. Brother Zhuang ordered this, didn't he? Men really understand men." Despite everything weighing on my heart, I suddenly had the urge to smack him. Heh, they've even got my favorite spare ribs. Sis, here's your sweet and sour pork. Eat more. He cheerfully piled several pieces onto my plate, winking at me. Zhuang Fei smiled shyly. Yesterday, my brother asked what we'd had for lunch. Jiang Rui grinned. Brother Zhuang is really thoughtful. After lunch, Jiang Rui and Zhuang Fei went upstairs to rest again. As soon as they left, I was about to invent an excuse to go outside when Zhuang Su spoke first. I have something to take care of. I'll be back later. I nodded. All right. Remember to. He suddenly stopped. I looked at him questioningly. Never mind. Then he turned and walked out of the hotel. The book I'd bought on impulse turned out to be surprisingly good. Unfortunately, I simply couldn't concentrate. Eventually, I closed it. It felt unfair to the author to keep staring blankly at the pages. After sitting in a daze for a while, I checked the time and went upstairs to wake Jiang Rui and Zhuang Fei. Just as I stood up, my phone rang. It was Zhuang Su. Perhaps he wanted me to pass along a message to Zhuang Fei? I answered. Instead, he simply reminded me. It's almost time. Remember to wake them. I was just about to. I probably won't be back before their exam starts. All right. I'll let Zhuang Fei know. Silence followed. He didn't hang up. Perhaps he was politely waiting for me to end the call first. After hesitating briefly, I quietly pressed the button to disconnect. After seeing Jiang Rui and Zhuang Fei enter the examination hall, I didn't return to the hotel. Instead, I found a shady spot outside the school and sat down. The sun was blazing overhead, but somehow listening to the idle chatter of the parents around me felt better than sitting alone. After a while, one of the aunties beside me struck up a conversation. Did you come with your younger brother? Yes. Is he a good student? Pretty good. He ranked first in the school's last mock examination. We chatted casually. Before I realized it, almost 2 hours had passed. Then I heard someone call my name. Nia Xiguang. The auntie immediately smiled. Oh, your boyfriend's here to pick you up. He must have heard her as well. He stopped where he was instead of walking over. I looked at him. His expression remained calm as he quietly met my gaze without saying anything. Perhaps he was leaving it to me to explain so that neither of us would be embarrassed. Understanding his intention, I smiled politely at the auntie. No, he's here for his younger brother too. Then we walked together towards the school gate. Nia Xiguang. He spoke again. You brought my brother back yesterday. I smiled bitterly. Did he really have to thank me? Even though I'd already sorted through my feelings, my heart still ached a little. Does that mean you're not angry with me anymore? I froze. The afternoon sun was dazzling. Standing against the light, I couldn't make out his expression. I took your brother home because of him. It had nothing to do with you. I spoke slowly. But I'm not angry anymore. After a brief pause, I added, and thank you for the thesis. Even if it had only been for Rong's sake. He paused before looking away. It was nothing. Just then, Jiang Rui and Zhuang Fei came out. Both looked visibly relieved. Jiang Rui immediately invited the brothers to leave with us. But Zhuang Fei shook his head. No, we're going to Zinjiku today. It's not on the way. Zhuang Su frowned. What are you going there for? Zhuang Fei looked surprised. Didn't Rongjia tell you? She said she's treating us to dinner tonight to celebrate my exams being over. Mum's coming too. Zhuang Su was visibly taken aback. He immediately turned to look at me. I had no idea why. I simply nodded. Then we'll be leaving. He genuinely seemed surprised. Perhaps Rong had wanted to give them a surprise. I turned and got into the car. After we'd driven some distance, I happened to glance back. Zhuang Su was still standing where we'd left him. Perhaps he was waiting for a taxi. It wasn't easy to find one at this time of day. I withdrew my gaze and quietly watched the passing traffic outside the window. Suddenly, Jiang Rui called. Sis. I turned towards him. If someone isn't on the same road as you. He grinned. Forget them. We'll find someone who is. With my sister around. I couldn't help laughing. Finally giving in to the impulse I'd been suppressing all day, I reached over and gave him a couple of light smacks. Chapter 12. It wasn't until the day of the thesis defense that I saw my dorm mates again. The moment Xiaofeng spotted me, she rushed over, grabbed my shoulders, and shook me hard. Xiguang, I'm so sorry. It's all because I forgot to tell you about the interview call. You were wronged because of me. You have to forgive me. As if to prove how sincere she was, her grip rivaled an eagle's talons. I felt like my shoulders were about to come apart. Do you think I'll forgive you if you dislocate my shoulders? Hee. Sorry. I got a little too excited. She awkwardly let go, laughing sheepishly. Don't worry, Xiguang. I've been explaining everything to everyone these past few days. Explaining what? Telling everyone that I'm the idiot who forgot to pass along the interview call. Being falsely accused had been hard to accept, but hearing that still made me feel a little better. Fen was standing nearby as well. I smiled at both of them. I had resented them before, but after thinking it over, both Rong and I were their roommates. On the surface, Rong's evidence had seemed airtight. It wasn't fair to expect everyone to trust me unconditionally or take my side without hesitation. Sometimes, expecting less from other people really does make life easier. Seeing my expression soften, Fen and the others visibly relaxed. They gathered around and chatted about the thesis defense. Aside from Xiliang and Rong, everyone in our dorm was in the same defense group, and we'd probably all be finished by the afternoon. My presentation was scheduled near the end. By the time my turn came, most of the students had already left the classroom. Xiaofeng and the others wanted to stay, but I chased them away. Having familiar faces watching would only make me more nervous. Just as I stepped onto the podium and was about to greet the professors, I glanced toward the back of the room and saw Zhuang standing by the rear door, looking straight at me. I froze for a moment. He must have walked into the wrong classroom. Rong wasn't here. The thought flashed through my mind, but I quickly forced myself to focus and began presenting my thesis. When I paused for the professor's questions, I instinctively looked toward the back door again. He was already gone. By the time I left the classroom, it was already late. I had planned to go straight back to my uncle's house, but when I reached the fork in the road, I remembered I still hadn't packed my things in the dorm, so I turned back. Only Xiliang was there. I greeted her casually and began packing up the odds and ends that would be easy to carry home. After packing for a while, I realized she had somehow come to stand behind me. Xiguang, I'm treating you to dinner today. There's really no need. I'm not taking no for an answer. Then let's wait for Xiaofeng and the others. Just the two of us. I thought it was simply a meal, maybe because she wanted to explain something. But throughout dinner, she didn't say a single word. After we finished eating, she dragged me to a convenience store, bought a bag full of canned beer, and then hauled me into the small grove on campus to feed the mosquitoes. Was everyone about to graduate losing their minds? Do you think I'm the kind of person who's two-faced? The type who gossips behind people's backs? You're overthinking it. She had to be drunk. I counted the empty beer cans scattered beside us. 3, maybe 4. None of them were mine. The next thing she said only confirmed my suspicion. You probably never realized that people had been talking about you from the very beginning. You obviously weren't from around here, yet you never lived in the dorm. Some classmates even saw you getting out of a luxury car. Later, everyone found out from your high school classmates that your family was wealthy and influential. And then there was the way you pursued him so aggressively. Aggressively? I never imagined anyone would describe me that way. The truth was, I was just timid. Because I lacked confidence, I had to speak louder to give myself courage. I liked him openly and honestly. Even if I failed or got rejected, at least it would be an honest defeat. Later, when Zhuang's mother got sick, you casually took out such a huge amount of money. Xiliang smiled bitterly. Xiguang, do you know? I was terrified back then. Watching you pull out tens of thousands without even asking your parents made me realize, for the first time, just how different people could be. Then we went to the bank together. It was packed. The ticket machine was broken, and the lines were endless. But the moment you walked in, the branch manager came over to greet you. It was as if everyone could tell you were different. You only had to say a few words before you were escorted into the VIP room to withdraw the money without waiting. That was the first time I truly understood that money could buy you out of standing in line. I barely remembered those details anymore. Thinking back, maybe it had happened exactly that way. I couldn't help explaining, wasn't Zhuang Su desperate for the money? It's normal for the manager to ask customers what they need. Besides, that was probably the VIP counter anyway. Yes, the VIP counter. She laughed softly. See? To you, that's perfectly normal. The world really isn't fair. I wanted to tell her there were still plenty of kind people in the world. Even if I hadn't had a VIP card that day, if we'd explained that the money was urgently needed for surgery, the people waiting in line would probably have let us go first. Why focus on something so insignificant instead of the result? I stared silently at the ground before suddenly asking, Weilong, do you like Zhuang Su? The question came out abruptly. I'd suspected it for a long time. Her excessive concern with everything involving me, Rong, and Zhuang Su had gone beyond ordinary curiosity. I thought she'd dodge the question. She had always been good at that. Instead, she surprised me. Yes, I do. A guy like Zhuang Su, handsome, talented, who wouldn't like him? But his family was so poor. His mother was sick, and he still had a younger brother to support. I had to be careful. Do you really think Rong kept stringing him along because of some ridiculous pride, waiting to see who confessed first? If Zhuang Su's family hadn't been such a burden, do you think she wouldn't have thrown herself at him already? Now she doesn't want to play those games anymore, but... I stared at Xiliang, completely dumbfounded. And even if I didn't mind his family situation, Rong was still standing in my way. Things always become more desirable when someone else wants them. Aren't you the perfect example? The two of them grew up together. Even if I tried my hardest, I might not have beaten her. Then you showed up. Anyone with eyes could tell you liked Zhuang Su, and you never even tried to hide it. Do you know? Part of me wanted you to succeed, and part of me was afraid you actually would. So Xiliang became this honest when she was drunk. I was so shocked that I almost found it funny. If she remembered any of this after sobering up tomorrow, she'd definitely regret saying it. She was already getting emotional. Half trying to comfort her and half sighing, I said, "You're much smarter than I am. Besides, what could possibly compete with childhood sweethearts?" She paused, then suddenly laughed and looked at me. "Xiguang, you think he... HM? What?" She looked at me for a long moment. Then she suddenly stood up, slung her bag over her shoulder, and said, I'm not telling you." With that, she turned and walked away. I stared after her in astonishment. Xiliang had always been graceful and composed, no matter what happened. When had she ever acted so childishly? After recovering from my surprise, I smiled bitterly. What could you possibly have to tell me anyway? The next day, Xiliang called me. The first thing she said was, "Nya Xiguang, I've completely forgotten everything I said yesterday." I paused before laughing. "Oh, I've forgotten too. Then tonight I'm treating everyone to hot pot. You have to come." "Sure." I chuckled. "Are we drinking again?" Xiliang immediately hung up. That evening, I showed up as promised. Rong and Zhuang Su were both there. Although I still felt a little uncomfortable, with graduation and our inevitable parting so close, I found I no longer cared as much. The last few days of my college life became a blur of dinners, card games, eating, drinking, and singing together everywhere we went. The day we received our diplomas, the entire class gathered one last time. Our final celebration. Everyone knew it was the end. The curtain had fallen. We didn't even wait until the next day. That very night, people in the dormitory began leaving one after another. After the farewell dinner, Afan was the first to depart, carrying everything she'd accumulated over 4 years as she headed home. At first, I honestly didn't feel sad. But when she was about to get into the car at the school gate, tears suddenly streamed down my face. I hadn't expected to cry. Neither had anyone else. Yet in the end, we all burst into tears. On impulse, we followed Afan all the way to the train station, bought platform tickets, and saw her off to the platform. After countless hugs, the train finally pulled away. Standing there, watching it disappear into the distance, I suddenly felt as though I were saying goodbye to my own youth. Those carefree, innocent years. Gone forever. None of us felt like talking. We quietly walked out of the station together. The buses outside the station were always crowded. I had originally been standing near the front with Xiao Feng and the others, but after stepping aside to let someone carrying luggage pass, I was pushed out of the line. I nearly fell, but someone behind me caught me. In the end, seeing the bus packed so tightly there wasn't even room to stand, I gave up and watched it drive away, deciding to wait for the next one. But when I checked the timetable at the stop, I realized it had been the last bus of the night. I stared at the schedule in disbelief. Then a familiar voice spoke beside me. "Stop looking. That was the last bus." I turned sharply. Standing beside me was Zhuang Su, his handsome profile illuminated beneath the station lights. Chapter 13. The night breeze lifted the hem of my skirt. It took me a long moment before I found my voice. "Why are you still here?" When we saw Afan off, Zhuang Su and his roommates had come as well. I hadn't paid any attention to where he went afterward, but why hadn't he gotten on the bus either? His eyes flickered slightly. "I was standing behind you. If you couldn't get on, then of course I couldn't either." It sounded almost like a complaint. Remembering how I'd been pushed all the way from the front of the line to the back, I felt a little embarrassed. "Sorry. You should be saying thank you." His voice was quiet, but I heard it clearly. Although I didn't quite understand what he meant, I didn't think much of it. "Where are the others?" "I don't know." After a brief pause, he answered curtly, sounding strangely annoyed. "Missing the bus because of me wasn't that serious, was it?" I was about to say a few polite words and leave when his phone rang. He took it out, glanced at the caller ID, and answered. "Hello. I didn't make it onto the bus." The person on the other end was probably asking where he was. Was it Rong? Just as the thought crossed my mind, I heard him say, "I'm with Xiguang." My heart skipped a beat. The conversation soon came to an end. "Okay." He hung up. "Your roommate," I guessed. "Otherwise you wouldn't have said so directly that you were with me." He looked at me for a long moment. Wrong. I was speechless. After a while, I finally asked, "What did she say?" "They already got on the bus. They told us to take a taxi." "Then let's take a taxi." He nodded. I reached into my pockets, only to realize that going to the train station had been completely spontaneous. I hadn't brought any money with me. Even my bus fare had been borrowed from Xiao Feng. Feeling awkward, I admitted. "I didn't bring any money. Do you have any?" He looked at me. Perhaps because it was nighttime, his eyes seemed especially deep. After a pause, as though seriously checking his memory, he said, "I don't either." "Huh?" I stared at him. "Then what are we supposed to do?" He glanced at me again, turned, and started walking. We walk. I stood there without moving. After he'd gone some distance, he stopped, turned around, and silently looked back at me. I pressed my lips together before finally following him. I had never imagined that after everything that had happened, the two of us would still walk side by side on an empty road like this. Neither of us spoke. Yet the silence itself made me restless. To keep my thoughts from wandering, I began silently counting my steps. By the time I'd lost count for what felt like the 100th time and started over again, Zhuang Su's voice drifted through the night breeze. You didn't use the paper I wrote. The numbers in my head scattered instantly. After a brief pause, I replied, It wouldn't have been appropriate. I thought that would end the conversation. Instead, he stubbornly asked, Why wouldn't it have been appropriate? I didn't know how to answer. Was I supposed to tell him it was because he'd written that paper as an apology to Rong? After all, you wrote it. Is that so? His voice carried a trace of disbelief. Back in our junior year, when we first met, you asked me for my course paper as a reference. You didn't give it to me back then either. I thought bitterly to myself. Besides, I'd already rushed through my own paper by then. I'd only used it as an excuse to talk to you a little longer. I'm just more principled now. I really didn't want to think about the past. Every little memory felt unbearably embarrassing now. I wished I could erase every trace of it. Fortunately, only he and I knew about those things. Or maybe Rong knew too. When they were together, did he ever talk about me? Did he tell her all the ridiculous things I'd said so they could laugh about them together? The thought was almost obsessive. I suddenly didn't want to keep walking beside him anymore. This quiet night, this empty road, neither of them suited people like us. I deliberately slowed my pace. You go on ahead, I said. I can't walk anymore. You don't have to wait for me. He stopped and frowned. Just how spoiled are you? I was only making excuses. His gaze dropped to my feet. His brows knitted together even tighter. Why would you wear shoes like that? You only care about looking nice, not. He seemed to realize his tone was inappropriate and stopped himself. I looked down at my innocent pair of thin strap heels and couldn't help defending them. I didn't know I'd be walking this much today. Besides, they're just normal shoes. They're fashionable this year. Everyone in our dorm has a pair like these. As far as I remembered, Rong had been wearing the same style today. Sure enough, when you dislike someone, even their shoes become a problem. Really? He paused. I didn't notice. After a moment of silence, I asked, Zhuang Su, do you really dislike me that much? Do you think I'm lazy, that I drift through life without any goals? And spoiled? I swallowed the last question. It sounded too strange even to me. When I was little, my parents were busy working, so I spent years living with my grandmother in the countryside. I'd adapted just fine. At most, I'd become a little pampered after growing up. Did that really count as being spoiled? Yes. He answered the first half of my question without the slightest hesitation. He really never spared my feelings. I couldn't help protesting. But what's wrong with that? Does everyone have to chase some grand ambition? As long as I'm happy and I'm not hurting anyone, isn't that enough? Why think so much about everything? He listened quietly without saying anything. Of course, he wouldn't agree. He was the kind of person who set goals and achieved them no matter what. I didn't even know why I was trying to explain myself. Maybe I just wanted him to understand that although I wasn't very disciplined, this was simply who I was. I liked living this way. There was nothing wrong with it. I suddenly remembered a personality test Jiang Rue and I had taken recently. It asked whether you'd eat the biggest grapes first or save them for last. I'd definitely eat the biggest ones first. If I finished all the small ones first, I might not even have room for the biggest ones anymore. If I can be happy now, why worry so much about the future? He spoke softly. What if there were never any big grapes? I froze. Only then did I remember his family circumstances. A deep sadness welled up inside me. I'd never felt so helpless. Then he suddenly added, There was one. But it got angry with me and ran away. Ran away because of him. Was he talking about Rong? I remembered that during our recent gatherings, they hadn't sat together or spoken much. For some reason, the image of slender Rong turning into a plump, round grape popped into my head. Despite myself, I almost laughed. Seeing how serious he looked, I quickly held it back. She'll come back. Really? He actually looked at me as though my answer mattered. But I wasn't wrong. Still, the hope in his eyes made me nod before I could stop myself. Maybe he just needed someone to reassure him. Really? I answered with complete sincerity. He didn't reply. Instead, relief slowly spread across his face, and he smiled. I'd never seen Zhuang smile like that before. It was like clouds parting to reveal the moon. For a brief moment, I was completely captivated. When I came back to my senses, I felt even sadder. That smile. It wasn't for me. And I would probably never see it again. Driven by that sudden sadness, I called out impulsively. Zhuang Su. His eyes still held traces of that smile. What? For a moment, I wanted to say something, to make one last attempt. But then I remembered. Hadn't I already made countless last attempts? Besides, back then I hadn't known he and Rong liked each other. Now that I knew, shouldn't I let go? It's nothing. I just wanted to call your name. He looked at me without blinking, as though waiting for me to continue. Really, I just wanted to call your name. Something in his eyes seemed to dim. Maybe I was imagining it. Or maybe he simply thought I was being annoying. After a pause, he looked away. There's a shoe stall a little farther ahead. You should buy another pair. Would there even be one open this late? It didn't really matter. I don't have any money, I reminded him. And neither do you. He looked slightly startled. Let's just keep walking. It's not really the shoes. After that, neither of us spoke much. We walked all the way back to campus at an unhurried pace. When we reached the intersection leading to the dormitories, I finally gathered the courage to say the farewell I'd been rehearsing. Goodbye. Just as I was about to walk away, I heard him say, I'll walk you to your dorm. I was about to refuse. But when I looked up, I saw an unexpectedly gentle expression on his face beneath the dim streetlights. The words caught in my throat. That expression. It shouldn't have been directed at me. Maybe he wasn't really walking me back. Maybe Rong was waiting downstairs. If that was the case, what was the point of refusing? So I said nothing and quietly continued toward the dormitory. As we got closer, I couldn't help looking toward the entrance. Just as I'd suspected. Was Rong waiting there? No. The entrance was completely empty. I was surprised. But I wasn't happy. In fact, I almost wished Rong had been waiting there. Then I could have gone upstairs cleanly, leaving the two of them together, instead of lingering over these last few minutes alone with him. How pathetic. And now, I had to say goodbye again. This time, it really was goodbye. There wasn't another stretch of road left for him to walk beside me. We stopped together at the foot of the dormitory steps. Neither of us spoke. I'd already used up all the determination I'd managed to gather the first time I said goodbye. Perhaps that kind of courage only came once. I stepped onto the stairs. Then I couldn't resist turning back. Zhuang Su. He still hadn't left. Standing below the steps, he looked up at me when he heard my voice. I'd never seen him from this angle before. I never knew he looked so handsome with his head tilted slightly upward. Overcome by an indescribable emotion, I blurted out. You look better with short hair. And you looked best in a white shirt and light blue jeans. Just like the boy I saw that day when the doorbell rang at my uncle's house and I hurried to answer it. Hello. Is this Mr. Zhang's home? I'm Zhuang Su. The young man asked politely. I had stared at him blankly. Zhuang Su. He had answered calmly. Yes. I stood there in a daze. It felt as though that moment had replayed itself before my eyes. Anything else? He still didn't sound impatient. He simply waited with endless patience. No. I lowered my head. Silence settled between us once more. There was truly nothing left to say. I should have gone upstairs. But I couldn't bear to. Moments like this would never come again. If only the night would never end. If only the stars would never disappear. If only you could stay here with me forever. But there were no more if-onlys. Today was the end. Even though it was time to part, my heart still clung shamelessly to forever. I simply stood there in silence, unable to say goodbye. And he remained there too, silent, keeping me company. But no matter how much I delayed it, the moment still had to come. I took a deep breath and looked at him. I'm going upstairs. I ran up the stairs. From the second-floor window, I watched him leave. He was almost out of sight. Just before the trees completely swallowed his figure, I suddenly lost control and shouted as loudly as I could. Zhuang Su. He stopped. Then he turned around. He was so far away now that I couldn't make out his expression, which meant he couldn't see mine either. So I let the tears flow freely. Waving at him with all my strength, I silently cried. Goodbye, Zhuang Su. I still like you. I still like you so much. But somehow, for the first time, my heart felt at peace. As long as I know you're somewhere in this world, that's enough. And from now on, I won't like you anymore. I'll let you go. End of the university arc. That night, one of us was thinking about farewell, while the other was thinking about the future. Chapter 14. I decided it was time to pull myself together. That did not, however, include being dragged onto an airplane by Jiang Rui. You're already this old, sis. Can you stop acting like a spoiled child? The word spoiled child struck me like a bolt of lightning. Annoyed, I shot back, I'm not. Am I not even allowed to protest after being tricked by you? You clearly told me we were leaving in July. Look at today's date. There are still several days before July. Jiang Rui chuckled. I did it for your own good. Aren't you afraid of flying? That's why I deliberately told you a later date. By the time you realized it, you'd already be on the plane with no time to panic. Isn't that good for your mental health? Pretty smart, right? Smart, my foot. After we settled into our seats, Jiang Rui continued trying to comfort me. All right, I know that incident left you traumatized, and now you're scared of flying. But once the plane takes off, there's nothing left to worry about. Why? You don't get motion sickness. You're only afraid of dying, right? Once we're in the air, whether we live or die is up to fate anyway. What's the point of worrying? He shrugged carelessly. I silently picked up a magazine, covered my face with it, and sighed. Why did I ever agree to Andy's request to travel with you? You get a free trip, and you're still complaining. He shook his head and quoted some nonsense he'd probably read somewhere. Crossing mountains and rivers to admire the scenery is like enduring hardships in pursuit of love. Sis, be brave and enjoy the view. I was far too tired to argue with someone who thought reopening old wounds counted as therapy. I gave him a lifeless glance. Oh, so after seeing the scenery, what then? You just leave. Jiang Rui looked puzzled. What else? Am I supposed to live in the scenery? I snorted immediately. So if you ever get the girl you like, you'll leave her too? What a player. This time, it was finally his turn to be speechless. Peace at last. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. Before long, he started rummaging through his bag. A moment later, he pulled the magazine off my face. Come on, sis. Let's take a picture together to commemorate the trip. I shoved him away. No. What if it turns into a memorial photo? At that exact moment, there was a click from the seat across the aisle. An elderly man who had been happily taking a peace sign selfie froze and stared at me in horror. After a long silence, Jiang Rui forced out a laugh. Sis, I think you meant a souvenir photo. Haha, right? That's what I meant. The old man silently lowered his head. He seemed to be deleting the picture. More than 12 hours later, our plane landed at Heathrow Airport in London. As we got off the plane, the elderly man finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Young lady, you frightened me so badly I didn't dare sleep the entire flight. Jiang Rui and I apologized profusely and even offered to help him carry his heavy luggage. He waved us off before hobbling away. The two of us looked at each other, burst into laughter, and raced out of the airport. Officially, this trip was supposed to be an overseas study tour. In reality, it was nothing more than sightseeing and visiting famous universities. Jiang Rui had planned the entire itinerary himself. I was simply tagging along. He sighed dramatically. Sis, have you ever played online games? I shook my head. If you had, you'd know exactly what you are. He looked at me with mock seriousness. You're basically a pet that follows its owner around. You know, the kind that trails behind all day. He muttered under his breath. At least those pets can pick up loot for their owners. Jiang Rui slapped the itinerary into my hand. If you really like a place, we can stay a few extra days. But that means rearranging the rest of the schedule. He smiled. You can handle that. My younger brother always acted rough and carefree, but he was actually the most thoughtful person I knew. He was probably trying to keep me busy, so I wouldn't have time to dwell on the past. How could I tell him he didn't need to worry about me anymore? I beckoned him over to sit beside me on the hillside overlooking endless fields of lavender. Jiang Rui. This trip is wonderful. He drew out a teasing. Oh, I wonder who it was that refused to come in the first place. I'm happy. Really? I smiled at him. The two of us sat quietly together for a while. Finally, I tore my eyes away from the endless sea of purple and tossed the itinerary back to him. I heard there are huge sunflower fields too. Why haven't we seen them yet? Come on, the next stop. Traveling really was wonderful. At the very least, it taught me that no matter how beautiful the scenery along the way might be, you still have to know when to say goodbye. Because it never truly belongs to you. Laughing and joking all the way, Jiang Rui and I continued our journey. In August, we arrived in Germany. Unexpectedly, Dad called us. My phone didn't have international roaming, so the call went to Jiang Rui instead. Dad said he happened to be in Germany on business and wanted us to join him for dinner. In a small restaurant on an ordinary German street, I saw him again after such a long time. He was still as handsome and energetic as ever. Dad had always been a good-looking man. Mom, on the other hand, was rather plain. When I was little, he often held me in his arms and teased her. Thank goodness our daughter didn't inherit your looks, or she'd have trouble finding someone to marry. Mom would pretend to be angry. But whenever she introduced me to her friends, she'd proudly say, Our Xiguang is lucky she takes after her father instead of me. Everyone in the Nya family is good-looking, men and women alike. Her voice had always been filled with happiness and pride. My parents had once loved each other deeply, until that woman appeared. We ordered our food and chatted as we ate. The conversation was as dry as the bread on the table. After the meal, Dad praised Jiang Rui several times before glancing at me. Jiang Rui immediately caught on. He stood up and tactfully said, It looks lively outside. Sis, I'll go buy some souvenirs. You two take your time. Once we were alone, neither of us spoke for a long while. Finally, he asked, How's your mother been lately? She's doing great. I answered casually. Godmother even told me there are people trying to set her up on dates. Her romantic prospects are better than mine these days. Dad, maybe Mom will remarry before you do. Don't talk nonsense. His expression darkened instantly. I've already told you I'm not getting remarried. She's an old friend I've known for decades. She's seriously ill and doesn't have many years left. Is it wrong for me to take care of her? There's nothing improper between us. Your mother is simply too suspicious. She can't tolerate even the slightest misunderstanding. Right. Just an old friend. Just taking care of her. I sneered inwardly. The so-called old friend had once been my father's first love. Back then, she looked down on the Nya family for being poor and from the countryside, so she married a man with an urban household registration instead. Life was ironic. 20 years later, her husband lost his job and died unexpectedly, leaving her destitute. Before even the traditional 7-day mourning period had passed, she dragged her frail body to collapse in front of Nia Chengyuan, who had long since become wealthy and successful. Naturally, my father was deeply moved. Unable to resist playing the hero, he bought her a villa, hired renowned doctors to treat her, and even accepted her daughter as his goddaughter. My mother couldn't bear it. Back then, she defied her family to marry a poor laborer who had come to the city looking for work. Now, she was just as decisive about filing for divorce. And my father still believed he was the victim. How ridiculous. I couldn't be bothered arguing anymore. Everything that needed to be said had already been said before the divorce. Repeating it now would only make me angrier. Taking a sip of tea, I said, "Is that all you wanted? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Jiang Rui is waiting for me." My attitude clearly upset him, but he held back his temper. "I asked you here today because of your job. Last time you mentioned applying to Shengyuan. Are you still planning to work there after you return to China?" I shook my head. "No, I've changed my mind. The Sheng family has worked closely with us these past 2 years." He sounded somewhat regretful. I even joked with Sheng Bukai about exchanging children for mentorship. After a pause, he continued, "But it's probably for the best. Xiguang, come work for me instead. It's time you started learning the business. One day, everything I have will be yours." I hadn't expected that. For a moment, I was stunned. "I know your mother doesn't want you getting close to me." He snorted. "Your mother's temper." He stopped himself. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Start by following me and learning the business. There's no need for you to waste time doing entry-level work." I was about to refuse when he suddenly let out a heavy sigh. "Xiguang, your father is getting old." I almost laughed it off. He still looked as handsome as ever. But when I looked closely, I noticed gray beginning to show at his temples. He looked tired. For a brief moment, the once vigorous Nia Chengyuan suddenly seemed much older. Wasn't he still under 50? When had his hair started turning gray? Even though I was still angry with him, an unexpected sadness welled up inside me. One memory after another surfaced. When I was little, he'd carried me halfway across the city just to buy KFC back when it was still a luxury. As our family became wealthier, my parents grew busier. But whenever he wasn't away on business, every night after my evening study sessions, I'd always find him waiting under the porch light when I came home. Perhaps that was exactly why his betrayal of our family hurt me so much. I stubbornly pushed those warm memories aside. Shaking my head, I said, "If Mom doesn't want me to work for you, then I won't." His voice became both hurt and agitated. "You still don't believe me? How many times do I have to tell you? There's nothing between us like you imagine. Then why haven't you asked her to move out of our house? It's just an empty house we've never even lived in. It doesn't mean anything." He sounded utterly exhausted. "She still has one more surgery. After that's over, I'll cut off all contact with her." Those words instantly reignited the anger and hurt I'd finally begun to bury. Yet, seeing how worn out he looked, I couldn't bring myself to say anything cruel. Instead, I answered stiffly, "Then I'll come work for you after you're done taking care of her." Dad looked at me for a long moment before sighing helplessly. "I don't know who you inherited that temper from. You seem easygoing on the outside, but inside you're as stubborn as a mule." "You." He shook his head. By the time Jiang Rui returned from outside, Dad had already left. The moment he sat down, he asked, "Sis, are you okay?" I nodded slightly. "Dad wants me to work at his company. What do you think?" Jiang Rui thought for a moment. "What did Uncle say?" After I told him everything, he considered it carefully before saying, "I think you should go. First, Auntie helped build that company too. You have every right to be there. Second," a cold smile appeared on his youthful face, What exactly are that mother and daughter trying to gain by clinging to uncle like that? The more someone covets something, the tighter you should hold on to it. Watching them desperately want something they'll never get. That's satisfying. I silently patted him on the shoulder. Little brother, has anyone ever told you that you're destined for great things? He nodded solemnly. Sis, to be honest, I've been unhappy with Dad for a long time. How could he let Andy be treated like that? All for some stupid business interests. I'm the younger generation, so there's only so much I can say. But if anyone ever bullies you, I'll be the first one to kick their door down. Moved, I threw my arms around him. Little brother, you make me feel so safe. I don't even want to think about you getting married someday. His serious expression instantly shattered. Blushing furiously, he flailed awkwardly. Hey, what are you doing? You can't just hug me whenever you feel like it. After spending some more time in Germany, we visited Austria before ending our 2-month study tour and flying back to China. Jiang Rui returned to Nanjing to prepare for starting university at Fudan in Shanghai. I went straight back to Wuxi. The moment I walked through the door, Mom scolded me. So you finally remembered to come home? Tell me, how many times did you call in the past 2 months? I grimaced. Well, I didn't dare call too often. She looked puzzled. Why not? The food overseas was awful. I was afraid you'd hear how much weight I'd lost over the phone and worry about me. Mom couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. After devouring several helpings of braised pork at home, she dragged me to visit Godmother. We'd always been close. Although we rarely saw each other, she'd settled in Beijing years ago and only returned to Wuxi for short visits every year. As soon as we arrived, I presented the gifts I'd brought back from Europe. After enduring a thorough interrogation about my studies and job search, Mom finally shooed me outside. I suspected she wanted to talk about Dad. Taking the opportunity, I slipped away to play with the kittens in the garden. On the way home, Mom remained unusually quiet. That night, just before bed, she suddenly asked, Xiguang, how's the job search going? Didn't you say you were applying on your own? Feeling slightly guilty, I replied, I'll start sending out resumes tomorrow. She was silent for a moment. Then she said, While you were in Europe, your father contacted me. What? She fell silent again before letting out a quiet sigh. Go ahead. I stared at her. You want me to work for Dad? Did he tell you something? I never agreed. Mom smiled. Of course I know you didn't. Otherwise, why would President Nya have come to me so angrily? A tiny spark of hope flickered inside me. Carefully, I asked, Did the two of you have a good talk? Mom seemed briefly distracted. Calmly, she said, Our family and the Shang family jointly invested in a manufacturing company in Suzhou a few years ago. You'll start working there first. Learn everything properly. I had no idea what agreement my parents had reached. But suddenly, another thought occurred to me. Maybe Dad had been telling the truth. Maybe he really was only helping that woman. Maybe there was still a chance for him and Mom to reconcile. Although I still resented him for what he'd done to her, if he admitted his mistakes and they got back together, I would be happier than anyone. The tiny spark of hope inside me grew a little brighter. I nodded vigorously. I'll do whatever you both think is best. So, 1 week later, carrying my suitcase and holding tightly to the hope that my parents would soon reconcile, I happily set off for Suzhou to begin my career. Chapter 15. I worked in the finance department, partly because I had interned at an accounting firm before and was fairly familiar with the field, and partly because my mother had started her career in the same position when she and my father first built their business. She excelled at finance and capital operations, while my father specialized in production and marketing. Once an unbeatable team, they had long since drifted apart. There wasn't much to say about the work itself. The section chief assigned me to an experienced employee named Chi. My current job was simply to sit beside her, watch her handle the accounts, familiarize myself with the various procedures and financial software, and study the reports they had prepared. What surprised me was that the company actually provided employee housing, 2 rather impressive high-rise buildings, probably because the land had been inexpensive when they bought it. Of course, the accommodation fee was still deducted from our wages. When I found out my salary, as well as what most of the factory workers earned, I thought the deduction was pretty steep. Every now and then, I'd overhear colleagues complaining about it, and I couldn't help feeling a little guilty. The ground floor of the dormitory building housed the cafeteria, so my daily routine became walk from the dorm to work, walk back for lunch, walk back to work, then walk back to the dorm to sleep. Lin Xuzheng complained, "I never imagined working life would be even worse than university. Back then, everything was just 3 points in a line. Now it's only 2. Sigh. At least campus was close to the city center. Here, you can't even find a convenience store once you step outside." Lin Xuzheng was my new roommate and worked in the company's management department. Our other roommate, Wan Yuhua, worked in marketing. Like me, they were both fresh graduates. The 3 of us shared a room built for 4 people, leaving 1 bed empty. Lin Xuzheng had a sweet face and a straightforward personality. She was from Shandong. Wan Yuhua was much quieter, originally from Chengdu, and rather surprisingly, didn't like spicy food. Work itself was neither especially good nor bad, but the cafeteria food was absolutely dreadful. After eating there for several days, I realized I'd been unfair to my university cafeteria. It definitely wasn't the worst cafeteria in China. The worst one was right here, waiting for us. As a result, going out in search of good food quickly became one of the biggest highlights of our lives. Not long after I started work, I called my mom to complain about the cafeteria and insisted that she make it up to me during the National Day holiday by cooking an entire table full of delicious dishes. Little did I know how naive I was. Finance is truly one of the most miserable professions in the world. Whenever there's a major holiday, everyone else can leave while we're stuck closing the books. The finance department can't take time off because our month-end closing always falls on the last day of the month and the first 2 days of the next one. So I had to work overtime until the second day of the holiday before I could finally go home. According to national regulations, National Day overtime was paid at triple rates, but I shamelessly exchanged every bit of overtime pay for compensatory leave instead. I immediately requested another 4 days off. The section chief approved it with obvious reluctance. Overjoyed, I rushed home to my mother's embrace, or more accurately, to her cooking, and stayed for a full 9 days. When I finally returned to the company, I discovered I was already behind the times. At some point, the cafeteria conversations had shifted from complaining about the food to collectively swooning over someone. Breaking news! I heard our new deputy general manager used to be a surgeon. He's handsome, elegant, and incredibly charming. Really? How do you know? Don't you know I have a classmate working in HR at Xiguang Shanghai headquarters? She called me last week and said Manager Lin was being transferred here. She was absolutely heartbroken and jealous too. So I dug around for more gossip. Huh? Why would he quit being a doctor to come here? How should I know? They said he used to be a famous surgeon, but for some reason he quit and became a department manager at Xiguang headquarters. Then all of a sudden, he got transferred here to oversee our branch. Hey, do you think being transferred from headquarters to here is a promotion or a demotion? That's hard to say. Who cares? The important thing is that he's handsome. The girls at our table were all fresh graduates, still clinging to the gossip habits we'd had as students. The only difference was that, unlike back then, everyone was much more careful when discussing senior management. No one spoke too openly, but the implications were obvious. A department manager from headquarters becoming a vice president at a branch office. It certainly didn't sound like a promotion. I picked absent-mindedly at a nearly tasteless fried fish fillet while listening intently. Unable to resist, I leaned over and whispered to Yinjia, "Have you already gone to see him?" She smirked proudly. "Vice President Lin is my direct supervisor, okay? Why would I need to go see him? I can look at him whenever I want." After enjoying my envious expression for a moment, she added, "Besides, he hasn't even arrived yet." "What's there to see?" I was speechless. So after all that excitement, the man hadn't even shown up yet. They really were getting carried away. Still, every executive in the company was either middle-aged or elderly. Suddenly hearing that a young, supposedly handsome executive was coming. Sigh. Even I found myself feeling a little curious. Despite everyone's anticipation, the handsome vice president took so long to arrive that the excitement gradually faded away. Life returned to its usual rhythm of work and cafeteria meals. The company was tucked away in a remote corner of the industrial park, with nowhere nearby to wander. The dormitories didn't even have internet access, making the evenings painfully dull. Eventually, our senior colleagues let us in on a secret. During breaks at work, we'd download officially licensed TV dramas and novels so we could enjoy them back at the dorms later. It might have sounded boring to other people, but I actually liked this sort of life. It was peaceful and uncomplicated. My colleagues were kind, and I was genuinely learning useful things at work. One evening after work, I was squatting in the dorm, scrolling through my phone, when Yinjia dragged Yuhua and me over to watch a drama starring her favorite actor. I wasn't usually interested in television. It always felt like too much of a commitment, but this one turned out to be surprisingly good. The pacing was fast, the suspense was gripping, and before I knew it, I was completely hooked. Then, right at the most exciting moment, it stopped. Yinjia let out a miserable wail. I forgot to download the next episode. Am I an idiot?" Yuhua and I nodded in perfect unison. Rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses has to go to the office and download it. The two of us immediately objected. "It's your idol's drama. Why should we be the ones downloading it?" Yinjia looked utterly heartbroken. "You've watched several episodes for free, and now you're complaining about downloading just one? Sisters, you can't treat me like this." Fine. Rock, paper, scissors it was. And I lost. Carrying my portable hard drive, I sneaked into the office. It wasn't month end, so the finance department was deserted. No one was working overtime. I didn't even switch on the lights. Quietly pulling out a chair, I started up one of the computers, connected to the network, and began downloading the episode. According to one of the company's unwritten rules, the best computers always went to the senior staff first. Our group of new recruits had inherited the outdated machines retired from some branch office ages ago, so they were forever developing one little problem after another. Sure enough, halfway through the download, the internet suddenly disconnected. The network cable had probably come loose again. I had no choice but to crawl under the desk and reconnect the cable behind the computer. Just as my hand found the cable, there was a sharp click. The lights blazed to life. The sudden brightness startled me so badly that I instinctively froze beneath the desk. Then I heard measured, unhurried footsteps drawing closer. They stopped directly in front of me. All I could see was a pair of impeccably pressed suit trousers. Feeling like I'd been caught stealing, I slowly looked up. My eyes met a pair of deep, unreadable ones. Perhaps because I was looking up at him from beneath the desk, his gaze felt especially imposing. He simply looked at me without saying a word. We remained like that, staring silently at each other. How long was he planning to keep looking at me? Only then did I realize I was still crouching under the desk. Flustered, I hurriedly scrambled out, cleared my throat, and decided the best defense was to question him first. "I don't think I've ever seen you before. You're not an employee here, are you? What are you doing here?" Maybe it was just my imagination, but the moment I finished speaking, both his expression and his eyes seemed to darken. "Haven't seen me?" He stared at me, pronouncing each word slowly. Of course you haven't seen me. With that, he looked away and turned to leave without another word. I stood there, dumbfounded, watching his perfectly straight back disappear into the distance. A cheerful ding from the computer finally pulled me back to reality. The download was complete. Chapter 16. When I got back to the dormitory, I was still a little dazed. Yinjia snatched the hard drive out of my hands and eagerly plugged it into the computer. As she did, she complained, "Why did you take so long?" Still distracted, I replied, "I was downloading the episode in the office when this man suddenly showed up and then just as mysteriously left." Yinjia immediately paused the video and turned to ask the only question she considered important. A romantic encounter? Was he handsome? Thankfully, Yuhua's reaction was much more sensible. Did you get caught? Who is he? Which department? He's not going to report you to management, is he? I don't know who he was. I don't think he works here. Otherwise, with a face like that, I definitely would have remembered him. Forget it. Let's just watch the drama. I shook my head, deciding to put the strange incident behind me. The next morning, as soon as I arrived at work, I received a text from Yinjia. "Oh my God. Xiguang, our vice president, is here. He's unbelievably, breathtakingly handsome. Hurry over and see for yourself." Yinjia had a habit of exaggerating everything tenfold, but she still managed to spark my curiosity. As an overworked finance employee buried under endless paperwork, I figured I was entitled to spend 10 minutes admiring a handsome man. So I grabbed a random file, pretended I had business with the management department, and headed over to Yinjia's desk. I chatted with her for a while before finally following her exaggerated hints and casually glancing towards the vice president's office. Then my heart sank. Behind the transparent glass wall, the straight-backed man sitting inside was unmistakably the same person I'd run into in the office the night before. Slowly turning back, I placed a solemn hand on Yinjia's shoulder. "I'm doomed." "What? What's wrong?" Yinjia was still basking in the excitement of having such an impossibly handsome boss. "Did you fall in love with Vice President Lin at first sight? Are you doomed forever now?" Her imagination left me speechless. I wisely decided not to tell her that Vice President Lin was the man I'd met the previous night. With her talent for gossip, the entire company would probably know by the afternoon. I staggered out of the management department. With the kind of first impression I'd made on my new superior, my career was clearly going to be an uphill battle. Unfortunately, my premonition proved to be frighteningly accurate. A week later, I faced my first professional crisis. I had signed off on a payment voucher that mistakenly paid the supplier in US dollars instead of renminbi. Although my signature was on the document, I hadn't actually processed the payment myself. As a new employee, I was still learning. The experienced staff handled the actual work while the trainees observed and then added their signatures after review. Even so, there was no way I could simply avoid responsibility. Oh, Chi-Chi, the senior employee mentoring me, was frantic. Her eyes were red as we retraced every step of the process. We quickly discovered that the purchase order submitted by the procurement department had listed the amount in US dollars, and the finance system had automatically carried that information over. The attached copy of the contract clearly stated the amount in renminbi, and company policy required us to verify the supporting documents. But in reality, the finance department processed so many transactions every day that no one had time to scrutinize every single attachment. The chances of this kind of mistake happening should have been extremely low. The procurement department required one person to prepare the documents and another to review them. Our finance department required one person to process the payment and another to audit it. Finally, the cashier checked it again before releasing the funds. Even after passing through all those layers, it had still happened. The real issue now was how to fix it. Unfortunately, it quickly became obvious that everyone's first priority was deciding who should take the blame. Several people from procurement came straight to our department. At first, everyone remained polite. Then disagreements arose. Soon, both sides were accusing each other loudly. At some point, one of the men from procurement said, "Oh, Chi-Chi, you weren't even the one who processed this payment. Why are you getting so worked up?" Whether he was trying to drive a wedge between us or simply shift responsibility, another procurement employee pointed directly at my signature on the document. The person who signed it should take responsibility. I was anxious, but I wasn't panicking. If I had to take the blame, then so be it. What irritated me was their attitude. Just as I was about to speak, Chi-Chi interrupted. "I processed it." Xiaonia only stamped it. I couldn't help feeling moved. Perhaps all those workplace dramas full of schemes and backstabbing weren't entirely true after all. Most people were ordinary. There weren't nearly as many plots and betrayals as television made it seem. I raised my hand. "I'll take responsibility for finance's part in this, but I won't take responsibility for someone else's mistake." Chi-Chi, who was at a crucial stage in being considered for promotion to chief accountant, gave me a grateful look. Even then, she still defended me. She's only just joined the company and doesn't understand these procedures yet. I don't think we should be arguing about blame right now. The priority is recovering the money. Our section chief is away on a business trip and won't be back until tomorrow. Just as everyone was at a loss, Chi-Chi's phone rang. After answering it, her face immediately turned pale. Vice President Lin knows. Now that senior management had become involved, the matter was no longer ours to handle. The procurement staff left. Half an hour later, Chi-Chi received another call from the cashier. After hanging up, she turned to me. The cashier said the supplier has agreed to refund the money today. I finally let out a sigh of relief. So did Chi-Chi. But there wasn't the slightest hint of happiness on her face. It was understandable. Making this kind of impression on the new vice president could easily cast a shadow over her future. She had always been patient and kind to me, so I took the initiative. "Chi-Chi, if the vice president asks about this, just tell him I was the one who handled it." Still clinging to the slightest hope, she replied, "Maybe he won't ask at all, since it's already been resolved." Unfortunately, hope alone wasn't enough. Before the end of the workday, everyone involved from all 3 departments was summoned to the vice president's office. When we entered, Vice President Lin was reviewing documents. Every movement was smooth and unhurried. It reminded me of the signature I'd once seen on an important payment approval. The 3 characters, Lin Xuzheng, flowed across the page with the same effortless confidence, carrying a hint of casual elegance. "Please have a seat." His voice was gentle. We exchanged surprised glances. Considering we'd been called in because of such a serious mistake, his politeness caught us off guard. After hesitating briefly, we all sat down on the sofa. Once he finished signing the last document, Vice President Lin looked up. His eyes settled directly on me. The look in his eyes was nothing like the warmth in his voice. I froze. Before I could study his expression more carefully, he had already shifted his gaze elsewhere. His tone remained calm and composed. "I hope this will be the only time." His voice wasn't loud, nor was it particularly cold. It was completely matter-of-fact. Yet there was no room for argument. He picked up the account book beside him and looked at the signature page. "Miss Nia, I believe you are clearly unsuited for any position involving finance." My heart skipped a beat. What was he trying to do? Was he firing me? Then, without looking up, he said calmly, "Effective immediately, you are transferred to the management department." Not only was I stunned, everyone else in the room stared at me in shock as well. Transferred to the management department? What? What was going on? The management department reported directly to the deputy general manager. If I were transferred there, wouldn't that make me his direct subordinate? Was this supposed to be a punishment? The others looked at me with expressions full of confusion and speculation. Unable to hold back any longer, I asked, "Why? Why?" At last, his eyes softened slightly as they met mine. "Miss Nya, you're still in your probationary period." Chapter 17. Dizzy and disoriented, I reported to the administration department. It just so happened to be Injia's department. The department head, Wang Qi, was a slightly overweight middle-aged man who gave off a completely different impression from the head of finance. He was outgoing and talkative. After introducing me to the department's work, he spotted Vice President Lin coming through the main entrance and immediately led me over to greet him. "Vice President Lin, Xiaonia has officially reported for duty. How would you like to assign her work?" Without even looking up, Vice President Lin replied, "You decide." Wang Qi asked cautiously, "Should we have Xiaonia start by organizing the archives?" Vice President Lin gave an indifferent nod before walking into his office. And just like that, I was assigned to the archives. It wasn't until I actually started that I realized what a nightmare the job was. Heaven knew how long it had been since the company's archives had last been properly sorted. Calling them chaotic was an understatement. By the end of the day, I was covered from head to toe in dust and grime. The next day, seeing how overwhelmed I was, Yin Jia and Yuhua stayed behind after work to help. Human adaptability really was astonishing. On the first day, I had been disgusted by all the dirt. By now, I barely noticed the dust anymore. While Yin Jia and Yuhua went to the convenience store to buy drinks, I sat cross-legged on the floor without a care, humming as I bundled the files together. It was that viral song Jiang Rui had taught me. Hearing the door open, I stopped humming and said without looking up, "We're out of file covers again. Could you grab the stack by the door for me?" There was no response. Confused, I looked up. Vice President Lin was standing by the door. I scrambled to my feet. "Vice President Lin, I'm sorry. I thought Yin Jia had come back." He glanced at me before reaching for a file on the shelf. Just when I thought he was about to leave without saying a word, he suddenly spoke in a low voice. "You seem happy." After getting caught downloading TV dramas and then making a mess of the accounts that he'd had to clean up, this was a rare opportunity to improve his opinion of me. I immediately replied with enthusiasm, "It's fine. It's a little tiring, but once you get used to it, sorting everything actually goes pretty quickly." The same suffocating silence fell between us. Then I heard a soft humph, a faint chuckle. He turned and walked away. Not long afterwards, Yin Jia and Yuhua pushed the door open, chatting cheerfully as they came in. "Vice President Lin is such a nice person. Did you see that? He actually smiled when we greeted him just now. Now I finally understand what people mean by as refreshing as a spring breeze." Yuhua shook her head. "I actually think he's pretty hard to approach. Look at Jiangya from your department. She jokes around with General Manager Zhang all the time, but she wouldn't dare behave like that around Vice President Lin." "Oh, you're right now that you mention it. But he's still such a gentleman. So gentle and refined." I stopped working and seriously thought about it for a moment. Were they really talking about the same Vice President Lin I knew? 3 days later, I reached a conclusion. Not only was he not the same person, he wasn't even human. Just when I thought I was finally finished with the archives and could relax a little, Vice President Lin seemed to suddenly remember I existed. From barely acknowledging me before, he had progressed to making full use of me. I was the one working overtime every single day. I was the one constantly running errands all over the building. Refreshing as a spring breeze? Gentle and refined? Did they think I didn't know what those words meant? As it happened, one of the female staff members was on leave that day, and I was immediately summoned into his office. "The figures in this report are wrong. Do it again." I took the report and flipped through it in confusion. Wasn't this the budget report Jianya had prepared? She'd only finished it before going on leave, and it had been submitted barely 10 minutes earlier. Had he really found a problem that quickly? The expense section is incorrect. Recheck the figures submitted by every department. Vice President Lin, I said hesitantly, isn't this Jiangya's responsibility? I've never done this kind of report before. Is that so? Yes. I nodded vigorously. Then learn. His tone was utterly casual. I'm sure you'll pick it up quickly. At lunch, I deliberately ordered an extra helping. Yuhua stared at me in astonishment. Xiguang, aren't you worried about putting on weight? More work means I need more food. I'm definitely working overtime today, so I need to stock up on energy. Jia suddenly leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Xiguang, Jianya looked really upset when she left at lunchtime. But since she was in such a hurry, it's only natural that Vice President Lin handed the work over to you, right? I looked up from my bowl. But it isn't just today. I feel like she's targeting you? Jia chuckled. Well, you were personally transferred by Vice President Lin. Of course, she'd have thoughts about that. Yuhua nodded. That's right, Xiguang. When Vice President Lin suddenly moved you from finance to administration, a lot of people had their own opinions. To be honest, I had noticed all those speculative, ambiguous looks from my colleagues at first. But after spending my first days locked away in a tiny archive room, followed by endless overtime, those looks had gradually turned into either sympathy or barely concealed amusement. I sighed. I work like a beast of burden every day. Surely nobody still thinks that now. I wouldn't be so sure. Jiangya definitely does. Otherwise, why would Vice President Lin always ask you to stay for overtime? And he's there too. Just the two of you in that huge office. Get a grip. That office belongs to several departments. There are people working overtime there every day. But Jia had already disappeared into her own imagination, completely ignoring my explanation. Oh, wait. Her eyes sparkled. Xiguang, could Vice President Lin actually like you? She looked me up and down with fresh interest. You really are beautiful, you know. You just never dress up because you're always wearing work clothes. I quietly poked at my rice before asking, if a man asks what you want to eat and cooks for you, would you think he likes you? Jia nodded so hard it was almost exaggerated. Cooking for someone is the ultimate expression of love. Yeah, back then, that was exactly what I'd thought. I'd believed he must have liked me. At least a little. Only later did I realize the truth. He simply didn't want to eat takeaway with me at the hotel. He didn't want us to share the spotlight. So, I forced a smile. Wishful thinking is a disease. It needs treatment. An inexplicable bitterness rose inside me. I picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork, forcing down the sour ache in my chest. Then I set my chopsticks aside and announced solemnly, I've decided. Jia and Yuhua both turned to me. I need to take leave too. Chapter 18. Taking leave on the same day was naturally impossible. I worked overtime to finish the budget report, and the next morning I placed the typed leave request, along with the report, on Lin Xuzheng's desk. I thought my leave request would be quietly approved like everyone else's, but I had been far too naive. As soon as Lin Xuzheng arrived, I was summoned into his office. Why are you requesting leave? I'm not feeling well. Lin Xuzheng looked up. His gaze swept over me from head to toe, scrutinizing me. Unfortunately, I used to be a doctor. I really can't see any signs that you're unwell. Without thinking, I asked, were you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Otherwise, how could he be using observation, listening, questioning, and pulse diagnosis? Unexpectedly, the moment the words left my mouth, his expression changed dramatically. The look he gave me turned ice cold. I froze. He looked away and said in a restrained voice, I won't approve your leave. You may go. Dejected, I walked out of his office with the rejected leave request in hand. Yin Jia came over. Did he approve it? I looked at her seriously. Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? She stared at me blankly. No. Are you having some kind of seizure? Would you get angry if someone asked you that? Why would I? At most I'd think you were crazy. Exactly. Then why had Lin Xuzheng reacted as though I'd stepped on a landmine? I sighed, tore up the leave request, threw it into the bin, and decided to keep my head down for the next few days. Unfortunately, even if the tree longed for stillness, the wind refused to stop. The following days turned out to be even more eventful. It all started when Yin Jia discovered that we were being treated unfairly. This is outrageous. She only just joined the company, but she was assigned to Building A. Even if that room became vacant because someone moved out, we should have had priority since we joined earlier. It's obviously because she has connections. She's related to the department head. This is infuriating. The logistics department has gone too far. The company's dormitories were divided into buildings A and B, and the conditions were very different. Building A housed 2 people per room and came with a private bathroom, a washing machine, and other amenities. It was far more comfortable. Building B housed either 4 or 8 people per room, with shared bathrooms and shower facilities. When we joined the company, the logistics department told us that Building A was already full, so we were assigned to Building B instead. Recently, however, Yin Jia discovered that an HR employee who had joined after us had been assigned to Building A. Now she was fuming in the dormitory. What should we do? We can't just let this go. I'm going to the logistics department to demand an explanation. Yuhua, though usually gentle, wasn't someone who accepted unfair treatment quietly. She nodded. Right. Let's file a complaint. Yin Jia frowned. I'm just worried that complaining won't accomplish anything. They could drag it out, and by the time they finally deal with it, she'll have been living there for ages. Are they really going to make her move then? After thinking for a moment, I said, why don't we just go directly to Vice President Lin? Back when I was in the finance department, the section chief specifically told new employees to go to him if we had any problems with work or living arrangements. Yuhua nodded. Our supervisor said something similar, but go straight to the vice president? Of course. Yin Jia and I are in the management department, and you're in marketing. Technically, we're all under his direct leadership. Who else should we go to? Remembering how he always casually ordered me around, making me work overtime and run errands, I suddenly felt that this idea made perfect sense. Yuhua, who tended to overthink things, hesitated. Maybe we shouldn't. That employee is related to the department head. What if Vice President Lin thinks we're causing trouble and making things difficult for him? She had a point. If our direct superior thought we were being unreasonable, that would be disastrous. My perspective was different from theirs, which was why I'd suggested it so casually. Realizing that, I felt a little embarrassed and quickly said, how about this? You two prepare the complaint, and I'll go talk to Vice President Lin. Yin Jia immediately shook her head. No way. If we're doing this, we either go together or not at all. Yuhua nodded in agreement. I made up an excuse to persuade them. There's no need. I'll go by myself. If too many of us show up, the vice president might think we're trying to pressure him. Besides, with everything that had already happened between Lin Xuzheng and me, one more incident hardly mattered. I wasn't worried about him forming an even worse opinion of me. In fact, within reason, I found that I rather enjoyed causing him a little inconvenience. And something this minor could hardly count as trouble for someone like him. The next morning, however, Lin Xuzheng was absent the entire morning. I waited and waited until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon before his figure finally appeared at the office entrance. I immediately hurried over. Vice President, do you have a moment? He paused, his gaze sweeping across my face. Without saying a word, he walked straight into his office. After hesitating briefly, I followed him inside. Only after we entered did he speak. Close the door. What is it? I shut the door behind me. When I turned around, I happened to see him remove his suit jacket and casually toss it aside. Today he was dressed in an impeccably tailored suit that made him look especially distinguished. Earlier, when he had walked through the main office, he'd attracted everyone's attention. Now, without the jacket, he stood beside his desk in a crisp white shirt, his head slightly lowered as he poured himself a cup of tea. Black cufflinks peeked from beneath his sleeves, and every movement he made was effortlessly elegant. I suddenly remembered hearing that he'd once been a surgeon. I wondered what he must have looked like wearing a white coat and holding a scalpel. The sounds of conversation from the main office snapped me out of my thoughts. Only then did I realize I'd been standing there in a daze. Yet, even though I hadn't spoken a word, he didn't rush me. He simply stood there quietly, his expression calm, allowing me to stare at him. Embarrassed, I hurriedly explained the dormitory situation. He lowered his eyes. You came to me over something like this? Why, yes. He took an unhurried sip of tea, his composed expression revealing nothing. Then he set the cup down, picked up the phone, and made a call. Before long, the director of the logistics department arrived. I hurried out to bring Injia and Yuhua over as well. The logistics director immediately apologized to us, saying things like, this was entirely an oversight on our part. Injia, ever diplomatic, promptly replied that she understood and apologized for troubling their department. Even Yuhua, who usually struggled with social situations, managed to force out a stiff smile. The atmosphere was harmonious all around. Then the logistics director raised an awkward issue. There is only one available two-person dormitory, but there are 3 of you. How should we arrange this? We had never considered that possibility and were momentarily speechless. However, the decision wasn't ours to make. Lin Xuzheng settled it with a single sentence. Injia and Wan Yuhua will move. Naturally, the logistics director had no objections. Understood. Please have both of them submit transfer applications when it's convenient, and we'll make the arrangements as soon as possible. Injia and Yuhua exchanged a glance before stepping forward together. Vice President, Lin Xuzheng didn't give them a chance to finish. That's enough. This matter is settled. Then he looked at me. Nya Xiguang, stay. Injia and Yuhua shot me worried looks. I shook my head slightly, and they reluctantly left the office. Silence settled over the room. Lin Xuzheng leaned back in his chair. Miss Nia, do you have any objections to the way I handled this? For a moment, I didn't even notice that he'd changed the way he addressed me. I shook my head. No, I thought not. He nodded, and a faintly mocking look gradually appeared in his eyes. Since Miss Nia seems so determined to travel incognito, I presume you won't mind living in accommodations that are a little closer to those of ordinary people. Chapter 19. Why do all the good-looking men seem to have it out for me? On my way back to the dormitory after work, I couldn't help venting my frustrations to Jiang Rui over the phone. Jiang Rui was busy typing away at his computer and replied absent-mindedly, "What's so bad about that? If a beautiful woman made my life difficult, I'd be thrilled." Jiang Rui. Did you ask him how he knew? Of course I did. Do you think he'd actually answer me? Oh, don't make such a big deal out of it. He was transferred from Xingyuan's headquarters, so it's not strange that he knows you're here. But his attitude. Jiang Rui paused before continuing. Sis, he's a surgeon who became a department manager the moment he joined Xingyuan. Haven't you ever wondered why? I have. Of course I had thought about it. It just didn't seem relevant to me, so I'd only given it a passing thought before putting it out of my mind. Jiang Rui continued, I heard the power struggles at Xingyuan have been pretty intense these past few years. The old chairman is choosing a successor, and he has a lot of sons. Your boss, who knows whose side he's on? But he must have belonged to one of the inner circles before getting sidelined. Uncle is close to Sheng Yuan's eldest son, isn't he? So I think you're just collateral damage. I frowned, instinctively rejecting the idea. No way. He doesn't seem like that kind of person. Lin Xuzheng carried himself with such integrity that it was hard to imagine him taking out a corporate power struggle on someone like me. He's the sort of person. I searched for the right words. He used to be a doctor, the kind who looks like he'd never accept a bribe. Jiang Rui sounded genuinely shocked. Sis, are you serious? He treats you like that, and you still think he's a good person? Oh man, this is exactly how romances begin. That's not the point. Jiang Rui, Shanghai, and Suzhou aren't far apart. The high-speed rail only takes a little over 10 minutes. All right, I'll stop teasing you. He chuckled. Still, people like that don't play fair. If he really wanted to make things difficult for you, he wouldn't let you off this easily. He's not stupid. Why did I feel like I'd just been shot? Then I think it's the other possibility. He simply doesn't like you. Did you do something that gave him a bad first impression? I was about to confidently say no. Then I remembered the downloaded files. And our first meeting beneath the desk. I fell silent. Jiang Rui, who knew me better than anyone, burst out laughing on the other end of the line. After extracting the full story from me and mercilessly making fun of me, he sighed. Sis, you really need to grow up. All right, I'm back at the dorm. Bye. I decisively hung up. After thinking it over, I concluded that Lin Xuzheng's attitude toward me was simply the result of prejudice and an unfortunate first impression. Prejudice was the hardest thing to change. I might as well leave it alone. Besides making me work overtime and sending me on errands, what else could he really do? The following week was exceptionally busy because we had to coordinate with the finance and production departments to conduct a complete factory inventory. Inventory work was notoriously exhausting, so it was usually scheduled during slower periods, with employees from each department taking turns participating. Given Vice President Lin's special attention toward me, I figured there was no way I'd escape this assignment anyway. So I simply volunteered for the very first day. At the factory's administrative building, I was pleasantly surprised to discover that Chi from the finance department had also been assigned to assist with the inventory. We chatted for a while until Su from the production department, who was coordinating the day's work, came over apologetically. Xiguang, I'm really sorry. Our printer broke down this morning and was only just repaired. The inventory sheets haven't been printed yet. Could you wait a little longer? No problem. Take your time, I replied. I was more than happy to have a legitimate excuse to slack off. After finishing with the printer, Su had nothing else to do, so she poured each of us a cup of water and sat down to chat. A moment later, her computer chimed. She glanced at the screen and immediately exclaimed excitedly, Wow, Chi, you're missing out. Dandan says there's an incredibly handsome guy in your department today. Chi leaned over with interest. Who? Where's he from? Let me ask Dandan. Dandan also worked in the finance department and shared a dormitory with Su, so they were close friends. Without hesitation, Su opened QQ on the computer and started chatting right in front of us. After a brief exchange, she looked up. Dandan says he's from Bank A. The hand holding my paper cup trembled slightly. Do you know his surname? Chi shook her head. Probably not. Dandan works in tax, and foreign banks usually deal with the treasury team. Su interrupted. She does know. She's gossiping about him right now. She read from the screen. His surname is Zhuang. She says it's a really cool name because it's such a rare surname. She suddenly looked at me. Hey, Xiguang, are you okay? I just remembered something urgent back at the office. I need to go for a moment. I'll be right back. Huh? Is it really that urgent? Su called after me. The inventory sheets are almost ready. We'll be starting soon. Her voice quickly faded behind me. I hadn't thought about that person in such a long time. I'd thought time would gradually erase everything. I'd thought. Perhaps enough time simply hadn't passed. Leaning against the door connecting the factory to the office building, I gasped for breath. For the first time, I felt profoundly grateful that I'd been assigned to inventory duty. If I hadn't been here today, I would have been in the office. And at such a short distance, before reason could stop me, I would have already run to the finance department. I would have already seen him. And he would have seen me. Still clinging to feelings I'd never managed to let go of. At least now. I could still turn back. I could retreat to a place where I knew he was here. But couldn't actually see him. Was this progress? It had to be. I'd already decided to return to the factory and continue the inventory. Yet as I stared at the office building in the distance, at every window of the finance department, my feet simply refused to move. Then I heard the factory gate open. A group of people walked in together, chatting as they entered. Several pairs of eyes landed on me. One gaze, however, was impossible to ignore. I slowly looked up. Lin Xuzheng. He stood there with his safety helmet in one hand, several production department managers following behind him. Of course, part of the factory was under expansion recently, so it wasn't surprising that he was here. After several seconds of silence, he spoke. If I remember correctly, you should be conducting inventory in the factory right now. I'll go back immediately. My response came sluggishly. Lin Xuzheng said nothing. He studied me with that sharp, penetrating gaze once again before saying coldly, "You'll be responsible for inventory for the entire week." Why? I stared at him in surprise. Wasn't inventory duty supposed to rotate? Unauthorized absence. He uttered those 4 words coldly before turning to leave with the others. After taking a few steps, he stopped and looked back. Of course, if Miss Nia is unwilling, no one can force her. I clenched my fists. I'd be delighted. And so, amid Yin Jie's sympathetic glances, Yuhua's worried expression, and the barely concealed schadenfreude of several others in the office, I embarked on a week-long inventory marathon. The inventory work proved even more exhausting than the senior employees had described. The factory had several enormous warehouses, many of which required riding temporary lifting platforms to reach the upper storage areas. Those makeshift lifts had no safety railings at all. They frequently stopped nearly 10 meters above the ground, forcing me to lean out while checking material labels and counting inventory. After 3 days of this, my legs felt like jelly every time I stepped off the platform. One day I stumbled badly after getting down, scraping both my hands and knees until they bled. On the final day, just as the work was nearly finished, a component fell from a shelf and struck me on the head. I felt as though I'd never suffered so much in my entire life. Yin Jie even offered to take over for me for 2 days. I firmly refused. It was only 1 week. How bad could it be? Gritting my teeth, I finally made it to the weekend. When the inventory was over and I walked out of the factory carrying a thick stack of inventory sheets, I genuinely felt as though my youth had withered away, leaving behind nothing but a battered shell. Mom, I'm not coming home this weekend. Yeah, I'm going out with my colleagues. After work on Friday, instead of returning to my own dormitory, I collapsed onto the bed in Yin Jie's new room, barely resembling a living human being, and called my mother. After hanging up, Yin Jie, who was cooking porridge, walked over. "Xiguang, why don't you come out with us tomorrow?" "No," I answered without hesitation. Tomorrow I intended to stay in bed all day. I didn't even have the energy to go home. How could I possibly go sightseeing? But you just told your mom you were going out with us. I just said that on the spur of the moment. Was I supposed to tell her my boss worked me so hard I can't even move? Oh, right. When you come back tomorrow, bring me something for dinner. We're not going into the city tomorrow. Were you even listening earlier? Yin Jie gave me a light smack. Of course I hadn't been listening. I was so exhausted that my ears might as well have stopped working. Then where are you going? Shanghai. You know I went to university in the north, right? Now that I'm working down here and Shanghai's so close, of course I want to visit. It's incredibly convenient. You can just grab a taxi outside the company. I'm coming too. Yuhua said she wants to visit Jing'an Temple to pray. I never expected her to be so devout, considering how much meat she eats. Yinjia suddenly stopped talking. Huh? Xiguang, what did you just say? Nothing. I lay back down, trying to sound as casual as possible. I said I'm coming too. Chapter 20. Early the next morning, we were hailing a taxi outside the company entrance. Yinjia and Yuhua did most of the flagging down while I sat on a nearby flower bed, catching up on sleep. Just as I was drifting off, I suddenly heard Yinjia's delighted voice. Vice President Lin, you're going to Shanghai too? Why was he here? Startled, I immediately looked up, but it was already too late. I heard Lin Xuzheng's pleasantly familiar voice. Yes, I can give you a ride. I quickly signaled Yinjia with my eyes to refuse, but not only did she pretend not to notice, she actually pulled me to my feet and pushed me toward the front passenger seat. Thank you, Vice President Lin. Xiguang, you take the front. She said it loudly, then hurriedly whispered in my ear, this is a great opportunity. Since we're off the clock, everyone's more relaxed. Try to get on good terms with Vice President Lin. She dragged Yuhua into the back seat at lightning speed, leaving me no chance to refuse, then slammed the rear door shut with a bang. With no other choice, I got into the front seat. Inside the confined space, the presence of the man beside me was impossible to ignore. I really couldn't understand why he was willing to play chauffeur. As he released the handbrake, his hand nearly brushed against my clothes. Without a word, I discreetly tugged them away and shifted a little closer to the door. His hand paused for a brief moment before he expressionlessly pressed the accelerator. The car moved smoothly forward. Yinjia reached over from the back seat and pinched my arm hard, urging me to say something. I shrank even farther toward the door and ignored her. Lin Xuzheng glanced at us. Yinjia immediately withdrew her hand and let out a couple of awkward laughs. He asked casually, "Where are you going?" "We're heading to Jing'an Temple first. Yuhua loves praying to the gods. She says Jing'an Temple is especially good if you're praying for wealth. Then I want to visit the Bund. People always say only tourists go there, but hey, I am a tourist." Haha. With Yinjia around, there was never a dull moment. Lin Xuzheng had asked a single question, and she'd already launched into a lengthy explanation. Sleepiness crept over me again. I covered my mouth and quietly yawned. Blah, blah, blah. Listening to Yinjia's rhythmic chatter, I couldn't fight off the drowsiness any longer and drifted back to sleep. Through the haze, I vaguely heard her saying, "Hee, Xiguang's been really exhausted lately." I heard inventory inspections involve climbing up and down shelves and riding lifts all day. She even fell once, scraped up her hands and legs, and got hit on the head by a spare part. By the time Yuhua shook me awake, we'd already arrived at Jing'an Temple. Yinjia and Yuhua thanked Lin Xuzheng. I simply got out of the car without saying a word. Standing beside the car, I accidentally met his gaze. I immediately looked away, turning instead to the dazzling golden temple before me. Lin Xuzheng drove off. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Yuhua sighed emotionally. Vice President Lin is such a nice person. I thought he'd make us get out and take a taxi as soon as we reached Shanghai. Yinjia snorted. He probably saw Xiguang sleeping like a log and couldn't bear to throw us out. Then she turned and scolded me. What a wasted opportunity. It wasn't even work hours. Couldn't you have said a few nice things and smoothed things over? I don't need to suck up to him. Why are you so stubborn? Yuhua hurriedly stepped in. All right, let's not argue at the temple entrance. Let's go inside. Yinjia huffed. Who's arguing with her? Yeah, I said. Whoever argues is a pig. Yin Jia punched me playfully a couple of times before bursting into laughter again. Yuhua ushered us into the temple. When Yin Jia saw the entrance fee was several dozen yuan, she flatly refused to go in. I didn't particularly care either way, so I went inside with Yuhua. But the moment I knelt on the prayer cushion, I found myself at a loss. If I was going to make a wish, what should I wish for? The answer came naturally the instant I clasped my hands together. The person who appeared in my mind wasn't my parents. It wasn't myself. It wasn't that person. It was Lin Xuzheng. Pressing my palms together, I closed my eyes and prayed with complete sincerity. Please make Vice President Lin Xuzheng disappear as soon as possible. Whether he's promoted, transferred back to headquarters, or abducted by aliens, just make him disappear quickly. After making my wish, I suddenly felt the trip had been worthwhile, and my mood improved considerably. Yuhua looked as though she'd strike it rich tomorrow. We left Jing'an Temple and met up with Yin Jia before heading to the Bund. There wasn't much to do there, so after wandering around for a while, it was soon time for dinner. Unfortunately, Yin Jia and I couldn't agree on where to eat. She insisted on going to City God Temple. It's one of Shanghai's landmarks. We can eat and sightsee at the same time. Let's cross the river, I said. Why go to Pudong? City God Temple is closer, and there's a snack festival going on. Think about it. An entire street packed with delicious food that's cheap too. Let's go to City God Temple. There's food everywhere. Besides, I'll treat you to a big meal over there. Yin Jia's eyes lit up immediately. Really? You're buying us a big meal? I nodded. A big meal. She made one last attempt. But I really want to go to the snack festival. There are lots of handsome guys over there. They're all elites. Her eyes sparkled instantly. Really? Of course. It's the financial district, the busiest part of Shanghai. Securities companies, banks. I paused. Handsome guys everywhere. Yin Jia decisively gave a one-word answer. Let's go. We hailed a taxi. Ever since I'd mentioned all the handsome guys, Yin Jia had been staring eagerly out the window the moment we emerged from the tunnel beneath the river. After a while, she suddenly turned around. Shineonme's headquarters is around here, isn't it? Do you think Vice President Lin might be there right now? Maybe we could hitch a ride back with him. Absent-mindedly, I murmured, Then I told the driver, Shangyuan Tower, please. Yin Jia stared at me in shock. After we got out of the taxi, Yuhua tugged gently at my sleeve. Xiguang, are you really going to see Vice President Lin? What? I finally snapped out of my daze. We're just eating somewhere nearby. There were plenty of restaurants in the surrounding buildings. After choosing one and sitting down, Yuhua asked worriedly, Isn't this place a little expensive? We've worked so much overtime. The overtime pay will cover it. As I flipped through the menu, I quickly ordered enough dishes to fill the entire table. Yin Jia kept giving me meaningful looks, but I pretended not to notice. After the waiter left, she exclaimed, Xiguang, have you lost your mind? This has to cost 600 or 700 yuan. We won't even finish it. Then we'll just take our time. I looked out the window toward the distant arc-shaped logo gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. The meal lasted a full hour and a half. Unsurprisingly, we were all completely stuffed. As Yin Jia asked the waiter for takeaway containers, she rubbed her stomach. I don't think I can eat another grain of rice. Yuhua asked, where should we go next? There's a cafe downstairs that's famous for its afternoon tea. How about we sit there for a while? Yin Jia looked utterly exasperated. I beg you, can we go somewhere else? No more eating, okay? I heard their cakes are really good. No way. No matter how good they are, I can't eat another bite. My knees hurt. I can't walk anymore. You're shameless. With tears practically streaming down her face, Yin Jia dragged Yuhua along to have afternoon tea with me. Even though she'd insisted she couldn't eat another bite, the moment the beautifully decorated cakes arrived, she instantly came back to life, eating more enthusiastically than anyone else. Yuhua sighed helplessly. Weren't you trying to lose weight recently? Even if today is a rare outing, you don't have to go this far. All those days of dieting will have been for nothing. Yin Jia defended herself righteously. It's because I ate so little these past few days that I've ended up like this. Do you know what it's like to stare at your favorite food without being able to eat it? At first I could hold back, but the longer it went on, the stronger the craving became, until I couldn't control myself anymore. The more you suppress it, the harder it is to resist. Sigh, if I never saw delicious food, I'd be fine. People who've never dieted just wouldn't understand. The more you suppress it, the harder it is to resist? What's so hard to understand? I stirred my milk tea while gazing out the window. Oh, come on. You don't even need to diet. How would you know? After finishing a few small cakes, Yin Jia truly couldn't eat anymore and joined me in looking outside. Xiguang, you've been staring out there for ages. Have you spotted any handsome guys? I haven't seen a single one. Yuhua timidly added. I wanted to ask earlier. Today's Saturday, isn't it? Handsome guys don't work weekends either. I froze. In an instant, all the energy drained from my body. Right. Today was Saturday. If it weren't Saturday, I wouldn't have had time to come to Shanghai. And on Saturdays, people didn't work. I'd been working so much overtime that I'd gone completely brain dead and forgotten something so obvious. Yin Jia groaned dramatically. We've been tricked by Xiguang. Just admit it, you only wanted to come here because you were craving the food, weren't you? Let's head back, I said after a long silence. Yeah, it's about time. The three of us left the cafe together. The streets were crowded with people. Once again, I looked up at the countless rows of windows in that building. I stopped walking. Among all those windows, which one did he usually look out from? Xiguang. Xiguang? What are you thinking about? Come on. What was I thinking? Standing on this crowded street, countless people passed by me every minute. Some walked toward me. Some brushed past my shoulder. I met countless strangers. But never him. I knew he passed through here every day. I knew he was somewhere in this city. Maybe on the next street. Maybe in the next moment, standing exactly where I was now. But at this very moment, I couldn't meet him. And he would never know that someone had once stood here. Imagining what it would be like to run into him. Yin Jia tugged at my sleeve. Xiguang? Why did you stop? What are you thinking about? Huh? Nothing. I murmured softly. It's just that meeting someone in Shanghai is really too difficult. Chapter 21. I slept the entire day in the dormitory. That night, however, I couldn't fall asleep at all. After tossing and turning for a long time, I finally gave up, got out of bed, and spent the entire night playing handheld games. By Monday morning, I staggered into work in a daze. On the way there, I even wondered if Lin Xuzheng would sneer at me again if he saw me looking like this. But the moment I stepped into the office, I heard shocking news. It seems Vice President Lin was in a car accident. What? My drowsiness instantly vanished. The wish I'd made at the temple flashed through my mind. Could it really? I grabbed Jiangya, who had been spreading the news, and asked anxiously, Is he okay? She shot me a suspicious look, and her tone immediately turned sour. Nya Xiguang, why are you so concerned? I never knew you cared so much about Vice President Lin. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving me without a single useful answer. Fortunately, a departmental meeting was called shortly afterward. General Manager Zhang, who rarely handled day-to-day affairs, personally chaired the meeting. He confirmed that Vice President Lin had indeed been involved in a car accident. Fortunately, the injuries weren't serious, but he would need several weeks of rest. I'll be taking over Vice President Lin's duties for the time being. However, since the factory expansion project is still underway, we'll occasionally need his input. We'll need someone to deliver documents to his home, nothing too frequent, perhaps once or twice a week. Is anyone willing to do it? General Manager Zhang looked around the room. Before anyone else could react, I stood up. General Manager Zhang, I'll go. Everyone turned to look at me. I coughed awkwardly. First, I've been closely involved in the expansion project. Second, as everyone knows, Vice President Lin doesn't exactly have the best impression of me. Remembering the usual situation between us, several colleagues' expressions softened. I continued. So, I'd like to take this opportunity to improve his opinion of me. And, more importantly, to ease my own guilt. That was the real reason. I looked at General Manager Zhang with earnest eyes. Perhaps my enthusiasm was a little overwhelming because he immediately made his decision. All right, you'll go. So, the following afternoon, I carried a stack of documents to Vice President Lin's home. The person who answered the door was a woman in her 50s. She seemed to have been expecting someone from the company and greeted me warmly. Hello, ma'am. Is this Mr. Lin Xuzheng's residence? Yes. You're from Mr. Lin's company, aren't you? He's waiting in the study. Please come in. After changing into slippers, I followed her toward the study, clutching the files tightly. But the moment I reached the study door, I suddenly lost my courage. I felt like a criminal about to face the person I'd wronged. I tugged gently at the woman's sleeve. Ma'am, how is Vice President Lin? Is he all right? What did the doctor say? He's fine. It's nothing serious. The accident only aggravated some old injuries. He just needs to rest. He shouldn't walk around too much or stand for long. He couldn't even walk? I never imagined my wish would work so well. Gone just like that. And in such a cruel way. Just a few days ago, I'd been furious with Lin Xuzheng. Now all I felt was guilt. Hesitantly, I asked, would it be inconvenient for me to go in? Could you deliver the documents to Vice President Lin instead? Oh, let me ask Mr. Lin first. Please wait here, miss. Just as she raised her hand to knock, Lin Xuzheng's deep voice came from inside. Who's there? Mr. Lin, someone from your company is here. A bright young lady delivering documents. Shall I let her in, or would you like me to bring them to you? The study fell silent for a moment. Then his voice came again. Let her in. The housekeeper pushed open the study door. My eyes immediately found Lin Xuzheng. As expected, he was sitting in a chair, bathed in the perfect afternoon light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He wore a light gray sweater with a thin blanket draped across his knees. A magazine rested in his hands as he read quietly. There wasn't the slightest sign of discomfort or disarray. Yet somehow, I couldn't shake the feeling that he looked immobilized. Vice President Lin. Nervously, I walked over and handed him the documents. He looked up at me. It's you. Trying to hide my guilt, I replied. Yes. Everyone else was busy. There was no way I could admit I'd come to see how much damage my supposed curse had caused him. It was a pitiful excuse. His scrutinizing gaze made me feel like a thief caught in the act. I hurriedly lowered my eyes. He closed the magazine and set it aside before taking the documents. Then he instructed the housekeeper. Aunt Chin, please show her to the living room. That short wait turned into more than an hour. I almost fell asleep on the sofa before finally resorting to playing games on my phone to stay awake. When it was finally time to leave, I didn't see Lin Xuzheng again. Instead, Aunt Chin handed me the reviewed documents along with a list. The master asked you to bring the contracts listed here tomorrow. I stared blankly at her. Wasn't this supposed to be once or twice a week? Why tomorrow again? I lowered my eyes to the paper. The bold, flowing handwriting was unmistakably Lin Xuzheng's. The following afternoon, I delivered the documents right on schedule. This time, I was prepared to spend another long wait in the living room. I'd been in such a rush to leave the office that I'd forgotten my phone. With nothing to do, I cautiously asked as I was leaving the study, Vice President, may I read the magazines in the living room? After all, they weren't mine. I couldn't just help myself. Without looking up, he replied. You wouldn't understand them. Huh. They're all foreign medical journals. Oh. Embarrassed, I prepared to leave. Wait. I turned around. Stay here. His expression remained indifferent. I may have questions for you at any time. Since when did delivering documents come with surprise quizzes? Silently, I sat down on the sofa. More than an hour passed. He acted as though I didn't exist. Not a single question. Finally, after everything was finished, he said, Anshin has business in Shanghai tomorrow afternoon. You'll have to let yourself in. He called Anshin over. Give her the key. What? What was going on? He looked at me. Would you rather have me answer the door myself? Oh. Slowly, I accepted the key Anshin handed me, feeling completely bewildered. All I'd done was deliver documents. How had I suddenly ended up with a key to his house? It wasn't until I stepped outside that it finally hit me. I had to come back tomorrow. That meant 3 days in a row at his house. I couldn't even imagine what my colleagues would think. Maybe I should pretend to take leave tomorrow and come secretly? No. That would only make people even more suspicious. Before I could come up with the perfect solution, it was already time to visit Vice President Lin's house again. This time, even Yin Jie's eyes seemed to be asking, have you and Vice President Lin developed that kind of relationship? Never mind Jiangye and everyone else. Since everyone was already so suspicious, I decided to stop feeling nervous. Confidently, I carried the documents to Lin Xuzheng's house. Aside from the fact that he opened the door himself, everything else was much the same as before. Except, the house felt unusually quiet. On that late autumn afternoon, Lin Xuzheng sat reviewing documents as usual. I sat idly on the sofa. My gaze drifted from the trees outside the window, to the bookshelves, to the vase on the table, and finally stopped on the empty glass beside it. Thinking of him as a patient, I took the initiative. Vice President, would you like me to pour you some water? His fingers paused briefly on the document before he slowly turned the page. He didn't answer. Just as I thought I'd overstepped, he gave an almost imperceptible nod. I quickly picked up the glass and hurried into the kitchen. But when I lifted the kettle, I discovered it was empty. Peeking back into the study, I called, Vice President, it'll take a few minutes. There's no hot water left, so I'll have to boil some. He glanced at me briefly before lowering his head again. I scratched my head. Taking his silence as agreement, I hurried back to the kitchen. When the water was ready, I poured a glass, added a few ice cubes from the refrigerator, and carefully carried it into the study. I added some ice, so it isn't too hot. You can drink it now. But he didn't take it. His gaze rested on the glass in my hand for a moment before slowly rising to meet my eyes. Nia Xiguang. Yes. Why do you feel guilty? What? Your face gives away everything you're thinking. His voice was calm. From the very first day you came here, I could tell you felt guilty. Why? His gaze made me unbearably uncomfortable. I thought silently. I didn't mean to curse you. How am I supposed to explain this? Should I tell him I made a wish at the temple and then he got into a car accident? That doesn't even make sense. He didn't wait for me to finish stammering. This is my second car accident. His voice was low and measured. The first one ended my career. Career? I froze. Then I remembered. His original profession. A surgeon. For a surgeon, the most important thing was, my eyes involuntarily fell to his hands. They were exceptionally beautiful. Long. Steady. Strong. I couldn't help imagining how those hands must have looked holding a scalpel. It must have been a beautiful sight. I stopped myself midway, feeling a pang of regret. My hands. He nodded. His eyes remained fixed on me. If this car accident has reminded Miss Nia of something from long ago, I would be very pleased. Long ago? I stared at him blankly. What are you talking about? He didn't answer. The warmth vanished from his eyes in an instant. He withdrew his gaze. The slow, measured tone from moments earlier turned cold again. You may leave. The next day, I was informed that I no longer needed to deliver documents to Vice President Lin. Only then did it occur to me. Had I offended him again? This Mr. Lin was far too easy to offend. I racked my brain, trying to figure out what I'd said wrong, but I couldn't think of anything. Oh no. I sighed gloomily to Xiguang. When Vice President Lin comes back, my overtime is going to become even more miserable. This time, however, I was wrong. 2 weeks later, when Lin Xuzheng returned to work, it was as though he'd completely forgotten I even existed in the management department. I had almost nothing to do. Once, I was even browsing the internet during working hours. He walked right past me, without sparing me a single glance. Xiguang congratulated me. Xiguang, looks like delivering those documents really worked. See? Vice President Lin isn't making you work overtime anymore. Was that really it? Or was it just my imagination? Why did I feel that Lin Xuzheng's attitude toward me had become even colder than before? Chapter 22. Not having to work overtime was always a good thing. After thinking it over for a couple of days, I completely put the matter out of my mind and settled back into enjoying my newly relaxed work life. By December, the weather had gradually turned colder. As I wore more layers, the laundry piled up. So I often bundled my clothes together and took them to Xiguang's apartment to use her washing machine. That day, I carried another bundle of clothes over, only to find Xiguang sitting on the floor outside her door, playing with her phone. I stared at her. Seriously? Didn't you say you'd be here? Xiguang patted the dust off her trousers and stood up. I am here. Hee hee. I just forgot my keys, so I tricked you into coming to keep me company. You forgot your keys again. I was speechless. Xiguang was incredibly efficient and dependable at work, but in everyday life, she was absent-minded to the point of being unbelievable. Even back when we shared a dormitory, she'd often forgotten her keys. Since moving here, this was already the second time I'd caught her locked out. Is you out too? She went to Kunshan to visit some friends. No idea when she'll be back. I just went to the dorm office to borrow the spare key, but nobody was there. Talk about bad luck. I thought back. When I'd come upstairs, the dorm office had indeed been empty. There wasn't much else we could do. Is your window open? I asked. It is, but Xiguang, you're not thinking about climbing in through the window again, are you? Don't. It's almost dark. It's too dangerous. Let's just wait for the dorm office staff to come back. Who knows how long that'll take? I set my bundle of clothes on the ground. It'll be fine. It's not like this is the first time. Their apartment was on the second floor. Outside the windows ran a decorative ledge nearly a meter wide that wrapped around the entire building. Walking along it wasn't particularly dangerous, as long as you watched out for rubbish people tossed down from the upper floors. After knocking on several doors without getting an answer, I finally found someone home at the 5th apartment. I climbed out through their window and carefully made my way along the ledge toward Xiguang's apartment. I was walking steadily. I was almost there. Then, all of a sudden, I heard an exaggerated scream from below. Instinctively, I turned my head. I saw Lin Xuzheng's tense expression. Beside him stood a stylishly dressed young woman whose face was filled with horror. At the same moment, my foot seemed to land on something slippery. And then, I fell. Everything happened in an instant. Before my mind could even react, I crashed heavily into a pine tree, bounced off it, and tumbled toward the ground. Just before I hit the earth, I felt someone barely manage to catch me. Even so, the impact made the back of my head slam against the ground, sending a dull ache through my skull. The world spun. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself staring directly into a pair of frantic eyes. There was unmistakable panic in them. A look I'd never seen on him before. Lin Xuzheng? He gently laid me flat on the ground. Kneeling beside me on one knee, he loosened my collar with one hand while checking my pulse with the other. Nia Xiguang. He called my name, his face pale and grim. Still dazed from the fall, I could only stare blankly back at him. Don't be afraid. Look at me. Can you hear me clearly? Answer me. What day is it today? Sunday. I thought I'd answered, but I wasn't even sure whether any sound had actually come out. A powerful wave of dizziness suddenly overwhelmed me, forcing me to close my eyes. My mind still felt clear. I could hear the voices around me. Jia's panicked cries. The frightened voice of the unfamiliar young woman. Lin Xuzheng's calm but commanding voice. But what exactly was he saying? Everything gradually faded away. I woke several times after that. Once, I seemed to be inside an ambulance. I heard Lin Xuzheng speaking on the phone. No obvious head trauma. No palpable scalp hematoma. Vital signs are stable, but there was a brief loss of consciousness. Yes, prepare a head CT. Later, we arrived at the hospital. To be honest, I already felt much better by then. I was simply incredibly sleepy. Yet people kept waking me over and over again. All I could see was a pale blue shirt moving back and forth before my eyes. By the time I truly woke up, it was completely dark outside. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was still that pale blue shirt. Under the dim light of the hospital room, Lin Xuzheng sat leaning back on the sofa beside the window with his eyes closed, apparently asleep. His hair was slightly messy. His shirt was creased. None of his usual neat, composed appearance remained. He was still here? After watching him quietly for a while, I turned my head and looked around the room. When I looked back at him again, I was startled. At some point, he'd already opened his eyes. He was silently looking at me, without saying a word. I wanted to speak, but when I opened my mouth, no sound came out. My throat was painfully dry. He stood up, poured a glass of warm water, and walked over. Just as I tried to sit up, he had already slipped an arm behind me and helped me drink. His strong arm firmly supported my shoulders. Warm. I was almost leaning against his chest. His sharply defined jaw was right before my eyes. Our breaths mingled. The closeness made me uneasy. Feeling awkward, I quickly took a few sips. Thank you. He gently laid me back down before silently setting the glass aside. I wasn't dizzy anymore. In fact, I felt perfectly fine. But seeing him remain so silent made me uneasy. Unable to help myself, I asked, "Am I all right? What is your name?" When he finally spoke, his voice was unexpectedly hoarse. What kind of question was that? "Yeah, Xiguang. And who am I?" "Lin Xuzheng. I'm Xing Xianmin's grandson." He looked directly at me as he spoke. "Xing Xianmin? The chairman of Xing Yuan Group?" I stared at him in confusion. "You've never told me that before, have you?" He paused. "Good. You're fully conscious." He straightened up, as though forcing himself under control, then deliberately looked away. His voice was calm again. "You're in good condition now. All the tests came back normal. Aside from a few minor external injuries, there's nothing serious. Still, it's best for you to stay overnight for observation. Jia came in the ambulance with you, but I sent her home. She'll come back tomorrow to look after you." "Oh, she must have been terrified." "Huh. She was terrified?" Something about those words seemed to snap the last thread of his self-control. I'm genuinely impressed that Miss Nia still has the presence of mind to worry about other people's feelings at a time like this. His sudden outburst caught me completely off guard. I stared at him, speechless. I'd only made an offhand remark. Why was he so angry? "If you really are so kind-hearted." He suddenly stopped. After taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. But the sarcasm in his voice was so sharp that even someone as slow as me couldn't miss it. "Considering how unlucky I've already been, Could you at least try to put aside your prejudice against me? Be a little kinder. My eyes immediately burned. I hadn't intended to seem so fragile. But after feeling so miserable, being mocked like this suddenly made me feel unbearably wronged. Before I realized it, my tears were already falling. Silence filled the room. He froze beside the bed. Why are you crying? After a long while, he spoke in a hoarse voice. You're perfectly fine. What is there to cry about? So I wasn't even allowed to cry? If it weren't for your friend's scream, I wouldn't have fallen in the first place. You got me into this mess, and now you're mocking me. Can't I even cry? Because of me? If not you, then who? How unlucky did I have to be to keep running into you? All the grievances I'd been holding back suddenly poured out. I keep tripping. I got hit by spare parts. Inventory work is exhausting. And now I've even fallen out of a second-floor window. Xiguang. He softly called my name. Blinking through blurred vision, I wiped my tears with the back of my hand. Lin Xuzheng. I have a question. Go ahead. Perhaps it was only my imagination, but his voice seemed gentler now. Still awkward, but gentler. What does it matter that I'm Nia Chengyuan's daughter? Our families don't have some blood feud. So why do you keep making things difficult for me? He said nothing. I suddenly began doubting myself. Do our families really have a feud? The Sheng and Nia families have always worked together very well. Then why? I'd like to know why too. He murmured the words. His expression twisted into something close to self-mockery. His eyes were filled with deep exhaustion. Does it hurt? Nia Xiguang. His voice was low. I nodded without thinking. Huh. So does mine. I stared blankly at him. For some reason, it felt as though he was in even greater pain than I was. What was wrong with him? I was the one accusing him. So why did it suddenly feel as though I was the one hurting him? Unable to stop myself, I asked, Are you all right? His expression shifted. His gaze searched my face, deep and unreadable, as though looking for something. For one brief moment, I almost thought he was about to reach out and touch my eyes. Those words. His voice became even softer. So soft that I could barely hear it. Our eyes met. Mine must have been full of confusion. Remembering the tears still clinging to my lashes, I hurriedly wiped them away. Slowly, he looked away. After a long silence, he finally said, Stop crying. He stood silently beside my bed for a long time. Then he walked to the window. He remained there. For what felt like forever. So long that he might as well have become a statue. So long that he never moved. So long that the sky outside slowly began to brighten. So long that I grew sleepy again and my eyelids became heavy. I won't be like this anymore. His low voice suddenly broke the silence. I blinked. For a moment, I thought I'd imagined it. He turned around. His expression was like the sea after a storm. The gloom, the anger, the hidden pain, all of it had vanished beneath those calm eyes once more. Aside from the exhaustion beneath them, he was once again the composed and steady Lin Xuzheng. I won't treat you that way again. I promise. He repeated the words firmly. For some reason, it didn't sound as though he were saying them to me. It sounded more like a promise he was making to himself. I could only stare at him blankly, unsure what to say. He didn't seem to expect an answer. Picking up his coat from the sofa, he said, Get some more rest. I'll go buy you breakfast. He had already returned to his usual calm, unhurried manner. Meanwhile, I remained completely bewildered by everything that had just happened. Chapter 23. Breakfast was brought by Yinjia and Yuhua. We ran into Vice President Lin downstairs when we arrived. He asked us to bring this porridge up. It seems his housekeeper made it and delivered it, Yuhua said as she opened the thermal container. Meanwhile, Yinjia bustled around the hospital room. Having quickly realized that I was fine, she had already shaken off her earlier guilt and was now excitedly inspecting every corner. Wow, Xiguang, you got a private room. Vice President Lin is really generous. Yuhua, much more domestic and caring, sat by my bedside, watching me eat the porridge while worrying about the medical expenses. I don't think our insurance covers private rooms like this, does it? Oh, what's there to worry about? Vice President Lin already paid for everything yesterday, Yin Jia said dismissively. If it weren't for that female friend of his screaming, Xiguang wouldn't have been startled and fallen. But, Xiguang, don't blame Vice President Lin, okay? Yuhua asked curiously, how do you know she's just a female friend and not his girlfriend? Yin Jia scoffed. You didn't see it yesterday. Vice President Lin was so stern and scary. Honestly, that woman looked just as shocked when Xiguang fell. If she were his girlfriend, wouldn't he have comforted her? But he didn't at all. It sounded like they were just former classmates or something. Leaning over my bed, Yin Jia said earnestly, Xiguang, don't ever say Vice President Lin isn't good to you again. Yesterday, he handled everything himself while getting you to the hospital. And wow, his medical skills are no joke. Before the ambulance even arrived, he gave you first aid and examined you. It was seriously impressive. Later, he even scolded a clumsy intern, telling him to change careers before he ended up harming both himself and his patients. Geez, I've never seen him so fierce. I was stunned. I was stunned too. Oh, right. You also threw up all over him. This time, I was completely dumbfounded. A vague memory resurfaced. Had there really been a moment when he woke me up and I immediately leaned over and vomited on him? He even had to hold you steady while you threw up. Otherwise, you would have fallen over. Oh, and I think he injured his hand too. He caught you with just one arm. Xiguang, when he rushed over, he even dropped to his knees. After breakfast, I shooed Yin Jia and Yuhua back to work. I was already fine. Aside from a few scrapes on my foot that made walking slightly uncomfortable, there was nothing serious. There was no need for them to miss work just to keep me company. I found myself thinking about Lin Xuzheng. If it hadn't been for his friend's scream, I wouldn't have fallen in the first place. But afterwards, he had taken care of everything. Even if his attitude had been unfriendly and rather strange, I still ought to thank him. After hesitating for a while, I dug out his phone number. I'd always had his contact details for work, but I'd never actually used them. I agonized over the wording before finally sending a simple message. Thank you for yesterday. There was no reply for a long time. I wondered whether he even knew whose number it was. Just as I was about to send another message explaining who I was, his reply came through, polite and distant. You're welcome. With the exchange over, I set my phone aside. Seeing that it wasn't even 8 in the morning yet, I settled down for a peaceful nap. When I woke from my short nap, I noticed my phone blinking constantly beside my pillow. Picking it up, I found an unread message. It was actually from Lin Xuzheng. How are you feeling now? I checked the time. He had sent it over half an hour ago. I quickly replied, I feel fine now. His response came almost immediately. I'll come and see you in a bit. Huh? I clutched my phone, hesitating over how to respond, when there was suddenly a knock at the door. Before I could react, Lin Xuzheng pushed it open and walked in. I stared at him in disbelief. I happened to be downstairs, he said, still standing in the doorway. Oh. He paused for a moment before walking inside. I tried to sit up, but he stopped me. Stay lying down. You should rest as much as possible. I really am fine, I insisted, propping myself up slightly and hugging the blanket. I'm sorry. Yin Jia told me I threw up all over you yesterday. Doctors get used to that. He had changed into fresh clothes and looked as clean and composed as ever. It was hard to imagine someone like him being used to patients vomiting on him. Then I remembered his hand. And your hand? Yin Jia said you got hurt. It's nothing, he replied curtly. Silence settled over the room. He looked at me before suddenly asking, Xiguang, if I forget everything that happened before, what about you? Will you let go of how I treated you? Was this a truce? I quickly reviewed everything that had happened. He had made me work overtime constantly, but I might have caused his car accident with my psychic ability. Then his friend had startled me into falling down the stairs, and afterwards I'd thrown up all over him. Maybe we were even now? After carefully adding it all up twice, I said generously, I never hold grudges. He looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. Good. But why all of a sudden? I asked hesitantly. Why the sudden truce? I'm afraid of. He abruptly changed course halfway through the sentence. I'm most afraid of sick people crying. I stared at him blankly. I couldn't help wondering whether the first half of his sentence had originally been, I'm afraid of you crying, even though he'd stopped himself. The memory of my uncontrollable sobbing yesterday made my face burn with embarrassment. I instantly regretted asking. Fortunately, a group of doctors in white coats entered the room just then. It was time for rounds. Leading them was a young doctor in his early 30s who smiled the moment he stepped inside. Oh, Dr. Lin, you're still here? You didn't sleep all night, yet you're still full of energy. Truly the pride of our medical school back in the day. Come on, let me introduce everyone, he said to the doctors behind him. This is my junior from both university and overseas training, Dr. Lin Xuzheng. I know Dr. Lin. I've read your paper on brainstem tumors, one of the female doctors exclaimed excitedly, immediately extending her hand. When I went to your hospital for training, though, I heard you'd already resigned. Where are you working now? Lin Xuzheng shook her hand, though his manner remained far more reserved than her enthusiasm. I've left medicine. The female doctor froze. How could that be? To each their own, Lin Xuzheng replied simply. All right. You can catch up later. The young doctor interrupted them before turning to me. So you're Dr. Lin's girlfriend, right? How are you feeling today? Any discomfort? My colleague, Lin Xuzheng, corrected calmly before I could respond. Oh, haha, my mistake. Let me introduce myself. Xiguang, right? I'm Dr. Fong, your attending physician. Dr. Fong asked me a few questions, flipped through my medical records and scans, then nodded. Everything looks good. You were very lucky. Nothing serious. She experienced vomiting and a brief loss of consciousness. Although the scans show nothing abnormal, she should remain under observation for 48 hours and have a follow-up CT scan, Lin Xuzheng interjected, taking the scans from Dr. Fong and giving them a quick look. Of course, that would be best. Dr. Fong smiled at me. After all, you fell from quite a height. It's safer to stay in hospital for observation for a few days. I nodded and asked the rather unreliable-looking doctor, so how long do I need to stay? 2 weeks, he answered without hesitation, then turned to Lin Xuzheng. What do you think? Lin Xuzheng handed the scans back expressionlessly. You're the attending physician. Oh, right. Then, don't waste medical resources. Don't worry. This ward is usually empty. Dr. Fong scribbled a few notes on my chart before looking up and winking at me. Something felt very strange here. The doctors left as quickly as they had arrived, and the ward fell quiet once again. I shot Lin Xuzheng a questioning look. He immediately nodded. I'll come by another day. Then, with both hands in his pockets, he walked out as well, leaving me deep in thought. Why on earth did I need to stay in hospital for 2 weeks when I was practically fine? I assumed Lin Xuzheng's another day had merely been a polite remark. So when I saw him again the following morning, I was genuinely startled. My surprise must have shown, because for a brief moment, he looked slightly awkward. He quickly regained his composure. Your attending physician is an old classmate of mine. They have an upcoming operation in a specialty I'm more familiar with, so they invited me to discuss the surgical plan, and I thought I'd stop by to see you as well. Oh, I see. But don't you have work? I worked overtime until 3 o'clock this morning. Huh. And then I took annual leave. Chapter 24. I found everything rather strange. For example, the doctors currently chatting in my hospital room. Dr. Fong, my attending physician, was perched on the armrest of the sofa. Dr. Yuan, a rather beautiful female doctor, sat primly on the sofa. Dr. Qin, a slightly older male doctor, lounged at the other end with one leg crossed over the other. And Dr. Lin, our Vice President Lin, was leaning casually against the windowsill, holding up a set of scans for examination. They were earnestly discussing a surgical plan. But why were they doing it in my hospital room? The clival mass is quite clearly defined. I'd never seen Lin Xuzheng like this before. His eyes were fixed on the scans, completely absorbed, slightly thoughtful, as though nothing else in the world existed except the case before him. Whether it was the confidence and focus in his explanations or the lively spark that lit up his eyes during discussions, everything about him felt unfamiliar. Even the way he dressed had become more relaxed. Most days he simply wore a jumper instead of the impeccably formal clothes he always wore at the company. He really seemed to love being a doctor. They were so engrossed in their discussion that, with nothing better to do, I found myself staring at them without realizing it. Lin Xuzheng had been explaining the suboccipital approach when he suddenly stopped and looked over at me. The other doctors followed his gaze. Embarrassed, I gave them an awkward smile before quietly turning my head away. Then I heard Dr. Fong chuckle. Lin Xuzheng straightened up. We're just about finished. How about we all go and get something to eat? Sounds good, everyone agreed in unison. Lin Xuzheng gathered the documents and looked at Dr. Fong. Dr. Fong stretched lazily. I've been swamped lately. Grinning, he walked over to my bedside. Time to eat. Our patient should come with us too. Huh? Instinctively, I looked at Lin Xuzheng. Our eyes met briefly before he lowered his gaze to check the time. What kind of patient goes out to eat with their doctors? Why did this group of doctors seem so unusual? So, every meal you've been eating has been delivered by Vice President Lin's housekeeper? Otherwise, you just go out to eat with him, Dr. Fong, and the others. Yeah. Anshin said she was already bringing food for Vice President Lin since he's busy here, so she simply packs an extra portion for me. Does that sound normal to you? Yin Jia stroked her chin thoughtfully. Xiguang, have you ever considered that Vice President Lin might actually like you? Could you please use your brain? If that were true, then Lin Xuzheng's emotional logic was completely incomprehensible. How could someone go from disliking me to suddenly liking me? I think he's only here because he's discussing a complicated operation with the doctors. Besides, he probably feels somewhat responsible for my fall. And it's not like he personally brings the meals every day. Anshin delivers them, and he just drops by for a quick visit before leaving. If he stays. Yin Jia's eyes lit up with eager curiosity, but she was destined to be disappointed. Then he stays to discuss medical cases or hospital gossip with the other doctors. Yin Jia looked utterly deflated. In your room? I nodded. And you actually understand what they're talking about? Which is exactly why I told you to bring me my game console. Vice President Lin's annual leave is unbelievable. Yin Jia exclaimed. He's really a workaholic, isn't he? Working overtime at the company wasn't enough, so now he's spending his holiday at the hospital too. I nodded vigorously before sharing some gossip of my own. Dr. Fong said he's always been terrifying. Back when he was a student, he was practically inhuman, and after becoming a doctor, he was even worse. Apparently, he could perform a surgery that lasted more than a dozen hours without batting an eye. I rambled on enthusiastically while Yin Jia listened with obvious interest. Your attending physician has told you quite a lot of gossip about Vice President Lin, hasn't he? Thinking about it, he really had. Whenever we ate together, while everyone else discussed medicine normally, Dr. Fong would somehow drag me into chatting about Lin Xuzheng instead. I reached a conclusion. He seems rather talkative. I can't even imagine what Vice President Lin was like as a doctor. Yin Jia pondered for a while before giving up. So, Xiguang, your relationship with him has improved quite a bit, hasn't it? This is such a rare opportunity. Don't stay so stubborn. It's all right, I suppose. The food has softened me up a little. We chat normally now and then. I do feel his attitude towards you has changed. Speaking of Lin Xuzheng's change in attitude, I suddenly remembered what he'd said that morning. Yin Jia, do I look frightening when I cry? Or maybe especially pitiful? Even I cringed at my own words. Yin Jia clearly couldn't take any more. I've never actually seen you cry. Here, let me pinch you and find out. Yin Jia left behind the game console before heading back to work. With the console, my days in hospital finally became much less boring. I happily played every day. One time, when Lin Xuzheng came to visit, I happened to be at a crucial moment in clearing a level. After exchanging a few greetings, I immediately buried myself in the game again. By the time my mind finally emerged from the game, he'd already left. I immediately felt awful. I'd been eating the food he arranged every day, yet when he came to visit, I'd ignored him because I was too busy gaming. How rude. After tossing and turning in bed for quite a while, I couldn't help sending him a message. Sorry. I was too absorbed in trying to clear a level just now. The moment I sent it, I suddenly realized that didn't sound particularly polite either. Fortunately, he replied quickly and didn't seem annoyed. You shouldn't be doing anything that mentally demanding right now. Oh, Dr. Lin was back. A moment later, another message appeared. Did you clear the level? I replied immediately. No. If I'd known that sending the apology would lead to this outcome, I never would have sent it. The next morning, Lin Xuzheng actually showed up carrying a stack of work. For me, Vice President, I'm really not as much of a workaholic as you are. I don't want to work overtime at all. Gaming is too mentally demanding. Take a break by doing some work instead. I stared silently at the pile of documents he placed on my lap. He casually took off his coat, tossed it onto the sofa, and asked, "Where's the game console? You didn't clear the level yesterday, did you? Want me to help?" I froze. For some reason, it suddenly felt like this wasn't the sort of conversation we should be having. Although our relationship had become much less strained over the past few days, it still wasn't relaxed enough for something this casual. He seemed to freeze as well, as though he'd suddenly realized what he'd just said. The faint smile at the corner of his mouth disappeared. For some reason, I instinctively hurried to pull the game console out from beneath the covers and handed it to him. Then I froze as well. His gaze slowly shifted from my face to our hands. Gradually, he tightened his grip around the game console. The hospital room fell quiet. I propped up the overbed table and half-heartedly worked on my annual report, while Lin Xuzheng sat on the sofa with his head lowered, concentrating intently on the game. He wasn't very good at it. After a while, I realized that his left hand couldn't keep up with his right at all. He seemed to notice it as well. After failing the level once again, he paused and silently looked down at his left hand. For some reason, I suddenly didn't want to watch anymore. I lowered my head and forced myself to concentrate on finishing the report. Not long afterwards, he returned the game console to me and left. I checked his score. It was rather dreadful. Somehow, I lost all interest in playing games as well. The afternoon sunshine was perfect. After waking from a nap, I wandered out of the ward with nothing to do. After strolling through the rather unremarkable hospital garden, I turned to head back and unexpectedly spotted Lin Xuzheng. He was sitting alone on a bench in the garden, head lowered as he played a game console. A child sat beside him, enthusiastically teaching him how to play. The scene felt strangely surreal. And the game console in his hands wasn't mine. Had he actually gone out and bought one himself? Curious, I quietly walked a little closer. Amid the rustling leaves, the child's innocent voice drifted over. Uncle, the other doctor uncles said you're an incredibly amazing doctor. Will you perform the brain surgery on my dad? No. Oh, but you're much more handsome. I could almost feel Lin Xuzheng's speechless resignation, and I nearly laughed. Before I could, I heard him say quietly, "This uncle can't even play games properly anymore." Chapter 25. I wasn't sure when it had happened, but somewhere along the way, I had stopped disliking Lin Xuzheng altogether. Before I knew it, I had already been in the hospital for 9 days. At noon, Dr. Fong called me out for lunch again. At a cafe near the hospital, they chatted among themselves while I quietly ate. Today, however, they weren't discussing medicine. Dr. Yuan brought up a recently released film. The online reviews are really good. I happen to be off the day after tomorrow, so I'm planning to go watch it. Dr. Qin said, "Isn't it a horror movie? You're going to watch a horror film by yourself? You should find someone to go with you, or you might end up crying your way out of the cinema with no one to comfort you." Dr. Yuan sighed helplessly. "I'd like to, but I can't find anyone. The moment the girls hear it's a horror movie, they all refuse to come." Dr. Qin sighed dramatically. "Too bad I'm on duty. Otherwise, I'd have accompanied you out of friendship." After he finished speaking, no one else said anything. An awkward silence settled over the table. Dr. Fong laughed. "Speaking of horror movies, that reminds me of something incredibly embarrassing." He put on a pained expression. Back then, I'd finally managed to ask out a foreign girl, so I invited her over to my apartment to watch a movie, you know what I mean. But what I thought was an adult film turned out to be a horror movie instead. In the end, I was the one shaking in fear and clinging to her. She shoved me away and walked out. Dr. Qin laughed so hard he nearly choked on his food. "Something like that actually happened? You've got some nerve telling everyone about it. Aren't you worried about embarrassing yourself? What's there to be embarrassed about?" Dr. Fong chuckled. "A true man can lose his head when blinded by desire. It's unavoidable, nothing to be ashamed of." Then he paused thoughtfully. That sounds strangely familiar. Didn't I hear someone say something like that before?" Lin Xuzheng glanced at him. "I did." "So?" Dr. Fong grinned. The table fell silent again. Sensing something odd in the atmosphere, I looked up from my bowl in confusion. Everyone, however, was simply eating as though nothing unusual had happened. Lin Xuzheng turned to me. "Go back and get some rest after you've finished eating. It's fine. You all keep chatting. I'll head back with you later. I have something I want to talk to you about." After a brief pause, he replied, Dr. Fong smiled broadly before suddenly remembering something. "You have something on this afternoon, don't you?" "No." "Oh." Dr. Fong sighed dramatically. "My junior has always been incredibly quick with his hands, especially in the operating theater. This senior can only bow in admiration." Lin Xuzheng took a sip of his coffee before setting the cup down. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. "You flatter me." Lunch ended quickly. Dr. Fong soon received a call informing him that there had been a multi-vehicle accident nearby and several patients were being rushed to the hospital. The 3 doctors immediately hurried back. Just as we reached the hospital entrance, a woman in her 50s stopped Dr. Fong. "Dr. Fong, what a coincidence. I was just coming to find you. I'm from Director Zhang's family, we've spoken before. This is my daughter, Nanan. We've just collected her brain and lung CT scans, and I was hoping you could take a look to see whether everything's all right." Without hesitation, Dr. Fong handed the CT envelope to Lin Xuzheng. "This is my junior. He's a neurosurgery specialist. Let him have a look. I have emergency patients waiting." Then he hurried away with Dr. Qin and Dr. Yuan. The woman looked at Lin Xuzheng with some skepticism. Lin Xuzheng casually pulled out the scans and held them up to the light. "There are calcifications in both the lungs and the brain. Did she have tuberculosis when she was younger?" The woman's expression changed immediately. Yes, yes. Nanan had tuberculosis as a child. We've always been worried there might be problems with her brain. We get CT scans every year because we're so concerned. I don't see any problems with the brain. Lin Xuzheng handed the scans back. Tuberculosis can indeed leave calcifications like these, but calcification itself won't become cancer. Unless the tuberculosis returns and the calcification worsens. He paused before adding gently. Also, CT scans expose the body to radiation. You shouldn't have them done every year. The mother and daughter left looking greatly relieved. Lin Xuzheng turned to me. Why are you looking at me like that? Was I? I laughed awkwardly and looked away. I just suddenly remembered. Last time, you said I needed a follow-up CT scan, but I don't think I ever had one. Oh? Really? He sounded genuinely surprised. What happened? I'm asking you. But I don't believe I was your attending physician. But weren't you the one who said I needed another scan? My eyes silently conveyed the question. Unfortunately, I lost the battle against his expression of complete innocence. He smiled. So, what did you want to talk to me about? Ah, right. I'd almost forgotten. It's about the report you asked me to write. I finished it. I'll bring it to you later. He paused. That's all. Of course not. I nodded. Yeah, that's it. Want to come back to my room and pick it up? I hurried back to the ward, handed him the completed report, and immediately claimed my reward. Vice President, I didn't neglect my work even while I was hospitalized. Shouldn't I still get paid for these days? Lin Xuzheng casually flipped through the report. A trace of amusement colored his voice. Miss Nia, you're working for your own family's company and you're still worried about your salary? As though you don't get paid. I'm an employee. Of course I get paid. I was momentarily speechless. Remembering my real objective, I quickly changed the subject. Pulling the game console out of the drawer, I handed it to him. Fine. Forget the overtime pay. Just help me beat level 5. I've tried so many times and still can't get past it. His hands paused in the middle of turning a page. All right. A few seconds later, he accepted the console and casually slipped it into his coat pocket. Aren't you going to play now? I stared at him expectantly. He hesitated once more before setting the report aside. Taking the console back out, he started playing. After a few rounds, he looked up at me. He had realized it. Many games hardly required the left hand at all. Like the one I'd deliberately given him. I urged him eagerly. Come on. Hurry up. I want to see whether you can beat level 5. Lin Xuzheng lowered his head and focused on the game. For the first time, I truly saw how precise, steady, and unbelievably fast a surgeon's hands could be. Even such a ridiculously difficult game offered him almost no resistance. He breezed through several levels as effortlessly as though he were cheating. You're amazing! I gave him a thumbs up with genuine admiration. Nya Xiguang, have you noticed that you... What? I was still excitedly watching him fly through the game. He didn't answer. His gaze rested quietly on my face. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. You can be discharged. He said it softly. The following afternoon, I stood outside the hospital calling my mother. Mom, I'm coming home today. I want bone broth for dinner. She immediately snapped. Can you ever come home without ordering food first? Why are you coming back before the weekend? Oh, because I got hurt. What? What happened? Is it serious? Her voice instantly became tense. I laughed. It's nothing. I just twisted my foot on the stairs. As expected, she immediately scolded me. After hanging up, I realized Lin Xuzheng had already arrived. He was standing at the entrance, quietly watching me. I once treated a patient who fell off a truck and landed directly on a rock. He spoke calmly. He suffered a skull fracture, intracranial bleeding, and a ruptured spleen. He spent an entire month in intensive care before he was finally out of danger. He actually fell from a lower height than you did. Why had he suddenly switched into terrifying doctor mode? If you know someone will worry about you, then don't do things that make them worry. I immediately raised my hand as though taking an oath. Understood. I promise it won't happen again. Halfway through, I realized how childish the gesture looked. Oddly enough, it seemed to please Lin Xuzheng. The sternness in his expression softened noticeably. It was as though he'd switched out of terrifying doctor mode. Feeling slightly embarrassed, I lowered my hand. Perhaps I was simply too happy about finally being discharged. I'd started speaking and acting without thinking. But when had talking to him become so natural? It seemed to have happened only within the past couple of days. That wasn't a bad thing. If anything, I felt a little worried. What if the hospital had simply created a special atmosphere, and once we left, our relationship went back to being awkward and distant? That would be a little disappointing. Thank you for everything these past few days. And please thank Aunt Chen for all the meals. He nodded. Aunt Chen said you gave her a present. She liked it very much. Oh, I asked Dean Jie to buy it for me outside the hospital. I'm glad she liked it. Yeah, Xiguang, I've noticed you're not very good at identifying the real issue. Huh? What do you mean? Apparently unwilling to explain, he tossed a bag into my arms before walking towards the car park. Come on. I'll drive you home. I opened the bag and immediately developed a headache. Apart from the credit card I'd used to pay his bill, everything else inside consisted of my medical records and discharge paperwork. There was no way I could let my mother see any of it. I hurried after him. Vice President, could you help me destroy the evidence? Not long after we got into the car, it started raining. Looking out the window, I sighed. Why did it have to start raining on the very day I'm discharged? If I'd left that morning, the weather would have been perfect. But Dr. Fang had been too busy, so everything had been delayed until the afternoon. The weather forecast had predicted rain today. It had been right. Wait. As we approached the toll booth, I suddenly realized we'd already entered the motorway. I looked at Lin Xuzheng in surprise. Without the slightest hint of hesitation, he said, "It's raining. I'll drive you all the way back to Wuxi. Actually, I could just take the train. Where do you live?" He tossed his phone into my lap. Set the destination. Completely ignoring my protest. Silently, I picked up his phone. It's locked. Wait a moment. Taking advantage of the brief stop at the toll booth, he leaned over and entered the passcode himself. His warm breath brushed lightly across my cheek before he leaned back again. I froze for a moment before lowering my head and entering my home address into the navigation. All done. I handed the phone back. After glancing at the screen, he opened the compartment above the windscreen and took out a pair of glasses. I found it rather surprising. You wear glasses while driving? My eyesight was affected after the accident. Rain makes it worse. Without thinking, I blurted out. That accident must have been pretty serious. The instant the words left my mouth, I wanted to bite my tongue. What was wrong with me? Why was I carelessly bringing up someone else's painful past? Fortunately, he merely responded with a quiet, His expression didn't change at all. Trying to make up for it, I hurriedly added, Actually, you're really amazing. Oh, how so? The company's performance has improved so much since you arrived. You're responsible for production, after all. I stressed the point. So you're good at everything you do. He kept his eyes on the road. Then he laughed softly. Why are you laughing? Had my compliment sounded that awkward? Being praised by my future boss. His smile deepened slightly. Shouldn't I be happy? I'm not your future boss. The drive from Suzhou to Wuxi wasn't long. Lin Xuzheng dropped me off directly outside my apartment building. After getting out, I bent down and thanked him through the open car window. As I straightened up to leave, I suddenly remembered his 2 car accidents. Unable to stop myself, I leaned down once more. Drive carefully on your way back. He looked at me in surprise. Perhaps it was the light reflecting through his glasses, but for one fleeting moment, his gaze seemed exceptionally gentle. As gentle as snow melting beneath the spring sun. Chapter 26. After enjoying several days of bone broth at home, just as I'd hoped, I returned to the office looking noticeably rounder. Jia and Yuhua each grabbed one of my arms and pinched the extra softness. You've put on weight, at least 5 pounds. You're just jealous. Jia cried out in frustration. Of course I'm jealous. You've been eating and drinking like royalty while my workload doubled. Seriously. I shrugged. See? Now you know how much I usually cover for you. Do you finally realize how important I am? Jia whimpered, I get it, boss. I'll never forget my keys again. Do you know I've become famous throughout the whole company because of it? Last Friday, when I delivered some documents to Vice President Lin, before I left, he actually reminded me with a completely straight face, don't forget your keys again in the future. I wanted to disappear on the spot. You've still got the nerve to complain. Xiaonie suffered the most because of your carelessness, Wang Qi teased before turning to me. Xiaonie, are you fully recovered now? Our department originally planned to visit you together, but Mr. Lin said you needed peace and quiet, and that a group visit wouldn't be appropriate. I hope you don't mind that we didn't come. No, not at all. Lin Xuzheng. Hearing his name, my thoughts drifted. I wonder what things would be like now that I was back at work. It didn't take long before I saw Lin Xuzheng again at the Monday morning meeting. As always, the meeting was brief. He simply outlined the work with a few concise remarks, sometimes finishing in under 5 minutes. This time, however, just before ending the meeting, he suddenly said, recently, I've heard people saying our department has bad feng shui. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Jia muttered under her breath, I haven't heard anything like that. Who's been spreading rumors that even reached Vice President Lin? They're asking for trouble. The others looked equally indignant. Lin Xuzheng, however, clearly had no intention of pursuing the matter. Instead, he continued, last month I was in a car accident, and this month a colleague, jumped off a building. It's understandable that people would start talking. Jumped off a building. I had just taken a sip of water and nearly choked. So I've decided that our department will go out for a meal this week to change our luck. A meal to change our luck? I froze in astonishment, only to hear him continue, of course, this meal won't be paid for by the company. The cost will be split between me and Xiguang. Every pair of eyes immediately turned towards me. I stared back at Lin Xuzheng in complete disbelief. I asked weakly, why do I have to split the cost? In every other department, the boss always paid. Lin Xuzheng replied in the same calm, professional tone, wasn't it because of our consecutive misfortunes that these rumors started? Seriously? And could you please not phrase it as though the two of us were involved in some kind of scandal? In the end, all I could manage was, will it be expensive? Lin Xuzheng simply smiled faintly at me. I spent the rest of the day under my colleagues' curious stares. Jia fretted, oh no. What if Vice President Lin picks somewhere really expensive? Based on my astrological calculations, you're definitely living from one paycheck to the next. Do you want me to lend you some money? I genuinely felt this was an entirely undeserved disaster. Treating everyone to a meal was one thing, but treating everyone to change our luck, that was beyond my understanding. Then why don't you consult the stars for me? What would happen if I forgot my wallet and let Vice President Lin pay for everything? Jia looked at me with utter disdain. No need to consult the stars. I can already predict that you'll be working overtime tomorrow. Very, very late. Don't worry. Given Vice President Lin's grace and character, he was probably just saying it. He wouldn't actually make you pay. Besides, even if he did, it couldn't be that expensive. So I obediently slipped my wallet into my pocket and waited for Vice President Lin's summons. As it turned out, Yin Jia had greatly overestimated Lin Xuzheng's character. Whether it was expensive or not, everyone thoroughly enjoyed the lavish meal, and I wasn't really bothered about the money. I'd only been teasing Yin Jia. The real problem came afterwards. Once everyone had finished eating, Lin Xuzheng stood up to pay the bill. Yin Jia tugged at my sleeve, her eyes saying, "See? I told you so. Vice President Lin's paying for it himself." I discreetly gave her a thumbs up. Just then, my phone vibrated. Lin Xuzheng's message read, "Lin Xuzheng's message. Come to the front desk." Confused, I got up and walked over. The others probably assumed I was going to the restroom and didn't pay much attention. When I reached the reception desk, Vice President Lin was leaning casually against the counter. Wearing the faintest smile and not looking embarrassed in the slightest, he said, "Nya Xiguang, I forgot to bring any money." The feeling of 10,000 mythical beasts stampeding through my heart. You wouldn't understand. Silently, I took out my bank card and paid the bill. Lin Xuzheng stood beside me watching the entire time. I couldn't shake the feeling that his eyes seemed unusually bright, as though he was genuinely pleased that he'd managed to trick me. Must be my imagination. Our vice president couldn't possibly be this shameless. I quietly put my card away and shot him a look of disdain. Deep down, though, I wasn't angry at all. After all the meals he'd bought me before, it was only fair that I returned the favor. I just remembered, you also paid my hospital deposit. I waved my bank card. So we're even now? He smiled. Yes, we're even. On the way back, most people took taxis, but thanks to Yin Jia's shameless persistence, I was promptly dragged into Lin Xuzheng's car. Not that I put up much resistance. There were 2 other colleagues riding with us. The male colleague in the front passenger seat kept thanking Lin Xuzheng. I really didn't expect the vice president to treat us to such an extravagant meal. No need to be so polite. Lin Xuzheng's voice remained perfectly calm. It must have been really expensive, right? Not too bad. I could only silently bury my face against Yin Jia's shoulder. Yin Jia jumped in surprise and shook me. "Xiguang, what's wrong? Are you carsick?" "No, I'm just too full." "Yin Jia." I distinctly heard a quiet chuckle from the front. Before long, we arrived back at the company. We got out of the car and waved goodbye to Lin Xuzheng. After walking a short distance, I suddenly turned back. An inexplicable sense of unease crept over me. Why did everything feel so unreal? Not long ago, we'd practically been enemies. Could we really have become friends so quickly? Laughing together. Teasing each other. Could things really change that fast? "Wait for me," I called to Yin Jia before running back. Lin Xuzheng hadn't driven away yet. Seeing me return, he stepped out of the car. "Did you forget something?" "No." I shook my head and caught my breath before stopping in front of him. Looking up at him seriously, I asked, "Lin Xuzheng, we've really made peace completely, haven't we?" He met my eyes. His answer was firm. "Yes." A sudden wave of happiness washed over me. Then I remembered something else. "So, why did you dislike me before?" The early winter night was bathed in the dim yellow glow of the streetlights. Everything around us was incredibly quiet. I thought he wouldn't answer. Then I heard his low, gentle voice. "Because you were carefree." What? For a moment, I thought I'd misheard him. "Because you were carefree," he repeated before adding after a brief pause, "and forgetful." What on earth? I wanted to ask what he meant, but he didn't give me the chance. "All right. You should head back now. They're all watching us." I turned around. Sure enough, Yin Jia and the others were all staring at us intently. With no other choice, I awkwardly said goodbye and walked back. On the way, I thought it over again and again. Eventually, I understood what Lin Xuzheng had meant. Carefree and forgetful. In other words, he was calling me an airhead. Yin Jia immediately asked, "What were you talking to Vice President Lin about just now?" I asked him why he used to dislike me. She looked even more curious. And? Did he tell you? Yeah. I nodded gloomily. He said I was too much of an airhead. Chapter 27. If I keep being this silly, will Lin Xuzheng keep making me work overtime? I turned off the lights in the main office, then peeked into his office and knocked on the door. Vice President, aren't you leaving yet? I'm heading off first. Wait a moment. He tidied up a few documents, switched off the lights in his office, and walked out with me. The office building was exceptionally quiet at night. For a while, it felt as though the only sounds in the entire building were our footsteps. After we'd walked in silence for a bit, I couldn't help asking, Vice President, why do you always make me work overtime? Yeah, Xiguang, your family owns 49% of this company's shares. Half the profits go to your family. So I'd feel guilty making everyone else work overtime, as though I were exploiting the laborer's surplus value, he said mildly. But with you, I don't have that guilt. What was I supposed to say to that? Also, Nia Xiguang, could you stop calling me Vice President after work? Why? It feels like I'm still working for you even after office hours. Could I say I'd already grown used to this side of Lin Xuzheng over the past few days? Maybe this was his real personality. I remembered how he chatted with Dr. Fang, relaxed, witty, and easygoing like this. By the time we'd finished talking, we'd already left the office building. Speechless, I waved at him and started to run off. Lin Xuzheng, goodbye. Suddenly, he called after me. Nia Xiguang, come back. I ran back. What is it? This morning, the wuxi clay doll on my desk. Was that from you? I looked up at the sky. Yeah. Someone once told me to focus on the principal contradiction, remember? Last time I went back to Suzhou, I had a sudden inspiration while waiting for my train at the station, so I bought one there. 15 yuan. No need to thank me. Oh, right. I added, it's supposed to hang in your car, not sit on your desk. He looked at me. You bought it that long ago. Why are you only giving it to me now? Because I was busy recovering from the trauma of that expensive meal before. One meal had wiped out every penny I'd earned since starting work here. Was it really that traumatic? If you'd given it to me earlier, maybe I wouldn't have forgotten my wallet. He suddenly smiled and tossed me a small bottle. No brand, no label, no instructions. Dare to use it. I instinctively caught it. What is this? Resting in my palm was a small jade green bottle. Although it was carved from jade, it wasn't cold at all. Instead, it felt pleasantly warm, as though someone had been holding it for a long time. I unscrewed the lid, and a faint herbal fragrance drifted out. It's a traditional Chinese ointment for scars. Huh. You can use it to help fade those little scars. It works well. Thanks. I suddenly didn't know what else to say. Actually, it's fine. They'll fade on their own soon. Maybe. But looking like that, how am I supposed to take you anywhere? Take me where? I looked at him in confusion. And what was with that picky expression? Lin Xuzheng handed me a bright red invitation. Vice President Lin's friend's wedding? Yuhua asked, handing me a big red apple. The one where that girl screamed and made him fall last time. Yeah. He said his friend happened to be passing through Suzhou to deliver the invitation when she saw me climbing out of the window. It scared her half to death. I think she has acrophobia or something. This apple is really good. After complimenting the apple, I continued. Vice President Lin said she's been feeling guilty ever since, so she specifically invited me to her wedding in Shanghai on New Year's Day. Do you think I should go? Yin Jia immediately exclaimed. Of course you should. Free food and drinks. Why wouldn't you go? Wait, you probably don't have to give a wedding gift, right? I hesitated. Probably not? But that's not the point. How is that not the point? Yin Jia jumped off the bed and quickly opened the invitation. Look. Oh, your name is written together with Vice President Lin's. That means you don't have to give a gift. Huh. Your name looks like it was added later. Well, obviously. They didn't know me before. True. Anyway, if you don't have to give a gift, then you absolutely have to go. Dress up nicely. Go back to your dorm later and pick out your best outfit. The mission is free food and drinks. Why did I feel like she was even more excited than I was? Oh, come to think of it. Lin Xuzheng sighed dramatically. You're actually attending a wedding banquet with the vice president. This really is proof that hardship reveals true friendship. If I'd known jumping out of a window would improve Vice President Lin's opinion of you, you should have done it ages ago. I glared at her. If jumping from the second floor would get you promoted, would you do it? Lin Xuzheng looked conflicted. How big of a promotion? I decided to ignore her. I'd been putting off giving Lin Xuzheng an answer about the wedding when, not long afterwards, I received another red bomb. Another wedding invitation. This one arrived as an email from our former team leader. Watermelon, are you in the country on January 2nd? If you're studying abroad, you should be on Christmas break around then, right? If you're free, come back. Your big sis is getting married. If you're in China, you have to come. If you're overseas, then you have to send a red envelope. My Shanghai number is 159XXXXXXXX. Make sure you contact me, you jerk. You haven't been in touch since you supposedly went abroad. It ended with an angry little emoji, exactly her style. Completely bewildered, I read the email several more times, still unable to figure out where the studying abroad part had come from. With a sigh, I dialed the number she'd left. She answered almost immediately. Hello? Who's this? It's me. Watermelon. You useless brat. You finally remembered to call. Wait, this is a domestic number. You're still in China. Where else would I be? This is my Wuxi number. You all have it. She sounded astonished. Wait, didn't you go abroad to study? Who told you that? I rubbed my forehead. I only traveled overseas for a while. I even sent everyone a text asking for your addresses so I could mail you souvenirs. We'd all switched to Shanghai numbers by then, remember? Fine. I had considered that everyone might have changed numbers. And with everything so connected nowadays, it wouldn't have been hard to track down their new contact details. But during the 3 months after I'd come back, I'd subconsciously avoided getting in touch. Every time I thought about it, I'd tell myself I'll contact them later. Later turned into now. I was wrong. I admit it. Send me everyone's contact information later. But why on earth did you all think I'd gone abroad? Even if we'd lost touch, how had they arrived at that conclusion? I think Rong mentioned it. Besides, you never joined Shangyuan. The boss sounded equally puzzled. Why would Rong say I'd gone abroad? I couldn't make sense of it, but just hearing her name made me want to change the subject. Forget it. Anyway, I'll definitely be at your wedding. Just showing up isn't enough. All of you have to come a day early to help. Get here on the 1st, okay? She chuckled. We're broke, so we're decorating the venue ourselves. All of us? I hesitated before refusing. I probably can't make it on the 1st. You know what finance is like at the end of the month. Even on New Year's Day, she asked suspiciously. Yeah, brutal, isn't it? Afraid she'd keep asking, I quickly laughed. Getting married this soon, boss, you're not. She must have heard that question too many times already because she exploded immediately. I am not pregnant. Damn it. You people are all so dirty-minded. I wasn't going to ask if you were pregnant. Then what were you going to ask? I thought about it for a moment. I was going to ask. Boss, you're not the one who got your husband pregnant, are you? Silence. Then she burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha. Exactly. That's it. Xiguang, you're the only one who saw through the truth. Ha ha. Come celebrate next year after he gives birth. Her laughter sent a chill down my spine. Boss, your sense of humor is terrible. It's hilarious, okay? Oh, right. Xiguang, you sound like you're in a really good mood. I paused. Do I? You do. I can hear it through the phone. After hanging up, I rested my chin in my hand and sat there in a daze. Even the boss could hear how cheerful I sounded. I really must have been in a good mood. But why? Nothing earth-shatteringly wonderful had happened. Could it be? My eyes instinctively drifted towards the deputy general manager's office, where Lin Xuzheng was. Could it really be because an incredibly handsome man had finally stopped hating me? Yes, that had to be it. What a joyous occasion. Before the end of the year, after his car accident and my rooftop stunt, Lin Xuzheng and I had finally entered a harmonious and wonderful superior-subordinate relationship. Wasn't it hard-earned? More complicated than some people's love stories, wasn't it? So I came to a conclusion. To preserve this hard-won friendship, I should go to his friend's wedding after all. After all, we couldn't let the bride spend her wedding day feeling guilty, could we? Chapter 28. I had everything planned out, what I would wear to the 2 wedding banquets on the 1st and 2nd. But as the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. On the evening of the 31st, the temperature suddenly dropped by 10 degrees, plunging us straight into the heart of winter. That left me in quite a dilemma. Most of my clothes were back home in Wuxi. As for the ones I had in Suzhou that were suitable for this weather, well, they consisted of nothing but my work uniform. If I went shopping, I checked the time. I'd slept in, and it was already 12:30 in the afternoon. Lin Xuzheng was picking me up at 2, so there wasn't enough time. After wrestling with the choice between looking good and staying warm, I decisively chose warmth and arrived at the company entrance right on time at 2 o'clock. Lin Xuzhen's car was parked by the roadside. He had probably been waiting for a while. As soon as he saw me, he opened the door, stepped out, and frowned slightly. I hurried to explain, I'm not wearing this to the wedding. I'll take it off when we get there. I'm only wearing it now to keep out the cold. He looked me over for several seconds before finally saying tactfully, Xiguang, this is the first time I've ever brought a female companion to a friend's wedding. Huh. So, could you please avoid making it look like you're accompanying me to work overtime? I sighed helplessly. I can't help it. I don't have any warm clothes here, and there's no time to buy any. He gave me another once-over. Get in the car. I'll take you somewhere. Where? I used to have a patient in Suzhou who represents several clothing brands. We'll stop by and take a look. Was all this really necessary? I hesitated. Do we have to? Without looking up from the contacts on his phone, he replied casually, I care about appearances. I had no choice but to fall silent. Lin Xuzhen's former patient was an enthusiastic middle-aged woman who introduced herself as Sister Wang. She was already waiting outside the store when we arrived. The moment we got out of the car, she greeted us warmly. Dr. Lin. What a rare visitor. Then she looked at me. Is this your girlfriend, Dr. Lin? Oh, she's adorable. Back when I was in the hospital, I used to wonder what lucky girl would end up becoming Dr. Lin's girlfriend. I was about to deny it, but she moved too quickly. Before I could say a word, she'd already dashed off to grab some catalogs for me. Breaking into a cold sweat, I glanced awkwardly at Lin Xuzheng. I think she's misunderstood. He remained perfectly calm. It's fine. Misunderstandings come with discounts. That statement was so convincing that, for a moment, I actually felt it might not be such a bad misunderstanding after all. But the last shred of my conscience reminded me weakly, this doesn't seem right. He asked, would it be better if I told her I brought one of my employees here to buy clothes? Fine. At this point, the opportunity to explain had already passed. I couldn't exactly run over now and announce that I wasn't Lin Xuzhen's girlfriend. That would only make things more awkward. Since we'd probably never see each other again, and there was a discount. I decided to let it go. A moment later, Sister Wang returned with a stack of catalogs and a young woman. This is Anne, our best salesperson. She has excellent taste, so I've asked her to help you choose some outfits. These are the latest catalogs from several other brands I represent. Take your time. Thank you. I accepted the catalogs and circled around me, studying me from every angle. Miss, you're very easy to dress. You can pull off almost any style. What kind of clothes do you usually like? Simple and comfortable. Then how about these? She flipped through several pages. Or would you like to try something different? Maybe a sweeter, more feminine style. I nodded casually. Sure. She immediately gathered an armful of clothes for me to try on. I had to admit, professionals really knew what they were doing. After trying on several outfits, I genuinely liked every one of them. Since it had been quite a while since I'd bought new clothes, I decided to take them all. For the wedding banquet, I recommend this one and said, it's formal without being overly dressy, and it has a fresh, sweet look. We also have matching hair accessories. Would you like me to do your hair as well? Her eager expression made it difficult to refuse. Before long, she'd styled my hair into a softly loosened updo and added a delicate, slightly tilted hairpin. Aside from attending my godmother's banquet, it had been a long time since I'd dressed up so carefully. Feeling unexpectedly self-conscious, I couldn't help glancing at Lin Xuzheng, wondering whether I now met his standards for saving face. But why did it suddenly feel so strange, as though I were dressing up for him? Startled by my own thoughts, I quickly turned around. And thank you. I really like all of these. Let's ring everything up together. And smiled brightly. Mr. Lin already paid while you were trying on the clothes. The aforementioned Mr. Lin had apparently spent the entire time leisurely flipping through a magazine. Only when I turned to look at him in surprise did he slowly lift his eyes and give me a composed nod. For a brief moment, my mind went completely blank. Not because he'd paid for the clothes, but because that calm little gesture had been ridiculously elegant. It took me several seconds to recover. Walking over, I asked awkwardly, you already paid? How did you know I'd buy all of these? They all looked good on you. He closed the magazine as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Who exactly was buying clothes here? Just then, Sister Wang came back holding the bank card, insisting on returning it. Dr. Lin, and shouldn't have accepted your card. How could I possibly take your money when you've brought your girlfriend shopping? You saved my life. Lin Xuzheng smiled. I'll be bringing her back here to buy more clothes in the future. If you don't let me pay today, how will I have an excuse to come again? He glanced at me. I blinked before immediately joining in. That's right. Just let him pay. Only then did Sister Wang reluctantly agree to process the payment. Carrying our shopping bags, we walked out of the store. Before I could say anything, Lin Xuzheng handed me a slip of paper. The receipt. I cooperated pretty well just now, didn't I? I'll pay you back later. Feeling rather pleased with myself, I took the receipt and glanced at it. Then I froze. 3% off? I stopped dead in my tracks. Wait. I just remembered there was another outfit I liked. I need to go back and buy it. Lin Xuzheng caught hold of my arm, looking utterly exasperated. Miss Nia, we're already going to be late for the banquet. And we almost were. By the time we arrived at the hotel, the bride and groom were already preparing to make their entrance. The bride spotted us from the entrance to the banquet hall and hurried over, her wedding dress trailing behind her. Dr. Lin, I thought you weren't coming. And who's this young lady? She looked at me with obvious curiosity and barely concealed excitement. Huh? She doesn't know me? Wasn't I invited? I shot Lin Xuzheng a suspicious look. He smiled. She's the one you frightened into falling off the building. Didn't you ask me to bring her? Oh, right. The bride immediately began apologizing over and over. I'm so sorry. I've been so busy that I completely forgot. I truly didn't mean what happened last time. I have acrophobia, so seeing someone standing somewhere so high terrified me. I didn't recognize you just now. I'm really sorry. I was so frightened back then, and Xuzheng was standing in front of you, so I never got a good look at your face. You have no idea how scary Xuzheng was that day. She talked nonstop for a full 3 minutes without giving herself a chance to breathe. Then she introduced me to the groom, a large, somewhat goofy-looking but sincere man, who also apologized to me earnestly. I was beginning to feel embarrassed. Fortunately, the MC called them over to prepare for their entrance, and she finally stopped talking. Just as Lin Xuzheng and I were about to enter the banquet hall, the bride called after him again. Xuzheng, I invited your teacher too. He's been very worried about you. Since you've brought Xiguang with you, why don't you take her to see him? It'll put his mind at ease. Huh? What did she mean? Could it be? I stopped walking. Wait. Did your classmate misunderstand something? Does she think? Think what? Lin Xuzheng looked as though my question had interrupted his thoughts. Like what happened at the clothing store earlier. He pretended to think for a moment. Actually, a little misunderstanding isn't such a bad thing. After all these years without a girlfriend, it's rather embarrassing for someone as handsome as me to keep showing up alone. Besides, it wouldn't put you at any disadvantage either. Just how narcissistic are you? Calling yourself handsome with a straight face. I nearly burst out laughing, but somehow managed to keep it in. No way. There's no discount this time. Really? I shook my head firmly. All right. He didn't press the matter and merely smiled faintly. For some reason, I suddenly had the unsettling feeling that I'd fallen into a trap, even though I'd already refused. Dr. Fong was there as well. As soon as we entered the banquet hall, he waved enthusiastically at us. But instead of going over, Lin Xuzheng walked directly to the main table and stopped behind an elderly man with silver hair. Teacher. The old man turned around, pleasantly surprised. Xuzheng, you came. Yes. The old man tried to stand up, but Lin Xuzheng quickly stopped him. Instead, he crouched down beside him and asked with concern, How have you been feeling lately, teacher? What's your fasting blood sugar? The old man waved dismissively. I'm a doctor too, and your teacher, no less. Do you really need to worry about me? Then he looked at me, and his face immediately lit up. Is this your girlfriend? Wonderful. Wonderful. Lin Xuzheng paused before answering. No. I quietly let out a sigh of relief. Vice President Lin, so you do have principles after all. But seeing the disappointment on the old man's face, I unexpectedly felt a little sorry for him. Lin Xuzheng and his teacher. They seemed to share a very deep bond. Then I heard Lin Xuzheng say gently, I'm still pursuing her. The old man's expression instantly changed from disappointment to delight. He looked at me with unmistakable joy. I was caught completely off guard. My heart skipped a beat as I turned to stare at Lin Xuzheng. He met my eyes with the same look he'd given me in the clothing store, a silent request for me to play along. Looking at the old man's silver hair and his frail, trembling figure, I couldn't bring myself to refuse. I nodded gently. Only after nodding did I realize. He hadn't actually claimed I was his girlfriend. He'd only said he was pursuing me. Did that really require my confirmation? But my response clearly made the old man even happier. Looking deeply relieved, he repeated over and over. Good. 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 It's good to have a goal. I was afraid you'd stay the way you were before. Xuzheng, even if you can no longer hold a scalpel, life isn't only about scalpels. No matter what happens, you have to live your life well. His words were simple, but the affection behind them was profound. Thinking about everything Lin Xuzheng had gone through, I felt my eyes sting. Lin Xuzheng nodded. I will, teacher. Chapter 29. The MC announced from the stage that the wedding was about to begin. After saying goodbye to the elderly couple, we headed over to Dr. Fong's table. Lin Xuzheng seemed a little downcast. Being suddenly declared someone who's being pursued, even though I knew it was only to reassure the elderly, still left me feeling a little awkward. But seeing Lin Xuzheng looking so dejected, I couldn't help trying to cheer him up. What's wrong? It's been over a year since I last visited my mentor, Lin Xuzheng said quietly. He's a leading authority in neurosurgery, with students all over the country. but only a handful were truly trained by him. I was one of them, his last disciple. I've let him down. That's not your fault, and he doesn't blame you either. I couldn't bear to see him like this and hurried to reassure him. Besides, you're still incredible now. At the very least, your future boss thinks highly of you. Future boss. Lin Xuzheng suddenly laughed. You? Yes, me. I nodded firmly. So it's settled? His gaze deepened. You won't fire me later, will you? It's settled. Come on, it's someone's wedding. Cheer up, okay? Besides, you already wasted my first ever public confession. The least you can do is look happy. Oh? Is your love life really that tragic? He looked at me sympathetically. Me? You recovered far too quickly, didn't you? Attending someone else's wedding together as a man and a woman really was awkward. The moment we sat down at Dr. Fong's table, we were teased again. One of his classmates immediately grinned and said, "Wow, Xuzheng. Finally bringing your girlfriend out to meet everyone." This time, Lin Xuzheng answered with impeccable propriety. "This is shineonme, my colleague." After Lu Sha screamed and frightened her into falling downstairs, I felt guilty, so I brought her along to the wedding. Brief, clear, and entirely respectable. I was very satisfied. Dr. Fong, however, nearly spat out his tea. Under everyone's astonished stares, he wiped his mouth and laughed. Same old rules, Junior. The last one to arrive drinks 3 glasses. No thanks. I'm driving back to Suzhou tonight. Stop making excuses. Rules are rules. Who here isn't driving? Just get a taxi. Come on, fill it up. Another classmate promptly poured a full glass of red wine and handed it over. Lin Xuzheng thought for a moment. I'll have someone drink it for me. Then he pushed the glass toward me. The entire table froze, including me. Dr. Fong stared blankly for a long moment before sighing dramatically. Junior, when it comes to shamelessness, this senior truly bows before you. I silently added another point to Lin Xuzheng's growing list of offenses. But as I looked at the wine he'd unceremoniously placed in my hand, the last trace of unease in my heart disappeared completely. Someone this shameless couldn't possibly be courting me. The entire wedding banquet was delightful. Maybe birds of a feather really do flock together, because all of his classmates were wonderfully witty. At first, I was a little reserved, but with Dr. Lin sitting on my left and Dr. Fong on my right, it was practically impossible to stay stiff for long. The only awkward moment came when the bride and groom made their rounds to toast everyone. Back in my hometown, it's customary to hand over the red envelope when the newlyweds come to your table. In Shanghai, however, everyone seemed to give theirs at the entrance. So when the bride and groom reached us, I was the only one taking out a red envelope. The bride immediately refused. You came with Xuzheng. How could I accept your red envelope? Xuzheng's gift was delivered to my home ages ago. Everyone at the table was smiling at me, and I felt terribly awkward. His is his. I. Take it, Lin Xuzheng said. The bride hesitated. Wouldn't that mean accepting 2 gifts? Lin Xuzheng replied calmly, you can just pay her back double later. Ah, there's really no need. Then that's settled. The bride immediately accepted my red envelope with a smile. After she walked away, I sat back down and turned to Lin Xuzheng. Why did you tell her to return double? Even as a joke, that's pretty cold. I was considering inflation. He looked completely serious. I didn't want my future boss to suffer a loss. Me, thanks ever so much. After the couple finished making their rounds, the banquet was nearly over. His classmates began discussing where to go next, with Dr. Fong being the most enthusiastic. After much debate, they decided to head to a KTV after joining in the wedding pranks. I quietly asked Lin Xuzheng, we don't have to go, do we? You don't like it? I sighed. Just look at my surname, and you'll understand my attitude toward KTV. Hearing that, he studied me thoughtfully. I was speechless. Why are you looking at my face? My surname isn't written there. He smiled. Let me think. Yeah? 3 years, so you must have exceptional hearing. There's also the composer Nyaer, so perhaps you're gifted at music. It means all my talent is concentrated in my ears. I can only listen. Is that so? Lin Xuzheng said with rather unconvincing regret. What about the wedding pranks? Going or not? Why had he seemed completely uninterested while everyone else was discussing it earlier, yet now he appeared even keener than Dr. Fong? Of course not. You have to build up good karma. Otherwise, when it's your own wedding. That's a good point. Lin Xuzheng looked at me and nodded thoughtfully. Dr. Fong leaned over. So, are you coming? Don't you want to get married someday? Better get some practice watching the wedding pranks. Lin Xuzheng answered with complete honesty. She told me to build up good karma. Otherwise, when it's my own wedding. Dr. Lin, you really are the ultimate teammate betrayer. Dr. Fong looked at me in utter disbelief. Zhao, you're in that much of a hurry to get married? Already worrying about people pranking you at your own wedding. What? No, not in a hurry? Then come help with the pranks. Dr. Fong grinned wickedly. And just like that, I was dragged along. Originally, I'd only planned to watch for a moment before leaving. Instead, I ended up not wanting to leave at all. It was my first time seeing wedding pranks, and I'd never imagined they could be so entertaining. I had no intention of tormenting the newlyweds myself, but that didn't stop me from enthusiastically cheering everyone else on. In the end, it was Lin Xuzheng who finally dragged me out of the honeymoon suite. Standing in the lift, he said helplessly, I really can't let you spend any more time with my senior. You pick up bad habits far too quickly. Weren't you the one talking about building good karma earlier? Oh, I gave it some thought. I'm still too young to get married, so I don't need to worry about karma just yet. Not necessarily. It depends on the other person. I glanced at him, suddenly remembering Dr. Fong saying he wanted to get married. Smiling, I said, Don't worry. I won't use any of these tricks at your wedding. He looked at me. I'm really glad you'll be attending my wedding, but I doubt you'll have time to join in the bridal chamber pranks. If I was attending his wedding, how could I possibly not have time for the bridal chamber pranks? I imagined what he'd look like as a groom being mercilessly teased, and a wave of amusement swept over me. I immediately broke the promise I'd made only moments earlier. Just wait until your wedding day. I definitely will. He smiled broadly. When we stepped out of the hotel, we discovered that snow had begun to fall. Lin Xuzheng's car was parked in the car park across the road. Pulling on his overcoat, he said, Wait here for me. I'll bring the car over. I stood alone on the steps, waiting for him to drive over. It was rather cold outside, so I wrapped my arms around myself and watched the softly drifting snowflakes, my thoughts slowly wandering. Faintly, I thought I heard someone call my name. Watermelon. Was I hearing things? It sounded remarkably like my boss's voice. I turned around. There stood that long-missed figure, tall, slender, and straight-backed. Chapter 30. From June to January, half a year had already passed. I had deliberately avoided thinking about tomorrow, but I never expected this moment to arrive so soon. Xiguang, you have to hold yourself together. I quickly looked away from that familiar figure and stepped forward with a smile. Oh, what are you all doing here? Almost everyone was there. Laoda's husband, Xiafeng, Xiliang, Zhuhui Rong, and Zhuang Su, standing beside her. For a moment, it felt as though I had returned to the old days. But I had no desire to relive those old emotions. I smiled brightly at them. Unfortunately, my perfect greeting was immediately ruined by Laoda. Looking utterly betrayed, she grabbed my ear and shouted, Nya Watermelon. Didn't you say you were stuck in Suzhou working overtime and couldn't get away? Ugh. Laoda, when are you ever going to stop pulling people's ears whenever you get excited? Xiafeng and Xiliang immediately crowded around me, firing off questions one after another. Watermelon, why are you here? Yeah. And you're dressed so beautifully, I almost didn't recognize you. You're working in Suzhou? Lada, when did you get back in touch with Watermelon? Why didn't you tell us? Weren't you studying abroad? I changed my number in July and I couldn't get hold of you. I answered each question in turn. I'm working in Suzhou. In July, I was overseas and couldn't take calls. I wasn't studying abroad. Why did everyone think that? It was just a study tour. Basically, I just went traveling for 2 months. A study tour? A low, restrained voice cut through the chatter, instantly silencing everyone. It was Zhuang Su. Yeah. I paused before finally meeting his eyes. I went with Jiang Rui. You weren't studying abroad? He took a step towards me. Perhaps it was the lighting, but his expression looked unusually dark, like a storm gathering on the horizon. And no, Rong suddenly stepped between us and smiled brightly at me. Xiguang, Lauda was decorating the wedding venue today. Why didn't you come? She didn't even give me the chance to answer. You really should have come and learned a few things. I picked up loads of ideas. I'll know exactly how to decorate when it's my turn. Setting up a wedding venue is so much fun. So much fun indeed. I smiled. You all know how lazy I've always been. Oh, Xiguang, I owe you an apology for what happened before. I'm sorry for wronging you. Rong looked completely sincere. It wasn't until I started working that I realized how precious college friendships really are. Now that I've found my own happiness, I hope you'll find yours too. Don't just keep looking at other people's happiness. You have to work for your own. Yi Rong. Xiguang. The two voices rang out almost at the same time. I turned instinctively towards the one calling my name. Amid the softly falling snow, Lin Xuzheng, dressed in a black overcoat, was walking up the steps. At that moment, I felt incredibly grateful to him. Grateful that he appeared so calm, so elegant, so dazzling. I turned and ran down the steps. He stopped in surprise as I rushed straight towards him. Breathing slightly hard, I stopped in front of him and looked up, my thoughts in complete disarray, not knowing what to say. What's wrong? His voice was unusually gentle. I stared at him blankly, my eyes beginning to sting. It took me quite a while before I managed to gather my thoughts. I ran into some college classmates. He looked up towards the steps and suddenly froze. He remained motionless for a long moment. As I gradually calmed down, I followed his gaze. At the top of the steps, beneath the neon lights, Zhuang Su stood watching us, his expression impossible to read. Without warning, Lin Xuzheng took my hand. Your classmates? Come with me. He led me several steps forward before I realized I ought to pull away. But the instant I moved, his grip tightened. He guided me back up the steps, then released my hand with such natural ease that it almost seemed nothing had happened. Everyone was staring at us in undisguised shock. Xiaofeng's jaw practically hit the floor. Xiguang, you. Xiliang recovered first. Xiguang, aren't you going to introduce us? Introduce? What exactly? I looked up at Lin Xuzheng. So that's your nickname? You never told me. He smiled at me, his voice as gentle as the drifting snow, then turned to Xiliang and the others with a faint, refined smile. Hello. I'm Lin Xuzheng. Lauda visibly froze for a moment. Haha, hello. We're Xiguang's college classmates. Then she pretended to scold me. Xiguang, you said you couldn't help because you had to work overtime, but you were actually spending time with your boyfriend. Choosing love over friendship. You should have just told me. It's not like I would have forced you to come. Don't blame her. Lin Xuzheng smiled as he came to my defense. Xiguang really was supposed to be working overtime. It's just that one of my close friends got married today and insisted that I bring her along, so I did. Lada laughed. Oh, I'm not really blaming her. Isn't choosing love over friendship perfectly normal? They had obviously already assumed Lin Xuzheng was my boyfriend. I didn't want them to misunderstand. But at this moment, I didn't want to deny it either. I turned to look towards the roadside. Weren't you going to get the car? I don't see it. If possible, we could leave right now. The car's blocked in by another vehicle. The traffic police couldn't reach the owner, and I was worried you'd be waiting too long, so I came back first. Oh, so it's still stuck? Lin Xuzheng glanced at his watch. If they still can't find the owner soon, I'll have a driver take us back to Suzhou. Right. I nodded. I'd almost forgotten he was from here. Wow. Xiaofeng suddenly slapped me on the shoulder. Xiguang, your family even has a driver. It's not my family's. Xiliang smiled knowingly. I get it. Your future in-laws, right? The atmosphere instantly became lively again. Xiaofeng chattered away, asking endless questions, where he worked, how we'd met, and so on. I answered a few, but Lin Xuzheng handled most of them. He kept smiling throughout, effortlessly steering the conversation. Then Rong's icy voice cut through the laughter. Zhuang Su, where are you going? The conversation stopped immediately. At some point, Zhuang Su had already walked down the steps alone, making his way through the falling snow. I'm going to get a taxi. He paused briefly without turning around. Why go somewhere else? Rong's voice sounded stiff. We came here because it's easier to get a taxi. You can stay here. After saying that, he strode down the steps without another glance back, his back straight and resolute. Stop. Rong bit her lip, glanced at me, then hurried after him. Xiguang, we're leaving too. See you tomorrow morning at the wedding. It's at the hotel across the road. After a brief silence, Lauda was the first to say goodbye. Oh, okay. I nodded, forcing myself to focus on her. See you tomorrow. Everyone said their farewells. Before leaving, Lauda waved at Lin Xuzheng. You should come to my wedding with Xiguang tomorrow too. I wouldn't miss it. Lin Xuzheng smiled. Once they had completely disappeared into the night, everything suddenly became quiet. Only the snow continued to fall silently around us. I turned to Lin Xuzheng. Is the car still not ready? I want to go back to Suzhou early. Go back to Suzhou? He looked at me. I'm taking you out. Huh? His gaze shifted from the distance back to my face. Did you think I'd happily bring you out only to send you back feeling miserable? Did I really look that miserable? He looked down at me. You were almost crying. His voice was unbelievably gentle. I hadn't been close to tears at all. Yet hearing him say that suddenly made my eyes fill with them. So, he smiled lightly. Would you like to see the night view, watch a film, or if you like games, we could go to one of those arcades. You know, the kind. I stared at him blankly. I genuinely couldn't keep up with his train of thought. He probably had never been to a place like that before and was trying his best to explain. The kind where you can dance, shoot hoops, race cars, that sort of arcade. Every single option sounded wonderful. As long as it didn't involve returning to that lonely dorm room. I clenched my fists, suddenly overcome by impulse. How about we see the night view first, then watch a film, and then go to the arcade? Nya Xiguang. He suddenly laughed. Taking his wallet from inside his coat, he tossed it to me. You're so greedy. Go on, count it, and see if I've brought enough money. His mood was infectious. I suddenly felt excited too. I actually opened the wallet and counted the cash before pointing across the street. There's a bank over there. I'll withdraw some money. You're too poor. Still not enough? There's quite a bit left. Lin Xuzheng glanced into the wallet. I'll go and withdraw some more. Miss Nia, just how much of my money are you planning to spend tonight? No need. Holding up my bank card, I grinned. Can your finances compete with mine? Clutching the card, I ran down the steps. The icy snowflakes landed on my face, clearing my head a little. I turned around to look at him. He was strolling after me. When he saw me looking back, he waved, urging me to hurry up and withdraw the money. I waved back. Then I dashed into the bank. Chapter 31. Following the principle of going to the nearest place first, we headed to the arcade. It was actually my first time in an arcade as well. Walking through the deafening music and flashing lights, I felt a little out of place. Since it was also Lin Xuzheng's first visit, I thought we should watch how other people played before trying anything ourselves. Mr. Lin, however, clearly believed that games required no studying at all. After exchanging our money for tokens, he casually picked an empty skiing simulator and promptly ushered me onto it. And then, watch out for the rocks. I crashed straight into the rocks. Turn. I reacted too slowly and slammed into the mountainside. Truck ahead. Needless to say, I ran straight into the truck. Staring at the huge, failed displayed on the screen, I looked at Lin Xuzheng resentfully, waiting for him to put in more tokens. To my surprise, he calmly took off his overcoat, then even removed his suit jacket, draping both neatly over the railing. Rolling up the sleeves of his dress shirt with effortless elegance, he said, "Move aside. My turn. Weren't you supposed to be here to play with me?" Reluctantly, I climbed off the machine and glared at him, secretly hoping he'd crash into trees, walls, or mountains. But completely against my wishes, despite playing for the first time, his control was far better than mine. Watching him breeze through 2 stages without a hitch, I grew increasingly indignant after being kicked off the machine and decided to sabotage him instead. Whenever he needed to turn left, I'd shout, "Right. Turn right." Whenever the center path was correct, I'd enthusiastically declare, "The left side's a shortcut. Go left." Unfortunately, Lin Xuzheng remained completely unfazed and never fell for it once. Just as he was about to clear the 3rd stage, inspiration struck. As his skier approached a left turn on the screen, I suddenly shouted, "Left. Turn left." Instead, Lin Xuzheng stepped right. His skier crashed spectacularly into the mountainside. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard I could barely breathe. Lin Xuzheng paused helplessly. "Why did you suddenly stop lying?" "Me? Lie? Never." I denied it without hesitation. "See? That's what happens when you don't trust me." "All right, move over." My turn. After that, we went to the cinema. I chose the film, a newly released action blockbuster that was supposedly thrilling from beginning to end, guaranteed to raise your adrenaline, guaranteed to keep you on the edge of your seat, guaranteed to improve your sleep quality. Xiguang. Xiguang. Did I fall asleep? I rubbed my eyes. Let's go. He brushed the popcorn off my clothes, stood up, picked up our coats, and led the way out. Following him out of the theater, I finally became a little more awake. How long was I asleep? 50 minutes. Did you really have to count so precisely? Embarrassed, I hurriedly changed the subject. How did it end? Was the heroine rescued? Who took her? The male lead's father. No way. Why? He was conducting illegal drug experiments, and the heroine discovered them. A soft giggle suddenly drifted over. Turning around, I saw a young couple smiling at us. They were probably the ones who had been sitting beside us during the movie. When the girl noticed me looking, she gave me a thumbs up. "Your boyfriend is amazing at multitasking. He got every plot point right." After saying that, the 2 of them ran off laughing. Multitasking. I watched them leave before turning back to Lin Xuzheng. "You didn't fall asleep too, did you?" Lin Xuzheng acted as though he hadn't heard. Without changing expression, he calmly checked his watch. "It's almost 1 o'clock. You should get some rest. We still have a wedding to attend tomorrow." "Oh, right." I nodded. "Are you tired too? Then let's call it a night." Senior brother Fong was definitely exaggerating when he said surgeons could stay awake all night after an operation. "Hey, what are you doing?" Without warning, Lin Xuzheng grabbed my wrist and led me in another direction. "The night view looks better from upstairs." The cinema was on the basement level. The bar on the 56th floor of the same building felt like an entirely different world. After the overwhelming noise of the arcade and cinema, the peaceful atmosphere here made me fall silent. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, snow drifted gently through the night. With a single glance, the brilliant city lights stretched endlessly before us. Hadn't I once imagined walking happily beneath such a night view with someone? Or quietly sitting across from him in such peaceful darkness? Hadn't I imagined watching films together? I'd insist on buying popcorn. He'd probably complain that it was unhealthy, yet still casually steal a few pieces while we watched. Perhaps I'd fall asleep halfway through and spill popcorn everywhere. Hadn't I imagined going shopping for clothes together? I'd pick out pile after pile for him to try on until he inevitably became impatient. I'd imagined doing so many ordinary things with him. Yet in the end, someone else was the one who experienced all of them with me. It wasn't until the waiter brought over the juice I'd ordered that I realized I'd been lost in thought for far too long. Lin Xuzheng had also been quietly gazing out of the window. He had remained silent for just as long. Life really was strange. I never would have imagined that one snowy night, I'd be sitting here so peacefully with Lin Xuzheng, quietly admiring the city lights. Wrapping both hands around my glass, I said, "Thank you." Lin Xuzheng withdrew his gaze from the window and lightly raised his own glass toward me. "No need. Great kindness needs no words." I burst out laughing. Whether it was the candlelight or simply the atmosphere, the Lin Xuzheng sitting across from me seemed graceful in every movement, carrying an indescribable elegance. A sudden curiosity overcame me. Putting aside my tangled emotions, I eagerly asked, "Lin Xuzheng, how old are you?" "Xiguang, you really don't know much about your boss. Are you working for me, or am I working for you?" He switched roles far too naturally. He smiled. "It's a wonderful arrangement. I get to boss you around while earning money for you. More like exploiting me." I pouted. "Come on. How old are you?" 6 years older than you." I quickly did the maths. "That can't be right. You have a PhD, don't you? There's no way you finished medical school, earned a doctorate, and became a doctor while still being this young." He really was the textbook definition of young and successful. Lin Xuzheng seemed momentarily at a loss. "I started school early and graduated early." Oh, then another question immediately came to mind. "By the way, why does senior brother Fong call you the #1 beast of the medical school?" He gave a light cough. "Xiguang, don't you think that's rather inappropriate to ask me directly? Perhaps you should ask senior brother Fong when you get the chance." He paused. "Didn't the two of you exchange phone numbers?" Leaning back in his chair with a wine glass in hand, he looked at me. "Just how many embarrassing stories did he tell you? It sounds as though he's already revealed all my secrets." "Don't worry. Senior brother Fong didn't tell me anything about your love life or romantic scandals." "My love life." He chuckled. "Medical school was busy, and being a doctor is even busier. I never even had time to pursue anyone." "What about the women pursuing you?" "Someone as outstanding as you must have had plenty of admirers." "Oh." His eyes sparkled with amusement. "Perhaps the gentleman sitting across from you simply has standards that are too high." Then he looked directly at me. "Why are you suddenly so interested in me today?" I sighed. "I'm just bored." He nearly choked on his wine. "Wait." A serious thought suddenly occurred to me. "You're drinking, but you still have to drive later." After withdrawing money from the bank earlier, the owner of the blocking vehicle had finally appeared, so we'd driven here ourselves. How was he supposed to drive home after drinking? "No need," he replied calmly. "My place is only about 20 minutes away on foot." Oh. I looked out the window. The snow had grown heavier. I wonder if the roads will be covered in snow tomorrow morning. It might be hard to get a taxi. "I'll pick you up." I turned back. He was gently swirling the wine in his glass. "Your classmate invited me to the wedding too." "What? Am I not welcome?" "Tomorrow." "Of course you're welcome." I took a big sip of juice and smiled brightly. I'll bring red envelopes and I'll treat you to a free wedding banquet. But I grinned mischievously. You have to be even more handsome tomorrow than you were today. Even more handsome? He repeated the words with amusement. Aren't you worried people will misunderstand our relationship? A little misunderstanding won't hurt. I deliberately imitated his tone. With my beauty, you're hardly the one at a disadvantage. You. His eyes rested on mine, countless emotions flickering within them. You're enjoying yourself far too much today. My heart skipped a beat. Perhaps I really had gotten carried away. Without realizing it, I lowered my gaze. The candlelight flickered softly in the glass beside us. After a long silence, he finally spoke. You should get to bed early. Otherwise, if you have dark circles tomorrow, your stunning beauty won't survive. The hotel occupied the same building, so checking in was very convenient. Don't need me to accompany you? No, thank you. A man and woman checking into a hotel together looked far too suspicious. Lin Xuzheng nodded and held the lift doors open. Message me once you've reached your room. I gave him an okay sign, hurried out of the lift, then turned and waved before the doors closed. Only then did I head for reception. The receptionist greeted me warmly. Good evening, miss. How may I help you? Hello. Do you have any rooms available? I'd like to check in. Certainly. May I see your ID, please? I immediately pulled out my phone and called Lin Xuzheng. Lin Xuzheng, where are you? Come back right now. Lin Xuzheng lowered his head and carefully signed the registration form. His handsome brows were slightly furrowed, making him look unusually serious. But, are you trying not to laugh? He raised an eyebrow. Is it really that obvious? I knew it. After handing the completed registration form back to the receptionist, Lin Xuzheng turned toward me and carefully instructed. Lock the door with the deadbolt after you enter your room. Don't open the door if anyone knocks. If anything unusual happens, call me immediately. That's really unnecessary. I booked the room under my own name, Miss Nia. He looked at me seriously. For the sake of my reputation and integrity, all right? Okay. I weakly rested my forehead against the counter. Here are your room cards, sir and madam. Sorry for keeping you waiting. The receptionist smiled as she returned our IDs and handed us the key cards. Lin Xuzheng passed mine to me, and together we walked toward the lifts. Thanks. I accepted it. Good thing you brought your ID. It wouldn't have mattered if I hadn't. He answered calmly. It's only 20 minutes from here to my place. I still couldn't stay at your place. What are you thinking? He glanced sideways at me before looking back at the lift display with a perfectly straight face. I meant I could have gone home and picked up my ID. All right. He held the lift door open and handed me several shopping bags. Your clothes. They were left in the car. He'd specifically gone to the underground car park just to fetch them. I hesitated before accepting them. Oh, thank you. I'll head upstairs then. Go on. He nodded. Get some rest. I'll make sure to look even more handsome tomorrow. So don't forget to look as beautiful as a flower. I'll do my best. I stepped into the lift and waved helplessly. Good night. We really had stayed out far too late. After finally finding my room, I collapsed onto the bed for a while before dragging myself up to shower. Even after washing up, however, I couldn't fall asleep immediately. Lying in bed, I kept thinking about Lin Xuzheng walking home alone through the snow in nothing more than a suit and overcoat. Unable to resist, I sent him a message. Did you get home? He replied with a photograph. Yes. The night view from my place should be about the same as yours. The picture had probably been taken from his balcony. Brilliant city lights stretched into the distance. The Huangpu River shimmered beneath the night sky. A half-finished glass of wine rested quietly on the balcony railing. His home looked lovely. But why was he still drinking alone so late? Hadn't he already drunk enough earlier? I pressed the bedside control to open the curtains, casually snapped a picture of my own view, and sent it back. Pretty similar. Why aren't you asleep yet? Thinking about how to revise next year's annual plan. You're far too dedicated. As both your boss and your subordinate, I'm ashamed. Just doing my duty. Miss Nia only needs to enjoy the rewards. There he was teasing me again. Knowing I couldn't outwit him, I wisely retreated. Good night, Mr. Lin. Good night. A moment later, another message arrived. Miss Nia. Was he really insisting on matching my wording even in text messages? Mr. Lin's obsessive neatness was truly incurable. Smiling to myself, I prepared to turn off my phone and go to sleep. But my finger hovered over the power button for a long time before slowly withdrawing. Instead, I reopened my messages, scrolled all the way to the bottom, and quietly stared at that familiar name. Opening the conversation, I looked through every message I'd ever sent him, and the pitifully few replies he had ever sent me. The final message was still the apology I'd once sent him, forever unanswered. I'm sorry. I didn't know you and Rong were together. Otherwise, I never would have said those things. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble. Countless times, I'd stared at that conversation. If I sent another message, would he reply? What would he say? The first time I'd looked at this conversation, I'd thought about deleting everything. Deleting every message. Deleting even his name. In the end, I did nothing. I switched off my phone, tossed it aside, pulled up the blankets, and closed my eyes. Surprisingly, I fell asleep almost immediately. I slept deeply and dreamlessly. When I woke the next morning, I felt wonderfully refreshed. After washing up at around 9 o'clock, I turned on my phone just as Lin Xuzheng called. I'm downstairs already. Huh? But isn't it far too early for the wedding? The hotel where you stayed last night includes 2 breakfasts. His voice carried a faint smile. It would be a waste not to use them, Miss Nia. So I came to have breakfast with you. Chapter 32. The breakfast at the 5-star hotel was actually quite ordinary, but the small wontons were unexpectedly delicious. Unfortunately, the portions were tiny, so I ended up eating 2 bowls and still wanted another. The man across from me had already finished his meal. He looked refreshed, nothing like someone who had nearly pulled an all-nighter the day before. Holding a cup of coffee in one hand and scrolling through the news on his tablet with the other, he still found time to ask, if you eat that much now, will you still have room for the banquet later? Eating more gives me energy. What do you know? I waved a hand dismissively. You'll see what I'm capable of later. Oh, you're not eating your bread anymore? Then I'll help you finish it. I immediately speared it with my fork. After taking a bite, I noticed it had suddenly become very quiet. I looked up to find Lin Xuzheng staring at me with a rather speechless expression. What? I mumbled through a mouthful of bread. You weren't going to eat it anyway. Can't let it go to waste, Mr. Lin. Nothing. He set down his coffee cup. I was just calculating the costs. It seems my expenses might increase a little. Do you have to be such a workaholic? Just hearing the words costs and expenses made my head ache. I quickly finished the bread and commented, it's a bit dry though. Not very good. Do you prefer Western breakfasts? They're more convenient when you live alone. I'm not particular about it. It can be adjusted. Oh, right. I nodded. A little more variety would make the nutrition more balanced. The moment I said it, I remembered the man sitting across from me was a genuine medical PhD. Talking about nutrition in front of him felt like showing off before an expert. Just as I was beginning to feel embarrassed, Lin Xuzheng gave a quiet hum. Noted. His eyes remained on the news, as though the reply had been completely casual. Finish your soy milk, then let's go. No more eating. Too much isn't good for your stomach. Okay. The snow outside had stopped. Warm morning sunlight streamed through the window. The man across from me quietly read the news while I held my cup, unconsciously slowing my pace as I drank the soy milk. After breakfast, we checked out and headed to the underground garage. Seeing the unfamiliar car, I blinked in surprise. You changed cars. Lin Xuzheng usually drove an ordinary BMW, but this one. I don't think I've ever seen you drive this before. It was sent back to the factory for repairs last year. After I got it back, I hardly drove it. But your standards are a bit too high, and I couldn't meet them, so I had to make up for it another way. What standards? I looked at him blankly. You forgot. He sighed. Be a little more handsome. Pfft. I burst out laughing. He couldn't possibly get any more handsome. Mr. Lin, just how narcissistic are you? Good. As long as I manage to make you laugh. Get in. Okay. I hurried to the passenger side and opened the door, but then paused. Looking across the roof of the car at him, I said earnestly, Actually, today you. I'd meant to compliment him openly, but the words caught in my throat. All at once, I felt too shy to say them. He stood on the opposite side of the car, meeting my gaze steadily. Actually what? Actually. Although he always dressed carefully, his style was usually understated. Today, however, he seemed to have abandoned all restraint, dazzling enough to make it difficult to look away. When I'd come downstairs earlier and seen him standing in the hotel lobby, tall, straight-backed, and impossibly distinguished, I had genuinely been stunned. Walking toward him under everyone's gaze had even filled me with a tiny bit of vanity. Actually, you look even more handsome today. I finally blurted it out, my face growing slightly warm. He looked at me for a long moment before a slow smile spread across his face. Then trying on several ties was worth it. Get in, Miss Nia. I'm happy to be your chauffeur today. Unfortunately, Mr. Lin's even more handsome car was completely powerless against Shanghai's legendary traffic. The road from Pudong to Puxi was clogged the entire way. Fortunately, we'd left early, so by the time we arrived, the bride and groom were already greeting guests at the entrance. As usual, Lin Xuzheng dropped me off before driving away to park. The moment the bride saw me, she lifted her wedding gown and ran straight over, throwing a punch at my arm without the slightest hesitation. Hey, what's the meaning of this? You dressed up this beautifully for my wedding? And what kind of car was your boyfriend driving just now? Boss, could you please be a little less violent on your wedding day? Of course I'd dress up a little for your banquet. Besides, I blinked mischievously and shifted my gaze toward Zhuang Su and Rong. With a bridesmaid that beautiful and a groomsman that handsome, weren't you worried about being upstaged? So they really were the bridesmaid and groomsman. Rong was busy greeting other guests and didn't seem to notice me. Zhuang Su stood quietly behind the groom. When his calm eyes met mine, I somehow managed to keep my smile unchanged. The bride gritted her teeth. Nia Xiguang. Laughing, I dodged her reaching hands and silently awarded myself full marks. Her husband soon came over to greet me before hurrying off to welcome more guests. The bride pulled me aside to a quieter corner. It's all my husband's fault. Back when we graduated, everyone was drinking in the dorm, and Zhuang Su got drunk. He said he didn't know how many more years he'd have to struggle before he could get married and would probably be the last one, so my husband promised he'd be his groomsman. As for me, Rong insisted so enthusiastically. Do you think I wanted attendance this ridiculously good-looking? After whispering the whole explanation into my ear, she made another half-hearted attempt to punch me. Don't bully her. An amused voice interrupted. Someone gently pulled me aside, narrowly helping me avoid another punch. I looked up to find Lin Xuzheng standing there, my coat draped over his arm. He handed it to me. So careless. You left your coat in the car. Oh, I left it there on purpose. It's warm inside the hotel, and carrying it around is a bother. Lin Xuzheng nodded. You'll need it when we leave later. I'll hold on to it for you. Then he turned toward the newlyweds with a smile and handed over a red envelope. Congratulations on your marriage. Huh? He'd prepared a red envelope too? I immediately protested. Why are you giving one too? Didn't I say I was bringing you here to freeload? Now we're giving double. The bride shot me a murderous glare. Lin Xuzheng laughed. It's not double. Shouldn't I give one myself? But yours is way too thick. Boss, just count it as covering the gift for your future baby too. I wish you an early child. I could tell Boss was genuinely about to hit me this time, so I quickly pulled out the red envelope I'd prepared and handed it over. His gift has nothing to do with mine. Boss, this one's from me. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness. Xiguang. Perhaps it was the wedding atmosphere, but Boss suddenly looked a little emotional, as if she might cry. She opened her arms and pulled me into a tight hug. You should find your own happiness too. Don't be so foolish. The last sentence was whispered softly into my ear. I gently patted her back. Boss released me, grabbed her husband, and shouted, Honey, seat those two dazzling people somewhere in the corner. I don't want to look at them. Naturally, we weren't actually seated in the corner. The seating arrangements had already been made, with 2 tables reserved for our university classmates. As expected, I sat with Xiaofeng and Xiliang. Even after the banquet began, the 2 seats beside me remained empty. Weilong explained that they were reserved for the bridesmaid and groomsmen because there wasn't enough room at the head table. I paused for a moment before continuing to chat with them. The bridesmaid and groomsmen probably wouldn't even have time to sit down and eat. Soon, the wedding ceremony began. Although Boss had insisted she wanted a simple wedding, it was still wonderfully grand. Accompanied by the bridesmaid and groomsmen, the bride and groom walked into the banquet hall to the wedding march, passed beneath flower arches, and stepped onto the stage. I overheard whispers from the neighboring table. The bride and groom look perfect together. Wow, that groomsman is so handsome. Yeah, Zhuang Su. Only now, with everyone else looking toward the stage, did I finally dare to look at him so openly. He had changed. He was thinner than he had been in university, with an unmistakable sharpness about him. Dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, his bearing and expression reminded me of a sword drawn completely from its sheath. What had he gone through to become the person he was today? How unfortunate. I hadn't been there to witness that transformation. Amid the lively celebration, my gaze must have lingered too long. His eyes, which had been resting somewhere in the distance, suddenly met mine directly. Startled, I hurriedly looked away. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. Once I'd finally calmed down, regret quickly followed. Had my reaction been too obvious? Just then, Lin Xuzheng placed a piece of food into my bowl with his chopsticks. His voice was exceptionally gentle. Xiguang, calm yourself. Oh, thanks. Distracted, I lowered my head. Then I froze in horror. Where on earth had he found such an enormous piece of fatty pork? This wasn't calming me down. This was giving me another scare. The ceremony on stage soon ended, and Boss and her husband began making the rounds to toast the guests. Rong Rong, still dressed in her bridesmaid gown, finally returned to the banquet hall. Naturally, she didn't sit beside me, leaving one empty seat between us. The moment she sat down, without greeting anyone, she smiled and looked directly at Lin Xuzheng. I know who you are. Everyone except Lin Xuzheng looked at her in surprise. Rong Rong lifted her chin slightly, her expression tinged with arrogance. Yesterday, I thought Mr. Lin's name sounded familiar. Later, I remembered. Mr. Lin is the chairman of Xingyuan's grandson, isn't he? Lin Xuzheng smiled faintly. You work at Xingyuan? Before Rong Rong could answer, Xiaofeng gasped. Wow, Xiguang. No way. Your boyfriend is from that legendary wealthy family. I ignored her, looking straight at Rong Rong instead. Her smile was strange, and her eyes were filled with obvious disdain, as though Xiaofeng's reaction was laughably ignorant. Without waiting for anyone to ask how she knew Lin Xuzheng, Rong Rong explained herself. I'm Manager Xing's second assistant in the marketing department. I've heard him mention you. Xingjie. Rong Rong nodded with composure. Lin Xuzheng smiled slightly. So you're Xingjia's assistant. After that, he said nothing more. But Rong Rong clearly wasn't willing to stop there. What a pity I never had the chance to meet Mr. Lin at headquarters. I'd only been with the company for a few months when I heard Mr. Lin had been transferred to a subsidiary. I might have been imagining it, but I felt she deliberately emphasized the word subsidiary, and there was an indescribable implication in her tone. And now you're working in Suzhou, in the same company as Xiguang. By the way, Xiguang, why did you choose Suzhou? It's developing well, but the opportunities there can't compare with Shanghai. What was she trying to say? That Lin Xuzheng had been pushed out of Xingyuan's core? That he held no important position within the Shang family? That he wasn't worth mentioning? What business is that of yours? A surge of anger rose inside me. Looking directly at Rong Rong, I replied lightly. Suzhou is wonderful. That company is a joint venture between my family and Shangyuan, so it's a much more comfortable place for me to work. Shanghai may have more opportunities, but I don't really need the kind you're talking about. Oh, right. The Shang family and mine are quite close. Rong Rong, if you ever run into any problems at Shangyuan, feel free to come to me. Don't be shy. Friendships from university are the most precious. I'll help however I can. Yi Rong's face darkened immediately. Lin Xuzheng glanced at me. He rarely showed obvious emotions in public, so I couldn't tell what that look meant. Feeling a little nervous, I leaned closer and whispered, "Was that too much?" Lin Xuzheng chuckled. I frowned. "What are you laughing at?" He leaned closer as well, lowering his voice to match mine. "I'm laughing because someone is strutting around in a paper tiger skin, while the real little tiger beside me only dares to show tiny kitten claws, afraid they'll accidentally scratch someone. What was that supposed to mean? Stop making fun of me." Xiliang, sensing the awkward atmosphere, hurriedly changed the subject. "Rong Rong, as a bridesmaid, do you actually have time to eat? Don't you have to help collect the red envelopes?" After a brief pause, Yi Rong answered, "The bride's mother is taking care of that. I came over to rest for a while. You must be exhausted. Eat something." Then Xiliang suddenly remembered something and turned to me. "Xiguang, didn't the bride say you brought gifts for us? Why didn't you bring them today?" "Oh, I was planning to, but I didn't go back to Suzhou yesterday. I'll bring them next time." Before I could finish, the chair beside me was suddenly pulled back. Out of the corner of my eye, I first saw the sleeve of a black suit. Then I felt a long familiar presence settle quietly beside me. The groomsman who had just been standing on stage had taken the seat next to me. I froze instantly. Xiliang immediately grinned. "Oh? What did I just hear? You didn't go back to Suzhou last night? So you stayed in Shanghai? Where did you stay?" Her meaningful gaze moved back and forth between me and Lin Xuzheng. "Mr. Lin must have a place in Shanghai, right?" Lin Xuzheng glanced at her calmly. "My home is very close to Xiguang's hotel, so it was convenient to pick her up this morning." Chapter 33. Xiliang looked a little awkward and forced a laugh. "Oh, I see. I didn't say anything else." The wedding banquet was lively and bustling, yet everything around me seemed strangely silent. Everyone was talking, but their voices felt distant, and the silence was so profound that I could almost hear my own heartbeat. With a hint of familiarity, Yi Rong asked Zhuang Su, "Why did you come over? Shouldn't you be accompanying the groom while he toasts everyone?" Xiliang and the others instinctively looked toward Zhuang Su, but he seemed not to hear. Quietly, he took a sip of wine without saying a word. The table fell silent for a moment before Xiliang finally spoke. "I guess the groom's relatives can handle the drinking. They probably don't need Zhuang Su." "Oh, right, Zhuhui mentioned he saw you near Rongzi Tower the other day." Zhuhui immediately picked up the conversation. "Yeah, I forgot to ask yesterday. Were you at Rongzi Tower last week? I was there for work and thought I saw someone who looked like you. I was about to call out, but you disappeared in the blink of an eye. Was that really you? What were you doing there?" "I work there now. His cool voice sounded so close that it seemed to echo directly inside my chest. Zhuhui stared in surprise. When did you change jobs? Yirong blurted out at the same time before quickly pressing her lips together. A month ago. You're really secretive. You changed jobs without telling anyone. But a bank is already top tier. Where did you transfer to? I'm still at a bank, just in a different department. Which department? Another classmate asked curiously. Investment banking. The classmates all froze, their faces filled with shock. A bank was a world-renowned international bank with two major divisions, commercial banking and investment banking. Commercial banking handled traditional lending and deposits. The last time Zhuang Su had visited our company, he had probably been working in commercial lending. Investment banking, however, was completely different. It handled IPOs, mergers, acquisitions, and corporate restructuring. Getting into the commercial banking division of a bank like a bank was already extraordinarily difficult. Investment banking. Only the very best made it there. Yet in only half a year, he had transferred into a bank's investment banking division. But investment bankers often had to entertain clients. Did that really suit someone like Zhuang Su? The thought had barely surfaced before I ruthlessly suppressed it. What did it have to do with me? How ridiculous. Besides, although Zhuang Su had always been proud and aloof, he had never lacked popularity. Back at university, teachers and classmates alike adored him. Even Jiang Rui thought highly of him. He wasn't nearly as cold toward other people as he was toward me. It seemed that icy distance had always been reserved exclusively for me. Zhuhui was still marveling. I knew you were talented and hardworking, so I figured you'd rise quickly. But this is unbelievable. Your monthly salary must have doubled after moving into investment banking, right? I heard the year-end bonuses are 6 figures. At this rate, you'll probably be earning over $1 million a year in just a few years. That's nothing. Zhuang Su's reply carried a trace of quiet disdain. I couldn't help glancing at him. Our eyes met instantly. For a brief moment, I froze. Suddenly, I remembered the look he'd given me after graduation when I'd learned he'd joined a bank. It was as though he'd been waiting for my reaction. Only now, that gaze was even harder to read, hidden beneath a layer of icy indifference. At our table, only Xiaofeng showed little interest in the conversation. She was busy interrogating Lin Xuzheng about our love story. So you and Watermelon had an office romance. Since you were her boss, you must work in the same field, right? MBA? No. Lin Xuzheng answered a beat later, his voice noticeably quieter. I studied medicine. What? That's completely different. Then why aren't you a doctor? Why was she so curious? I quickly interrupted. Why are you asking so many questions? Xiaofeng pouted. Can't I ask? Look at you, Watermelon, getting all possessive. I never knew you could be this jealous. I'm just curious why someone who studied medicine isn't working as a doctor. She just wouldn't stop. I glared at her. What's so strange about it? Haven't you ever met a genius with multiple talents? Lin Xuzheng suddenly laughed. She's probably never seen anyone boast quite like you. Then, perhaps sensing my discomfort, he added gently, It's all right. It wasn't all right at all. He was usually so composed, yet even I had heard the faint trace of disappointment in his voice just now. I hurriedly changed the subject. The fish soup is really good. Have you tried it? He looked at me, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. Not yet. Seeing that he had no intention of serving himself, I naturally spun the lazy Susan, ladled out a bowl for him, another for Xiaofeng, and finally one for myself. As I set the ladle down, I paused for a moment before lowering my head to drink the soup. Out of the corner of my eye, I inevitably caught sight of Zhuang Su. At that exact moment, he picked up his wine glass and drained it in one gulp. The conversation at the table continued, mostly among the men. You'd fit right in at an investment bank. You're already used to working 80-hour weeks. Unlike me, I'm just drifting through life. At least you know you're drifting. Xiliang, who had been quiet for a while, finally spoke with mild reproach toward Zhuahui. When she looked at Zhuang Su, her expression was rather complicated. I really didn't expect you to advance so quickly. You'll probably be able to buy a place in Shanghai soon, won't you? Yafeng muttered between spoonfuls of soup. Didn't your family already buy Zhuahui a place as soon as he came to Shanghai? Once you get the keys, you'll be getting married, right? Zhuahui laughed sheepishly. Xiliang fell silent and turned to chat with Yurong, who had also become unusually quiet. Another male classmate suddenly spoke up. Hey, Zhuang Su, I bought a couple of stocks recently. Could you take a look when you have time? Don't give me that no insider trading excuse like you did back in college. I still remember that stock you bought in senior year. It hit the daily limit the very next day. Zhuahui laughed. Too bad you sold it immediately. Zhuang Su lowered his head and poured himself another glass of wine. My current position doesn't allow me to make investments like that. I closed my brokerage account a long time ago. I know, but I'm just asking for some advice. Before he could finish, a sudden commotion interrupted him. The bride and groom had arrived, each holding a wine glass as they came to toast our table. The groom immediately clasped his hands together in surrender. Thank you all for coming. We're all friends here, so let's just have one toast together instead of going one by one. Seeing how flushed he already was, no one objected. Everyone stood, offered their congratulations, and raised their glasses. The wine glasses met in the air. Somehow, Zhuang Su didn't seem to have a firm grip on his glass. When it clinked against another, it tipped toward me. I didn't have time to dodge. Red wine splashed across the white sleeve of my sweater, quickly spreading into a large crimson stain. Xiliang gasped. Everyone froze. Sorry. Zhuang Su turned slightly toward me. Although he apologized, there wasn't even the slightest hint of sincerity on his face. His eyes were cold. It's all right. I accepted the tissue Lin Xuzheng handed me and casually wiped at the stain. Xiguang, are you all right? The senior asked. I'm fine. I raised my glass toward the newlyweds once more. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness together. My apologies for not holding my glass properly just now. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks. Zhuang Su turned toward the bride and groom, then picked up the wine bottle, filled a glass to the brim, and emptied it in one gulp. He lowered his head, poured another, finished it. Then poured a third. Only after he drained all 3 glasses did everyone seem to snap back to reality and hurriedly finish their own drinks. Lin Xuzheng smiled faintly before slowly emptying his own glass. Thank you, everyone. Please enjoy the meal. The groom led the bride toward the next table. I grabbed another tissue and wiped my hand again. It still felt sticky. I'm going to the restroom, I said to Lin Xuzheng. He didn't answer immediately. For a moment, the silence between us felt unusually heavy. I hadn't noticed while sitting down, but now that I was standing between 2 equally tall men, I suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure. I looked up. Only then did Lin Xuzheng withdraw his gaze from somewhere else and slowly look at me. Go ahead. Water flowed over my hands. The sounds of the wedding banquet drifted faintly in from outside. Looking at my reflection in the mirror, I suddenly felt exhausted. Maybe it was because I'd stayed up too late the previous night. I could probably leave soon. It was a little early, but saying I needed to drive back to Suzhou would be a perfectly reasonable excuse. Yes, I'd say goodbye to Senior when I got back. Having made up my mind, I turned off the tap and walked out of the restroom. The corridor leading back to the banquet hall was long. I walked slowly with my head lowered, my mind completely blank. Then a pair of polished black dress shoes suddenly appeared before me, blocking my path. I looked up. The handsome groomsman from the ceremony stood silently in front of me. Why was he here? Did he need to use the restroom too? Should I greet him? or simply walk past. I hadn't expected him to speak first. What's your phone number? My footsteps stopped. After several seconds, I quietly replied, It's still the same. So is mine. His gaze was cold and heavy. Remember to send me your bank account number. Of course. He intended to compensate me for the stained clothes. Why wasn't I surprised? There's no need. Right. He nodded slightly, a trace of mockery touching his voice. I haven't congratulated you yet. What a perfect match. You and Weilong are the real perfect match. The same to you. Congratulations. Silence settled between us. I took a step, intending to walk past him. Then he suddenly let out a cold laugh. Xiguang. He raised his eyes to meet mine. Why were you looking at me like that just now? His gaze was full of ridicule. Still can't make up your mind? Or, still can't forget your old feelings for me? Heat rushed to my face in an instant. What was he trying to prove? That I still couldn't let him go? That I still loved him? Yes, I did. I lifted my head and forced myself to meet his eyes without retreating. Yesterday, Weilong apologized to me. I was surprised. I thought she'd spend the rest of her life pretending that incident had never happened and never admit she was wrong. But after she apologized, I realized I still owed her an answer. I looked directly into his eyes. Back then, she asked me, Don't you like Zhuang anymore? I think I finally know my answer. I don't like him anymore. I enunciated every word clearly. Please tell her for me. Tell her she doesn't have to worry. I have no interest in someone else's happiness. Chapter 34. No need to tell you wrong. But I'm relieved. He slowly slipped his hands into his trouser pockets. How ridiculous. Some people's promises are so worthless, changing at the drop of a hat. Was he talking about me? Promises? When did we ever make any promises? Could he be referring to that ridiculous declaration I made so long ago? Zhuang, I'll always like you. Even if you don't accept me now, I won't change. Just wait until I win you over. It's fine if you don't like me. It's fine that you're with someone else now. But why come here and drag up the past just to embarrass me? Worthless promises? Who cares how much a promise is worth? Do you? Suppressing the sting in my eyes, I said quietly, I'm not made of stone. If someone likes me and treats me well, I might be moved. I might change my feelings. What's so strange about that? After another long silence, he let out a mocking laugh. You're right. You're not made of stone, so changing your feelings isn't strange. Who hasn't changed? Xiguang, thank you for helping me find my way back after I got lost. Lost? When was he ever lost? This was utterly absurd. Wasn't I the one who had been wandering around lost all this time? My eyes burned fiercely. I tried desperately to keep them open, fighting back the tears with everything I had, but the crushing tightness in my chest refused to ease. I wanted nothing more than to curl up and disappear. Zhuang's figure vanished completely around the corner. Drained, I leaned against the wall, then slowly slid down until I was sitting on the floor, burying my face in my knees. I knew how conspicuous I looked. I knew someone could walk down this hallway at any moment. But I couldn't help it. I had no strength left to pretend I was fine. Don't cry. Don't cry. Only a fool would still cry over him. The words echoed over and over in my mind. But in the end, I was that fool. There, in the hallway where anyone could walk by, I buried my face and cried silently until I was a complete mess. Until someone firmly pulled me to my feet. Lin Xuzheng looked intently into my eyes, his expression unreadable. This was so humiliating. I turned my face away and rubbed my eyes hard. Don't worry about me, I muttered. I'll be fine soon. Just give me another minute. How can I not worry? You're being far too hard on yourself. He let out a quiet sigh. Confessing here really lowers my standards, but seeing you cry like this, if I don't seize the opportunity, it would be a waste of my intelligence. Xiguang, tell me, what am I supposed to do? His voice was low and gentle, like a soft breeze. There was even a trace of genuine confusion in it, brushing lightly against my heart. But as his words finally registered, it felt as though a violent storm had struck me, leaving me utterly dazed. Confessing? What did he mean? Taking advantage of the situation? What was he talking about? Earlier, at the entrance to the banquet hall, I ran into your classmate who works at Xiguang. I told her if I were you, I wouldn't go over there. But I broke my own promise. I told myself that I'd be 30 in another 2 years. I shouldn't act like some impulsive young man. And yet, I couldn't stop myself. I'm the one who's hopelessly devoted, yet I'm the one hoping she'll change her feelings as soon as possible. He looked at me, his voice light as a feather. Xiguang, don't pretend you don't understand. I'm not pretending. I stared at him blankly, my mind in complete chaos. I only just realized it myself. I haven't even had time to pretend. He suddenly let out a low laugh, pure delight filling his voice. Xiguang, you really are. He lowered his head. His warm breath suddenly came unbearably close, enveloping me until I barely had room to breathe. Awkwardly, I looked up at him. He paused. Then he abruptly stepped back and let go of my hand. Only then did I realize he'd been holding it all this time. Time seemed to freeze. After a long moment, once his breathing had steadied, he handed me a bag. I went to the car to get this. Go change into it. It would be a shame if all those beautiful dresses you bought never got shown off. Holding the clothes he had pressed into my hands, I headed back toward the restroom. My steps felt so light that it was as though I were walking on clouds. As I rounded the corner, I couldn't help stopping to glance back. Lin Xuzheng was leaning against the wall, his eyes lowered to the floor. He was always so calm, so confident, so composed. But at that moment, he looked indescribably lonely. Did he just say that he likes me? Lin Xuzheng likes me? After changing, I returned to the banquet with Lin Xuzheng. We stayed only a little while before taking our leave. The bride, groom, and the rest of the wedding party were already outside the hotel, seeing off their guests. The bride patted me on the shoulder. No way, you changed outfits again? Wow, this one is gorgeous too. You brought more outfits than I did, and I'm the bride. I looked at her blankly, too dazed to respond. Beside me, Lin Xuzheng smiled. It's supposed to snow this afternoon, and the roads may get bad. We should leave now. The bride immediately adopted the warm smile of a gracious hostess. Thank you for coming to our wedding. As we stepped out of the hotel, Zhuang Su turned back after seeing off another guest. His tall figure brushed past me, carrying the chill of the snow outside. Almost instinctively, I moved a little closer to Lin Xuzheng. Outside, light snow had already begun to fall. Walking beside him, I had never felt so awkward. His presence was impossible to ignore. With his hands in his coat pockets, he walked steadily for a while before suddenly speaking. So, my confession has the effect of a general anesthetic. I froze in place, staring at my shoes. I'm sorry. Silence followed. Xiguang, you shouldn't reject me like that. You should confidently tell me, Lin Xuzheng, I'm not interested in you yet. You don't meet my standards. Not apologize as though you've done something wrong. That's not what I meant. I looked up almost instinctively, hurrying to deny it. How could he not meet my standards? A man as brilliant and exceptional as him. Even in my most extravagant teenage fantasies, I would never have dared imagine someone so perfect. But if my heart still ached for someone else, if I still couldn't forget him, how could I accept another person? It's just... I hesitated. I just haven't forgotten someone I used to like. You saw it just now. If two people are going to be together, it should be with wholehearted sincerity. Right now, I can't do that. Lin Xuzheng looked at me with a faint smile. Actually, back at the hotel, I lied to you. What? I stared at him in surprise, my heart skipping a beat. I said it would be a waste of my intelligence if I didn't take advantage of the situation. The truth is, confessing to you at that moment would have been the real waste. It would have ruined the all-night annual strategy I'd just finished planning. But he smiled helplessly. It turns out feelings aren't something you can control or calculate. He chuckled. It's my first time experiencing something like this. It's rather new. I knew you'd reject me, but this quickly. He sighed with a smile. What can I do? I'm feeling a little too embarrassed to face my family. Still, it was within my expectations. And somehow, it's like discovering a tumor. Even if it's there, at least it's benign. He nodded, looking strangely satisfied. All right. It seems we'll just have to take this one step at a time. We'll continue once we're back in Suzhou. Continue? Continue what? Couldn't he see the utter confusion written all over my face? I had been speaking with complete sincerity. So why did it suddenly feel as though I couldn't keep up with his train of thought? And where had that comparison to a tumor come from? Was that really an appropriate analogy? I tried to untangle the mess he'd made of my thoughts. After a minute, I gave up. It seemed easier to deal with the simpler issue first. I'm not going back to Suzhou. I want to go back to Wuxi for a while. I hurried to explain. I still have a day and a half of leave left, and it's been a long time since I visited my mom. Besides, I really miss her homemade soup. Do you really need that many reasons to go home? Lin Xuzheng looked almost amused. Fine. Then I'll take you to the railway station. There's no need. I'll just get a taxi. He sighed again. Nya Xiguang, are you planning to avoid me from now on? No. I bit my lip, unsure how to put it tactfully. In the end, my muddled brain gave up. Directness seemed simpler. Someone as perceptive as him would probably understand either way. Isn't it unfair to calmly accept someone's kindness when I haven't even agreed to be with them? He frowned slightly, considering my words. I don't have much experience with this either, but isn't this how pursuing someone normally works? So you're saying that not only are you rejecting me, you're also forbidding me from pursuing you? Hearing the words, pursuing you, come from Lin Xuzheng's mouth made me flustered all over again. And why did his summary make me sound like some unreasonable tyrant? But if, in the end, I still don't, why waste your time? Nya Xiguang. If you lack confidence in yourself, that's one thing. But why do you lack confidence in me? His eyes rested on me gently. Didn't you say I excel at everything? One eyebrow lifted slightly. A girl like you can't even bring yourself to say, even in the end, I still didn't accept you. With a heart this soft. How incompetent would I have to be not to win you over? Was that supposed to be a compliment? Or was he teasing me? I stared at him, speechless. It was embarrassing. And somehow, a little funny. You're even afraid to ride in my car. He sighed. I'm pursuing you, not negotiating a business deal where every return on investment has to be calculated. Why do you immediately assume that rejecting me means you're letting me down? My pursuit of you is your privilege, not your burden. I stared at him blankly. You say you still have feelings for someone else? So what? He looked at me with a smile, his voice calm yet utterly resolute. I'll let you choose. Chapter 35. In my short 22 years of life, I had never heard a sentence that left me unable to sleep properly for more than a week. Even when I did fall asleep, my dreams were chaotic and fragmented. Once, I dreamed about Zhuang. Actually, I can't really say I dreamed about him, because he never appeared directly. In the dream, Jiang Rui and I were in my uncle's little garden. I confidently asked him, so, what do you think? Isn't it about time? Give me a guy's perspective. If I confess now, do I have a good chance? Jiang Rui sounded even more confident than I was. You should have confessed ages ago. Why bother building up goodwill? Does my sister even need that? Then I happily set off to find Zhuang. And then I woke up because it was too hot. Sitting on my bed with my blanket in my arms, I was incredibly grateful that I'd impulsively added an extra blanket that night. Otherwise, the next part of the dream would have been the rejection, wouldn't it? I really didn't want to relive that scene. Back then, I hadn't felt embarrassed at all. I wasn't even discouraged. I was full of confidence and immediately started planning my next attempt. The real embarrassment and despair came later, after I learned about Rong's relationship with him, after I sent that apology message that never received a reply, after I watched him silently stand by while Rong scolded me, and with every passing moment afterward. Looking back, I'd planned everything so carefully. I diligently gathered information about him, asked his childhood friend about his hobbies, had Jiang Rui subtly find out what kind of girls he liked, then lay in bed at night comparing myself to those qualities, sometimes laughing, sometimes worrying. Lin Xuzheng had said he'd stayed up all night studying the annual plan. Had it been like this for him too? I got out of bed, picked up my phone, and looked through the photos and messages he'd sent me while I was in Shanghai. The Huangpu River beneath the night sky. Half a glass of red wine on the balcony. Scenes that had once seemed completely ordinary now filled me with an indescribable ache. Thinking about how to adjust the annual plan. That was what he'd written. What had he been feeling when he sent that message? And later, when he'd said, "I'll let you choose." What had he been feeling then? I had liked Zhuang so much back then, but if I'd had to run up to him and say, "Between me and Rong, I'll let you choose," I'd rather have died than suffer that humiliation. How had Lin Xuzheng managed to say those words so calmly? I put down my phone and rested my head on the desk. Even though I was exhausted, I knew I wouldn't be sleeping tonight. The result of staying awake all night was that I had absolutely no energy the next morning. Fortunately, the boss wasn't in today. Even the delicious smell of food in the cafeteria at lunchtime couldn't improve my mood. Xiguang, did you have another fight with Vice President Lin at that wedding in Shanghai? I jumped so hard that the piece of food I'd just picked up fell onto the table. Jia immediately looked heartbroken. Aya, such a waste. Braised pork is delicious. How could you drop it? If you don't like fatty meat, don't order it. Who said I didn't like fatty meat? I dropped it because you scared me. Why would you suddenly bring up something like that while we were eating? Yua looked at the fallen piece of pork and frowned at me. Exactly. If you don't like it, just give it to Jia or me. The new chef's braised pork is amazing. It's even better than most restaurants. They hired top-notch chefs, Jia said through a mouthful of food. Didn't the company raise our meal subsidy starting in January? If they're already this generous, then this year's raise should be pretty good too, right? Hard to say. The senior employees said last year's raises were almost non-existent. But this year's fourth quarter performance was so good. It shouldn't be the same, right? Vice President Lin's management style is completely different from the previous leadership. Just look at how much better the cafeteria food is. That's not something he can decide by himself. Headquarters still has to approve it. Relieved that the conversation had finally shifted to salary raises, I quietly let out a sigh. Unfortunately, as soon as we finished lunch and started walking back, Jia returned to the previous topic. Xiguang, what exactly did you do to offend Vice President Lin? Nothing. Then why did you fake a stomachache and hide in the restroom the other day when he asked you to take meeting minutes? And why are all the completed documents suddenly being handed to me so I can deliver them to Vice President Lin for his signature? Exactly, Yuhua added. Last time we all got into the elevator together, the moment Vice President Lin walked in, you immediately stared at the floor. Then you rushed out before we even reached our floor. Why? I wanted to ask them. Why are you all watching me so closely? Can't I just avoid a nervous breakdown in peace? After silently staring at them for several seconds, I weighed my options between permanently silencing them and temporarily distracting them. How about we go out for dinner tonight? Sweet and sour mandarin fish and gorgon fruit. Don't change the subject. Honestly, it doesn't look like you offended him. Unless... Jia suddenly yelped. Ow! Why'd you hit me? I hadn't even finished talking. Guilty conscience. Just then, my phone rang. I stepped aside to answer it. Senior brother Fang's aggrieved voice immediately blasted through the speaker. Xiaonye, you have to treat me to dinner. I need to vent. That shameless junior brother of mine promised to help with my thesis, and now he's hanging up on me. He's crossing the river and destroying the bridge. So that evening, I abandoned Jia and Yuhua and sat across from senior brother Fang at a restaurant on Guanqian Street instead. That brat. After everything I've done for him, he actually dares to hang up on me. Xiaonye, you have to recognize his true colors. He's a beast in human skin. Keeping you hospitalized for 10 days, that was his doing. My medical ethics are impeccable. And forcing his way into our hospital case discussions. Although, he did help write some medical records and discharge summaries. What else? Oh, eating together. You already know about that. And I don't even need to mention how shamelessly he dragged you to that junior sister's wedding, right? No need. I hesitated before asking, Senior Brother Fang, are you really here just to expose him? Senior Brother Fang blinked dramatically. Oh ho. Xiaonye, spending time with my junior brother has made you much sharper. Not bad. Without the slightest embarrassment at being caught, he grinned. Honestly, I'm just bored. Besides, if he keeps acting like this, it'll affect the mood while I'm writing my thesis. Do theses even have moods? While poking at the fish head I'd accidentally picked up, I asked quietly. He told you. He's not someone who talks much. Back then, if he hadn't needed my help, he would have never admitted he was pursuing a girl. As for what's happening now, does he even need to tell me? Senior Brother Fang grumbled. Every time I call him, he says he's busy and hangs up. Obviously, he's too embarrassed to face his senior. So there really was someone he felt too ashamed to face. Senior Brother Fang looked at me curiously. Xiaonye, if even my junior brother isn't good enough for you, just how high are your standards? Why was I discussing my love life with Lin Xuzheng's senior brother? Yet somehow, Senior Brother Fang's nosy personality didn't feel annoying at all. Benefits always require paying premiums, I muttered. Nothing in this world is more unsettling than getting something for nothing. What benefits? What premiums? Xiaonye, I have no idea what you're talking about. You're starting to sound as profound as my junior brother. Senior brother, have some fish. I quickly placed a piece of sweet and sour mandarin fish onto his plate. Senior Brother Fang ate with astonishing speed. After finishing 2 bowls of rice, he contentedly put down his chopsticks. I'm on night duty tonight, so I can't see you home. I've already messaged my junior brother. He'll come pick you up. I stared at him in disbelief. Senior brother, isn't that a little too obvious? He looked completely unapologetic. Is it? Well, sorry about that. Surgeons are extremely meticulous in the operating room, so outside work we're usually very straightforward. You'll get used to it. While listening to his nonsense, I suddenly sensed something and looked up. Lin Xuzheng was weaving through the noisy restaurant toward us. Senior Brother Fang followed my gaze and smirked. See? That's my junior brother. Back then, just carrying a lunchbox through the cafeteria was enough to make everyone swoon. He's a little older now, but he's still ridiculously handsome, don't you think? Xiaonye, just imagine if you actually won him over. Everyone from our medical school would envy you. Wouldn't that be exciting? Senior brother, don't scare her. With that gentle voice, Lin Xuzheng had already reached us. The hem of his light gray coat brushed lightly against the hair over my shoulder. The atmosphere around us seemed to change instantly. He took off his coat, draped it over a nearby chair, and sat down. I haven't eaten yet. Mind if I finish what's left? Xiaonye's treating today. If she doesn't mind, neither do I. I hurriedly shook my head and lowered my gaze to the fish head in my bowl, pretending to study the best way to eat it. Before I figured it out, Senior Brother Fang had already wiped his mouth and fled. Lin Xuzheng quietly ate the leftovers as though he were starving. It made sense. The end of the year was approaching. The company was overwhelmed with work. The factory expansion project had run into problems. He had to attend meetings at headquarters in Shanghai. General Manager Zhang wasn't handling anything. He really was impossibly busy. If he hadn't been so busy, I probably wouldn't have been able to avoid him for so long. Let's go. Okay. I quickly stood up and reached for my wallet, but Lin Xuzheng gently covered my hand with his. I couldn't help looking up. It was the first time I'd met his eyes all day. Even in that brief moment, I noticed things I'd never paid attention to before. Like how incredibly long his eyelashes were, making his eyes seem even deeper. I'll pay. But today I invited Senior Brother Fong. His unreadable eyes rested on me. I was only teasing you before. Now that everything is out in the open, how could I let you pay? I didn't know what to say. I quietly withdrew my hand. Watching him swipe his card, I followed him out of the restaurant. Cold air and city noise rushed toward us. I shivered slightly. My car isn't far, Lin Xuzheng said. Oh. After walking a few more steps, he spoke again. I didn't know he'd come to see you today. You don't have to take everything he said seriously. Not take it seriously? He said I didn't actually need to stay in the hospital for 10 days. Lin Xuzheng gave a quiet laugh. So he really came to expose me. Was it true? Yes. I was impatient back then. I completely abandoned medical ethics and agreed to every unreasonable condition. Once again, I had no words. I'd seriously underestimated both Lin Xuzheng's honesty and his shamelessness. I'd thought he'd at least be a little embarrassed. But then I remembered my younger self. Back when I liked someone, I had been just as direct. I couldn't help wondering, what if I'd met Lin Xuzheng first? Would I have fallen in love with him at first sight? Would he have liked me first? Or would I have liked him first? If we'd both been so straightforward, maybe everything would have happened naturally. Maybe. I wish I'd met you first. The moment the words left my mouth, I regretted them. How had I accidentally said my thoughts out loud? That was far too inappropriate. Why did I always lose control of myself whenever I was around Lin Xuzheng? Sure enough, he fell silent. Streetlights cast shifting shadows across his face, making his expression impossible to read. Feeling awkward, I hurriedly changed the subject. Are you helping Senior Brother Feng with his thesis? After a moment, he replied calmly. Yes. His research overlaps with a topic I studied before. I'm just giving him some advice. An old question suddenly occurred to me. Does Senior Brother Feng know about your? He immediately understood what I meant. Yes. After my highway accident, his hospital was the closest to Suzhou, so I was taken there. I suddenly felt irritated with Dr. Fong. And he still asked you to help with his thesis? Wasn't that rubbing salt into the wound? He turned toward me in surprise, then suddenly smiled. The shadows disappeared from his face. Accepting the reality of becoming disabled. A year or so of self-pity is enough. Should I spend the rest of my life wallowing in it? For a moment, I was speechless. This man, without even trying, he always carried himself with quiet dignity. Actually, he sighed softly, I've been reflecting these past few days. I was too impulsive that day. I scared you. The sudden change of topic shattered the composure I'd been trying so hard to maintain. I wasn't. Of course you were. It's only been a few days, and you already have dark circles. His eyes were gentle, filled with self-reproach. Xiguang, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things before you were ready. If I've caused you any distress, I'm sorry. I stopped walking. I stared at him in shock. Those words. Why did they sound so familiar? As though I'd once said almost exactly the same thing. I'm sorry. I didn't know you and Rong were together. Otherwise, I never would have said those things. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble. An overwhelming ache spread through my chest. The most unnecessary apology in the world is apologizing for your own feelings. Don't say that. How could I tell him that his feelings were precious? Even if I couldn't accept them. Even if I still wasn't ready. I treasured them. I respected them. I was deeply moved by them. The reason I couldn't sleep wasn't because I wanted to avoid him. It was because I felt unworthy of being loved that sincerely. Yet I was so inarticulate that all I could manage was repeating. Don't say that. He seemed genuinely startled. A trace of helpless frustration crossed his face. All right. I won't say it anymore. But what exactly did I say? You're almost crying. Are you really this easy to make cry? Don't apologize. Fine. I won't apologize. He smiled faintly. I just noticed how hard you've been trying to avoid me. I won't do this anymore. So, don't avoid me either, okay? It's exhausting for you. And it's exhausting for me to pretend not to notice. Huh? So all those times I'd successfully avoided him. It wasn't because I'd been clever at all? He smiled bitterly. I've been using the factory and Shanghai as excuses every day. Starting tomorrow, I won't have any more excuses to go to Shanghai. He looked at me. So, how about you stop running too? A wave of guilt washed over me. I quickly nodded. I won't. Really? I nodded again. Good. Then stay with me while I work overtime tonight. I nodded automatically, then froze halfway. Huh. During that completely ordinary overtime session, I finally rediscovered the familiar rhythm of being around Lin Xuzheng. That night, I slept peacefully for the first time in days. The next morning, I woke up feeling completely refreshed. Looking at myself in the mirror, I discovered my dark circles had disappeared. For a moment, I seriously wondered whether I'd somehow developed an addiction to working overtime. Why did I always look healthier after staying late at work, yet become lifeless whenever I rested? The day went on as usual. Busy. Full. Lin Xuzheng hadn't been in the office for several days, so work had piled up. All morning, he remained behind his desk. Every time I happened to glance toward the glass office, I could see his tall figure inside. Not that I was looking for no reason. I had plenty of work myself. I handled the budget all morning. In the afternoon, the annual meeting prizes arrived, so I went downstairs with Xiaoduan from logistics to check the shipment. Xiaoduan and I knew each other fairly well. While he counted the items, I checked them against the list, chatting casually. Halfway through, he suddenly mentioned a movie. I don't know if you've seen it, but everyone says it's really good. It's leaving theaters soon. On Saturday. That movie isn't suitable for her. A warm, pleasant voice interrupted from nearby. Both Xiaoduan and I turned at the same time. Lin Xuzheng was standing there with several factory supervisors. Everyone looked at him. He remained perfectly composed. The last time we went to the movies, she fell asleep halfway through. Me. Wonderful. Now everyone was looking at me instead. Everyone. Except Lin Xuzheng. He acted as though he hadn't said anything unusual at all. After a brief pause, he continued discussing work as he walked toward the elevator. Contact the construction team. The drainage plan needs to be revised. If not for the bewildered expressions on the supervisors' faces, I might have believed I'd imagined those two sentences. Soon, they disappeared, leaving only Xiaoduan and me awkwardly staring at each other. Finally, Xiaoduan laughed awkwardly. So, you really fell asleep during that movie? Yeah, and I might have leaned against his shoulder. Actually, I was just going to ask whether you'd seen it and if it was good. I was planning to take my girlfriend this Saturday. It wasn't bad. At least the first half. I fell asleep because the person beside me made me feel so safe. After finishing the inventory, Xiaoduan went upstairs to call people down to move everything. I stayed behind to watch the prizes, double-check the paperwork, and make a few notes. For a while, I was the only person standing outside the office building. After writing for a bit, I paused. Standing there alone, I lost myself in thought. Then, without realizing it, I smiled. A heavy slap landed on my back. I turned around. Yin Jia had pounced on me. I heard everything. Nya Xiguang, if you dare tell me again that Vice President Lin isn't pursuing you, I'll cut ties with you. Just as Lin Xuzheng had said. His feelings weren't a burden. Nor were they something shameful that needed to be hidden. Even if I still hadn't completely let go of the past. Even if I still couldn't accept him. There was no reason to keep acting so awkwardly. I had once been brave enough to pursue someone I loved. Why couldn't I be just as brave about being loved? I let out a long breath. It felt as though an invisible weight had finally lifted from my heart. Yin Jia was still shaking my arm impatiently, demanding an answer. Smiling at her, I looked into her expectant eyes and seriously replied with 2 words. Guess. Chapter 36. I was chased around by Yin Jia until I fled in panic. By the time Zhao called people over to help move the boxes, I had already finished my task and returned to the office, where I was, unsurprisingly, greeted by a barrage of Yin Jia-style stares. News really did spread fast. There were only a few minutes left before the end of the workday, and Lin Xuzheng was still meeting with the department heads in his office. I was packing my things ready to leave when my phone suddenly buzzed with a text. Sorry. Things happened so suddenly earlier that I had to do some crisis PR. Looking back, I may have been inconsiderate. I instinctively looked towards Lin Xuzheng's office. He was still sitting in the meeting, expression perfectly serious, not glancing around even once. It was hard to connect that composed executive with the person who had just sent me the message. After thinking for a moment, I quietly switched off my phone. As the end of workday music played, I walked out of the office with a perfectly calm expression. The moment I got outside, I broke into a run all the way back to the dormitory. Why did I run? I had no idea. I just did. I skipped the canteen and nibbled on some crackers in my room. I waited and waited until, at last, it was 9 o'clock. Then I ran to the car park outside the office building and confirmed that Lin Xuzheng's car was gone. Only then did I switch my phone back on, send him a reply, and immediately switch it off again. The moment I finished, my mood shot through the roof. With nowhere to vent my excitement, I went to the company's little convenience store and bought a mountain of snacks. Back in my room, I tore open one packet after another, munching happily. I was just debating whether to make some instant noodles when someone knocked on the door. I froze. That slow, steady rhythm. 3 words instantly flashed through my mind. No. Way. I stood there hesitating for a full minute. By then, the knocking had already stopped. At last, I dragged myself over and opened the door. Sure enough, the tall man was leaning casually against the opposite wall, watching me with a faint smile. I cleared my throat. You're still working? That couldn't be right. I'd already checked. His car was gone. I was halfway home when I got your message. I called you, but your phone was switched off. He strolled over and held his phone in front of me. What exactly does this mean? Displayed on the screen was the message I had sent. 3 words and a punctuation mark. You got this. I blinked innocently. Oh, wrong person. You're crisis PR. You're inconsiderate. After everything that had happened, and after you tricked me into working overtime yesterday, did you really think I'd buy that excuse? Oh, wrong person, he said. I thought you deliberately wanted me to lose sleep. Haha, why would I do that? How did he know exactly what I was thinking? Was it really that obvious? What a shame. His voice was full of regret, but amusement danced in his eyes. So, if it wasn't sent to the wrong person. He continued, what were you trying to tell me? Without waiting for my answer, he went on. Were you saying that although the revolution has yet to succeed and I still need to keep working hard, the policy has already been relaxed? That was certainly an impressively sophisticated interpretation. If that's how you want to interpret it. I nodded with difficulty. You're not exactly wrong. Then I hurriedly added, I mean, if it wasn't sent to the wrong person. Of course, he said. I understand. His smile widened, and his eyes suddenly shone with unmistakable warmth. I hesitated. But, no more buts. He glanced at his watch. It's still early. I even filled up the car on purpose before coming here. Miss Nia, would you honor me with a late-night snack? Now? It's already after 9. When it comes to refueling, he replied, I don't distinguish between day and night. I'd better not. I haven't been sleeping well lately. I was planning to go to bed early. He drew out an exaggerated, oh. Then he smiled. Nia Xiguang, quite a few people saw me come upstairs just now. Or would you rather we keep standing here talking? If they don't see me leave for a long time. I stared at him for a full 30 seconds before finally giving in. Fine. Let's go. Where are we eating? Rumors spreading like wildfire perfectly described the current situation. Mr. Lin remained as composed as ever. Well, of course he was. How could the person who started it all not be calm? In fact, I strongly suspected this was exactly the outcome he'd been hoping for. I stayed calm too. To be honest, I'd never cared much about office gossip. After everything that had happened back at university, I'd probably become immune to this sort of thing. What really bothered me was, why did I always let Lin Xuzheng talk me into doing things with just a few sentences? Meals. Films. Everything. Every single time, I'd firmly tell myself no. Yet after 10 sentences, I'd somehow end up agreeing. I didn't even want to think about it. I remembered what he'd once said. How stupid would I have to be not to win you over? For some reason, I suddenly had the ominous feeling that defeat was inevitable. Still, even if I didn't care about rumors, hearing people say such malicious, ugly things right in front of me was enough to make anyone angry. Holding my mug, I stopped outside the pantry. The wooden door was slightly ajar, doing nothing to block the voices inside. I knew something was going on. She kept volunteering for overtime every day before. None of you believed me, but look now. Wasn't I right? But don't be jealous. Do you really think Mr. Lin would actually fall for her? Don't be ridiculous. Just look at the car he's been driving lately. You can tell his family's incredibly wealthy. Why would a man like him be interested in an ordinary employee? He's just having a bit of fun because she's pretty. The other woman didn't say much. She seemed unsure how to respond and merely laughed awkwardly. I pushed the door open. The sudden sound startled them. Jiangya and the other colleague turned around at the same time. The other woman immediately stood up. Haha, Xiguang. What a coincidence. Haha, my tea's ready. I've got loads of work waiting, so I'll get going. She hurried out, leaving only Jiangya and me in the pantry. I walked over and filled my mug. Jiangya deliberately looked away. Jiangya. When Minister Li from marketing was pursuing the receptionist, you went around saying he must have been trying to take advantage of her. Now you're saying Vice President Lin is trying to take advantage of me. I looked at her. I'm genuinely curious. Is there really no such thing as a normal relationship in your world? She clearly hadn't expected me to confront her so directly. After a long silence, she finally stammered. Why you brought this on yourself? You're shameless. I almost laughed from sheer irritation. How exactly am I shameless? Just because Vice President Lin is pursuing me. You're only relying on your looks, Jiangya sneered. Fine, I'll admit you're pretty. But there are beautiful women everywhere. How long do you think you'll stay interesting? I'd advise you to wake up. Do you honestly think someone of Vice President Lin's status would ever take you seriously? Oh, but I am serious. Both Jiangya and I turned at the same time. The much-admired Vice President Lin stood elegantly in the doorway, teacup in hand. Judging by the timing, he'd clearly been listening for quite a while. It really was a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. More importantly, why was he even in the pantry? Didn't his office have its own water dispenser? As though reading my thoughts, he calmly explained. The water dispenser in my office is broken. He walked in, poured himself a cup of water, then strolled back out. Just before leaving, he added in the measured tone of a senior executive. However, I suggest everyone refrain from discussing personal matters during working hours. Let this be the last time. Jiang Ye's face turned deathly pale. She was probably convinced her career was over after being caught gossiping about the boss behind his back. Honestly, I felt exactly the same. So I looked at Jiang Ye sincerely and said, Jiang Ye, how about we make a deal? Let's both pretend this never happened, all right? Chapter 37. I thought the incident in the pantry would simply fade away, but to my surprise, Jiang Ye was transferred to the marketing department just a few days later. Vice President Lin explained that the marketing department needed someone as articulate as Jiang Ye. Just like that, Jiang Ye ended up working under Minister Li, the very person she had spoken ill of before. That made me realize that Mr. Lin Xuzheng might not be as gentle and harmless as he appeared. What I hadn't expected, however, was that I would soon be transferred as well. Summoned to Lin Xuzheng's office, I stood there in confusion as I looked at the people inside. General Manager Zhang, Vice President Lin Xuzheng, and my former supervisor from the finance department. Why had they called me here? The moment I walked in, General Manager Zhang laughed heartily. Xiaonia, you've been in the management department long enough. So, how about it? Want to go back to the finance department? He patted the finance department head on the shoulder. Old Wu has been complaining that we've borrowed one of his people and never returned her. Section Chief Wu looked just as bewildered, but he still nodded along. Yes, the finance department has been a little short-handed. What was going on? I turned a questioning look toward Lin Xuzheng. He smiled faintly. Xiaonia was only on loan here. It's perfectly normal for her to return. Of course. Suddenly annoyed, I interrupted him. Shouldn't someone have asked for my opinion first? Lin Xuzheng laughed again, leaving me completely baffled. He turned to General Manager Zhang. General Manager Zhang, let me discuss this with Xiaonia first. We can't disregard an employee's wishes. Fine. You young people talk it over. General Manager Zhang stood up and added meaningfully. Honestly, I'm getting old. I don't interfere much in company affairs or personnel matters anymore. With that, he left, taking the thoroughly bewildered Section Chief Wu with him. Lin Xuzheng politely saw them out before closing the door. I immediately asked, what's really going on? General Manager Zhang suddenly told me today that he wanted to transfer you back to the finance department. I thought it was your idea. He paused for a moment. It turns out it was President Nie's decision. I froze. You mean, my dad? He nodded. Reading between the lines of what General Manager Zhang said, that seems to be the case. But my dad doesn't involve himself in this company's operations. He looked thoughtful before suddenly saying, Xiguang, let me treat you to dinner tonight. Seriously? I thought he was contemplating something profound, and this was the conclusion he reached? I couldn't help saying flatly, how did your train of thought leap to dinner? President Nie may have misunderstood my intentions. I suspect he'll approach you soon and tell you to stay away from me. I need to seize the opportunity to. He paused before smiling. Earn a few goodwill points, as you would put it. Just how did you offend my dad? Lin Xuzheng gave a helpless smile and answered honestly. When I was at headquarters, I disagreed with President Nie on a couple of collaboration proposals. I essentially blocked his financial interests twice. I offended him rather badly. I stared at him in astonishment. So you really do have a grudge against my family. It's just business. So my dad doesn't think very highly of you? Not too badly. He considered it seriously before saying, President Nie once praised me for hiding a dagger behind my smile. I burst out laughing. You think I don't understand idioms? That's supposed to be praise. As a surgeon, Carrying a scalpel is perfectly normal. If I didn't smile, how could my patients feel at ease? Isn't that a compliment to my professional ethics? Hey, Mr. Lin, do you have any shame at all? Actually, it's not a bad thing that you're returning to the finance department. Lin Xuzheng looked as though a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. I'd feel a little awkward pursuing a direct subordinate. President Nia has actually done me a favor. There was clearly no saving this conversation. All right, I'm leaving too. I hurried toward the door, but before leaving, I turned back. Vice President, during working hours, it's best not to discuss personal matters. Let's not make a habit of this, okay? Lin Xuzheng's prediction proved completely accurate. That weekend, Dad came to Suzhou in person to summon me. The moment I sat down, he demanded, "What's going on between you and Lin Xuzheng?" His tone was anything but friendly. It sounded more like an interrogation. Annoyed, I didn't answer immediately. "Are you really together?" His expression darkened, and before I could reply, he burst out, "This won't do. Break up with him immediately. I'll transfer you to another company right away." I was speechless. Sure, Lin Xuzheng and I weren't officially together yet, but who liked being ordered around like this? It was rare to see Dad so flustered, so I deliberately let him continue believing the misunderstanding. Since he dragged his feet for so long without sorting out his own complicated affairs, this was my way of standing up for both Mom and myself. "Dad, this is my business." "What do you mean, your business?" "You're my daughter. My only child." "Oh? But Mom has custody of me." His expression stiffened. After sighing, he softened his tone. "I know you're angry with me. I've been too busy lately to deal with certain things. But you're my daughter. Do you really think I'd ever harm you? You're still young. You don't understand how treacherous people can be. So many people have their eyes on your wealth. His family is wealthy too. He has no inheritance rights." Even though he was my father, I couldn't help giving him a look of disdain. "Dad, he used to be a renowned surgeon. Now he's at least a senior executive in the company. What difference does it make whether he has inheritance rights? As long as he has enough money, that's enough. Lin Xuzheng isn't an ambitious person." "Not ambitious?" Dad's voice became especially sharp. "Every descendant of the Sheng family is ambitious. Some simply lack the ability, while others lack the opportunity." He stressed every word. "Lin Xuzheng lacks the opportunity. But you have it." In the year and a half he spent at Xiguang headquarters, he set countless traps for us. At such a young age, he already managed to make me suffer repeated losses. Xiguang, how could you possibly outmaneuver him? By the time he sold you off, you'd probably still be helping him count the money. Dad became more and more agitated. "After so many years in business, do you think I'd misjudge someone? That man is cold-hearted by nature. He hides a knife behind his smile. 10 of you wouldn't equal half of him. Do you think he's content staying in Suzhou? He's retreating in order to advance, lying low while waiting for his chance." It was my oversight. I knew he'd left Xiguang headquarters, but I never paid attention to where he'd gone afterward. No, he suddenly realized something. He misled me on purpose. "Xiguang, he came here for you." All right. His central point was simply that Lin Xuzheng wasn't interested in me. He was interested in my father's money. I deliberately provoked him. "If he really pursued me because of your wealth, wouldn't that make his feelings even more dependable than if you were attracted to my looks or my personality? After all, the money in your bank account isn't going anywhere, Dad." Besides, I wasn't so lacking in confidence that I believed being Nia Chengyuan's daughter was my only redeeming quality. I honestly couldn't tell whether Dad was trying to discredit Lin Xuzheng or undermine my confidence. At the same time, I was slightly startled. Had I really come to trust Lin Xuzheng this much without even realizing it? Dad looked at me helplessly. Several times, he opened his mouth to speak, only to stop himself. Finally, he sighed. "I didn't want to tell you this. I didn't want to hurt you." He pursued Nian Yuan. My head jerked up as I stared at him. Last year, no, the year before, around this same time. You attended your godmother's banquet, then stormed off early, remember? He went there with Xineonme. Nian Yuan took a liking to him and invited him to Wuxi to see the plum blossoms after the banquet. But he got into a car accident on the way. I listened numbly. Shock, anger, and humiliation surged through me all at once, leaving me utterly unable to react. If Nian Yuan hadn't told me, I would never have known. Dad's eyes were filled with pain. Xiguang, don't you understand? What he values is what our family can offer him. Even Ma Nian Yuan, merely the daughter of a junior acquaintance of mine, was enough for him to pursue. How much more tempting would you be, my own precious daughter? I looked steadily into his eyes. There wasn't the slightest trace of deception in his expression. A heavy silence settled between us. After a long time, I stood up and slowly said 3 words. I don't believe you. Chapter 38. Miss, we're here. Miss? We've arrived. It wasn't until the taxi driver called out a second time, louder than before, that I finally snapped out of my thoughts. I took out my wallet, paid the fare, and got out of the taxi. Lin Xuzheng's neighborhood was right in front of me. After leaving the place where I'd met my father, I'd practically thrown myself into a taxi without a second thought and come straight here. But now, after making my way through the complex and standing outside his door, I found myself hesitating to press the doorbell. I stood there, staring at the wood grain on the door for a full half-hour. What was I afraid of? Was I afraid the truth would be too ugly? No. I believed in him. Someone like Lin Xuzheng would never do such a thing. Even if I didn't trust his character, I should at least trust his intelligence. Then why had my father been so certain? I took a deep breath, determined not to let my thoughts spiral any further. Just as I raised my hand to ring the bell, the door suddenly opened from the inside. Several people walked out, led by a tall man who was speaking. Using their own tactics against them this time, we'll make sure they can't. The moment he saw me, he broke off mid-sentence. Everyone turned to look at me. Lin Xuzheng was walking behind them. A flash of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by a faint smile as he stepped forward. Xiguang? What brings you here? My gaze dropped to the clothes he was wearing. There's something I need to ask you. He paused for a few seconds before quietly replying, all right. The others immediately took the hint and quickly excused themselves. Lin Xuzheng walked them a few steps towards the exit before returning. He studied me for a moment, then sighed. You met with President Nye? I didn't answer. Instead, I got straight to the point. Lin Xuzheng, do you know Ma Nian Yuan? I couldn't even bring myself to ask whether he had ever pursued Ma Nian Yuan. The thought alone disgusted me. His brows knitted together immediately. Who is that? The knot in my chest loosened instantly, and I almost smiled with relief. Yet something still didn't add up. Why would my father tell a lie that could be exposed so easily? At the same time, Lin Xuzheng wasn't the type to tell such a clumsy lie either. So where was the problem? Although the thought of that mother and daughter made me feel sick, I forced myself to continue. You know about my family situation, don't you? Lin Xuzheng nodded. I've heard a little. So, Ma Nian Yuan is basically my father's goddaughter. My dad said you met her at my godmother's banquet 2 years ago, and afterwards she invited you to Wuxi to see the plum blossoms. His expression changed instantly. The look on his face was so frightening that I stopped speaking halfway through the sentence. He suddenly grabbed my shoulders tightly. What did you just say? I stared at him in shock, unable to answer. His eyes locked onto mine as he forced out each word. It wasn't you who invited me to Wuxi? It couldn't have been me. I didn't even know you back then. His eyes searched my face as though trying to verify something. Slowly, his grip loosened. It seemed he had already pieced everything together, yet he still asked with the last trace of hope. 2 years ago, we met at Madame Yu's banquet. I went with my grandfather. Think carefully. Do you really not remember me at all? Did we? My godmother's banquets were always crowded, filled with guests coming and going. I genuinely had no recollection. Oomph. He must have found the answer in my expression. At last, he lowered his hand. He clenched his fist, trying to suppress his emotions, but failed. He slammed it hard against the wall before slowly forcing out 4 words. What utter humiliation! A cold gleam flashed through his eyes. After taking several slow breaths, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. I had no idea who he was calling, but his voice was icy. Where are you? I'll be there. He ended the call, walked over, and took my hand. Come with me. There was no room for refusal in either his expression or his tone. He walked so quickly that I almost stumbled as he pulled me along to the car. Everything was unfolding far beyond anything I had imagined. Only after we had been driving for quite some time did I manage to gather my thoughts. Where are we going? We'll be there soon. He drove the entire way in silence. Before long, we entered the motorway. Judging by the road signs, I guess we were heading to Shanghai. A little over an hour later, as dusk settled over the sky, the car stopped outside a villa in Xiguang. Lin Xuzheng took out his phone and spoke only 2 words. Come out. A moment later, a young man came running out, hurriedly fastening the buttons on his rumpled shirt. Vincent, you should have told me a few days in advance. I would have prepared a proper welcome. The man looked vaguely familiar. When I looked more closely, I realized he was Zhao, my godmother's son. He had gone abroad when he was young and spent many years overseas, only recently returning to China. We had never been especially close. Xiguang. He looked just as surprised. How did you? His eyes darted back and forth between Lin Xuzheng and me, his face full of confusion. Lin Xuzheng interrupted our reunion. Zhao, 2 years ago, before my car accident, did you call me and ask me to go to Wuxi? Jiaqi immediately pulled a pained face. Come on, why bring that up again? I already know I owe you for the rest of my life. Repeat exactly what you said during that phone call. Oh, come on, buddy. Give me a break, all right? I know I messed up. If I'd known what kind of woman she really was, I never would have introduced her to you. Damn it, I've already cut all ties with her. And when I told her you'd been in a car accident on the way there, she didn't even bother to visit you. Enough. Just repeat exactly what you said. Jiaqi scratched his head helplessly. How am I supposed to remember word for word? Lin Xuzheng's gaze turned ice cold. Fine. I'll say it, and you tell me whether it's correct. You said, buddy, you're in luck. A beauty from Mum's party the other day has taken a fancy to you. She's inviting you to Wuxi to admire the plum blossoms. Are you free this Saturday? Come to Wuxi first and meet me, then I'll take you to see her. His voice was calm and emotionless as he repeated those rather flirtatious words, making the atmosphere strangely unsettling. I replied, not interested. I have an important operation on Saturday. Was that how it happened? Jiaqi nodded repeatedly. Your memory's incredible. That's exactly what happened. It's not because I have a good memory. After the accident, I lay in bed unable to move, replaying those words over and over again. He paused before continuing. Then you said, she's a real beauty, Nia Chengyuan's daughter. I looked sharply at Jiaqi. He glanced at me before speaking with a guilty expression. Yeah, I'd only just come back to the country back then. That woman acted so pitiful that I was fooled into thinking she was Uncle Nie's illegitimate daughter. As he spoke, he gave me another apologetic look. Then something suddenly seemed to click, and his face changed dramatically. Oh, damn. Wait. How did you two end up together? Don't tell me you thought Xiguang was the one who invited you? Oh no. No way. You didn't take revenge on her, did you? I didn't know what to say. Instinctively, I turned to look at Lin Xuzheng. He met my eyes. They were filled with unconcealed bitterness and pain. Perhaps affected by the heaviness hanging over us, Xiao Jiaqi also fell silent. For a long while, no one spoke. Finally, Lin Xuzheng started the car. I'll take you home. Chapter 39. I didn't know what to say. Neither, it seemed, did he. Amid the turmoil in my heart, he drove me back to the company dormitory. We didn't exchange a single word the entire way. Even when I got out of the car, he only gave me a slight nod. I stood there, watching his car until it disappeared from sight. The next morning, unsurprisingly, I had dark circles under my eyes again. Before the office music started playing, I couldn't help glancing several times toward his empty office. Yet when work officially began, it remained vacant. Before long, General Manager Zhang called me into his office. Xiaonia, has General Manager Lin contacted you? I shook my head. I've tried calling him, but his phone is switched off. General Manager Zhang looked worried, but after studying my expression, he didn't ask anything else. Instead, he brought up my father, exchanged a few polite words with me, and then let me leave. Throughout the morning, I checked my phone several times. In the end, though, I never made the call. That afternoon, General Manager Zhang gathered our department for a brief meeting. He announced that all recent work would be reported directly to him because General Manager Lin had taken leave to go traveling. Just a holiday? Relief washed over me, yet for some reason my chest tightened all over again. I called my dad and recounted everything in a detached tone. I'd intended to keep my personal feelings out of it, but by the end I couldn't resist adding a sarcastic comment. Dad, doesn't this prove that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree? Ma Yuan's mother had once looked down on my dad for being poor and left him for someone she thought was a better catch. Now Ma Yuan couldn't even be bothered to visit Lin Xuzheng after his car accident. She had probably told my dad first, so she could play the victim in his eyes. Did she really think Lin Xuzheng would cling to her and demand that she take responsibility? It was both infuriating and ridiculous. Several days passed, and Lin Xuzheng still hadn't returned. I couldn't help wondering where he had gone. Was he traveling alone or with friends? Would he go so far away that he'd forget about me completely? No. What was I even thinking? And yet, before I knew it, I found myself browsing travel websites for no reason at all. Friday arrived in the blink of an eye. At lunchtime, I went to the cafeteria with Yin Jia and the others. Just as we were about to leave the office building, the receptionist called out to me. Xiguang, there's a letter for you. Ever since email became commonplace, I hadn't received a handwritten letter in years. The thick envelope felt surprisingly weighty in my hands. Yin Jia leaned over curiously. What kind of letter? A love confession. Instinctively, I slipped it into my pocket and replied casually, a bank statement. Yin Jia immediately lost interest and began guessing what the cafeteria would be serving today. I responded absent-mindedly while gripping the envelope tightly in my pocket. While waiting in line, I discreetly pulled out one corner of the envelope. The handwriting was bold and flowing. It was Lin Xuzheng's. I forced myself to wait until after work before reading it. It was the weekend, and I'd already promised my mom I'd go home. After clocking out, I headed straight to the coach station with my luggage. This time, I decided to take the coach. As it sped along the motorway from Suzhou to Wuxi, I gazed out at the endless road beyond the window and couldn't help wondering if this was the very stretch where Lin Xuzheng had been in his accident. And when he drove me back last time, what had he been thinking as we passed through here? Back then, he believed the person sitting beside him was the one who had invited him there, only to abandon him without a second thought, the person who had cost him the ability to ever hold a scalpel again. At that thought, I couldn't hold back any longer. I took the letter from my pocket, where I'd clutched it countless times already, and carefully unfolded it. The envelope was thick, but most of its contents were postcards. There was only a single page of writing. Xiguang. The first time I saw you was at Madame Yu's banquet. It was an event I hadn't wanted to attend. Everything felt unbearably dull, far less interesting than staying home alone with my medical journals. Then I noticed you. You were scolding a girl, and everyone in the room had turned to watch. Like everyone else, I probably should have felt sorry for her as she stood there on the verge of tears under your reprimand. Instead, I couldn't take my eyes off you. You seemed dazzling. Was I really that domineering? I suppose anger can bring out unexpected sides of a person. That day, when I saw my father bring Ma Nianyuan to my godmother's birthday banquet, I was furious. How could he bring that woman's daughter to a gathering of our family and friends? And that girl loved pretending to be the victim. Before I'd even said anything, she already looked as though she'd been wronged. So I decided to give her a genuine reason to cry. At that moment, I knew I had to find a way to get to know you. By coincidence, Jiechi later introduced me to his group of friends, and you were among them. I'm certain now that you never noticed me back then. In fact, you don't remember me at all. I tried approaching you quietly, but you disappeared from the banquet not long afterwards. I thought there was no need to rush. I could take my time and make proper plans. So when, a few days later, I received your invitation to go and see the plum blossoms, I was overjoyed. That day, I had just completed an exceptionally successful operation. The moment I left the operating theater, I drove straight to Wuxi. I never imagined it would be the last time I would ever hold a scalpel. I was in a car accident on the motorway. My life wasn't in danger, but I could never become a top surgeon again. It wasn't only my hands. My eyes were affected as well. While I lay in bed with bandages covering my eyes, I kept wondering, was this the price I had to pay just to meet that girl? I never blamed you. I never resented you. I never told anyone that I'd been in such a hurry because I was on my way to see you. But why? Why didn't you come to see me even once? In that endless darkness, you became my obsession. And that obsession never faded. So when I heard you were interning at this company, I left Xingyuan's headquarters and came to Suzhou. But you didn't recognize me at all. Of course you didn't. The person who invited me to Wuxi was never you. But, Xiguang, I've always come for you. You became my obsession. I stared blankly at the letter. From beginning to end, the one who had caused him all that pain had been Ma Nianyuan. So shouldn't the object of his obsession have been her instead? No. The instant that thought surfaced, I forcibly erased it. How could it have been anyone else? In Lin Xuzheng's eyes, and in his heart, the one he had always been thinking about was me. I've always come for you. They were only words on paper, yet I could almost hear Lin Xuzheng's gentle, deep voice speaking them. Without realizing it, I rested my forehead against the cold window. An emotion unlike anything I'd ever felt before quietly rose within me. I couldn't define it. It wasn't joy. It wasn't anger. It wasn't excitement. It wasn't anything I could name. Then, all at once, an impulse seized me. Before I had time to think, I picked up my phone, found his number, and pressed call. He answered almost immediately, leaving me no chance to change my mind. Neither of us spoke. After a long silence, I was the first to break it. Lin Xuzheng. As though he needed to make sure it was really me, he replied softly. Xiguang. I received your letter. The postcards are beautiful. I'm glad you like them. Are you still traveling? When are you coming back? After a brief pause, he answered. I'm already at the railway station. I'll arrive in Suzhou tomorrow morning. When you return to Suzhou, you'll pass through Wuxi, won't you? Maybe you could get off in Wuxi instead. I didn't know how those words slipped out. The moment I said them, silence fell between us once more. After what felt like an eternity, I heard him ask quietly, Xiguang, are you sure? About what time will you arrive in Wuxi? I'll come and pick you up. Chapter 40. So, at 6 o'clock on a winter morning, I stood on the platform at Wuxi High-Speed Rail Station, holding a box of Wuxi's most famous and most infamous, sweet meat-filled Xiaolong Bao, the delicacy that had tormented countless unsuspecting tourists. With just over 10 days left before the Spring Festival, the station was packed. The platform buzzed with people. Standing among the crowd, I rose onto my tiptoes, peering anxiously toward the direction the train would arrive from, my heart fluttering with nervous anticipation. Would Lin Xuzheng think it was strange to find me waiting for him on the platform? Normally, people waited at the exit, didn't they? But here I was, standing right on the platform. Was this a little too much? Should I run to the exit now? While I was still hesitating, the train arrived. The sleek white train roared past me before gradually slowing down. Through the windows, I could see the passengers inside. Then I saw Lin Xuzheng. I didn't know how I recognized him at a single glance. It had only been a fleeting glimpse of his profile. Yet before I realized it, I was already running alongside his carriage. The train had slowed almost to a crawl, so he remained in my sight. I watched him stand, take a black suitcase down from the overhead rack, and then, after a woman in a blue coat said something to him, nod before taking down a red suitcase for her as well. The train finally came to a complete stop. The doors opened and passengers began filing out. The moment that familiar tall figure stepped onto the platform, I instinctively ducked behind a pillar. By the time I realized the exit wasn't in that direction, Lin Xuzheng was already several steps ahead. I hurried after him, quietly following behind. Seriously, what was I even doing? Soon, I realized I wasn't the only one following him. The woman in blue had caught up with him as well. From a distance, I heard her thank him. "Thank you for helping me with my suitcase earlier. It was so heavy, I never would have managed it myself." Lin Xuzheng merely nodded without saying a word. Listening from behind, I suddenly felt an odd sense of satisfaction. He was here because of me. Otherwise, he never would have gotten off here, much less helped you carry your luggage. The thought made me immediately feel ashamed. The woman in blue clearly wanted to continue the conversation, but Lin Xuzheng's distant manner discouraged her. She awkwardly smiled before heading off in another direction. Watching him effortlessly brush off such an eager admirer, I couldn't help smiling to myself. Even my footsteps suddenly felt lighter. It suddenly occurred to me that secretly following behind him and quietly admiring his tall, straight figure was actually rather enjoyable. So I decided not to call out to him just yet. I'd keep following him a little longer. But the moment that thought crossed my mind, the person ahead stopped abruptly. He turned around. His eyes landed directly on me. For a long moment, he simply stared. Then he strode toward me, his gaze fixed on my face as though confirming what he was seeing. Xiguang. How on earth had he noticed me? I looked up at him. "Yeah, what are you doing here?" Deliberately avoiding his gaze, I glanced around before answering, "You have no idea how cold it is outside the exit." Even wearing my coat, I was freezing, so I bought a platform ticket and waited inside the heated lounge. Then when they started checking tickets, I came in with everyone else. What if the train couldn't leave because one ticket hadn't been checked? I expected him to point out that trains weren't airplanes and didn't wait for late passengers. Instead, he nodded solemnly. "You're right. Miss Nia's ticket is so important. How could the train possibly dare leave without checking it?" "Hey." A faint smile tugged at his lips. "Didn't I tell you 8 o'clock? I snorted. He actually had the nerve to bring that up. "You did say 8 o'clock, but I checked the timetable. Trains from your city only arrive at 6 or 10. There isn't one at 8. Why did you lie to me?" Before asking, I'd already imagined all kinds of possible answers. Something like, "I didn't want you to wake up so early." Instead, he sighed. "I was afraid you'd say, Lin Xuzheng, forget it. It's too early. I can't get up. Just go back to Suzhou by yourself." I couldn't decide whether to laugh or get angry. I would never say that. He looked at me seriously. "Now I know. I'd thought seeing him again would feel awkward. But just now, everything had felt completely natural, as relaxed and familiar as before. Yet under his gaze, I suddenly didn't know what to do with my hands or feet. I lowered my eyes and deliberately changed the subject. By the way, impressive. What? The girl in blue. He laughed. So, does that earn me points or lose me points? It took me a second to understand what he meant, and my face instantly heated. What points? I'm terrible at math. Before he could continue, I shoved the box in my hands toward him. Here. I bought you some Xiguang. The steaming dumplings had long since turned into little frozen lumps. Buying Xiguang in the middle of winter had been a rather foolish idea. Well, I'd simply acted on impulse. There's a cafe by the exit. Let's eat there. Okay. He agreed so readily that I felt compelled to warn him. They're really sweet. He smiled. Perfect. I lowered my head, afraid the smile tugging at my lips would betray everything surging inside me. Let's go. This time I ran ahead. Perhaps because it was still so early, the cafe was nearly empty. The staff kindly reheated the Xiguang for us, and even thoughtfully brought over some vinegar, which surprised me. After breakfast, we walked slowly toward the car park. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? There's not much to see in Wuxi this time of year, and Taihu Lake is freezing. I racked my brain. We could visit Lin Xuzheng. The dome there is beautiful. Or maybe Three Kingdoms City or Water Margin City. There's also Turtle Head Isle. I kept rambling until he interrupted. I always thought you'd take me to see the plum blossoms. I stopped walking. Remembering what he'd written in his letter, that he'd been overjoyed to receive my invitation to admire the plum blossoms, my heart ached. Taking a deep breath of the cold winter air, I deliberately smiled. All right, let's go to Plum Garden. The tickets are the cheapest, so you're helping me save money. I'd driven here myself. Actually, I'd ridden in Lin Xuzheng's car many times before. But after reading his letter, I suddenly didn't want him driving anymore. The thought simply made me uneasy. So when we reached the car park, I immediately climbed into the driver's seat. True to form, Lin Xuzheng didn't obediently head for the passenger side. Instead, he stood outside my window, leaned down, and politely tapped on the glass. I rolled the window down. There's snow on the roads. I should drive. It's not that I don't trust your driving. I'd intended to brush him off with a casual excuse. Then it occurred to me that there would probably be many opportunities for us to go out together in the future. I couldn't keep making excuses forever. So I changed my tone. I just don't trust your driving that much. Equals. Apparently, I'd wounded his pride. He fell silent for a moment, looking at me with an expression caught somewhere between amusement and helplessness before finally sighing. Hurry up and get in, I urged. Otherwise, all the plum blossoms will have wilted before we arrive. Feeling quite pleased with myself, I carefully navigated Wuxi's winding roads. I drove cautiously through every intersection. Then, after a while, something felt wrong. The sparkling lake stretching before us. Wasn't that Taihu Lake? How had I somehow ended up at the lakeshore? Silently, I pulled over and reached for my phone. Before I could even open the map, the person beside me calmly remarked, "You took the wrong turn at the last intersection." I slowly turned to look at him. The sign said to keep right. You went straight. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Oh. He looked utterly serious. I thought someone who had such little confidence in my driving wouldn't consider me qualified to give directions. Judging by the expression on my face, Lin Xuzheng finally burst into laughter. Now both embarrassed and annoyed, I turned the steering wheel to head back. He stopped me. Don't. What? This place is perfect. He looked ahead. Look. Following his gaze, I saw them. In the distance, beneath the winter sky, stretched great swathes of crimson clouds. No, they were plum blossoms in full bloom. I drove a little farther before parking beside a small country road. The moment I stepped out of the car, I found myself surrounded by an endless sea of plum trees. I'd never realized there were so many planted along Taihu Lake. It was the height of the blooming season. Fresh snow lightly dusted the blossoms, making them appear all the more delicate as they bloomed quietly yet brilliantly beside the secluded lakeshore. The waters of Taihu gently lapped against the shore. Lin Xuzheng and I walked silently among the plum trees. Neither of us spoke for a long while. The only sound was the soft crunch of snow beneath our feet. So, I finally broke the silence. You really believed I was the one who invited you to see the plum blossoms 2 years ago? That's why you treated me like that when we first met at the company. After a brief pause, he answered. Yes. Then later. I hesitated. Even though you believed I'd abandoned you. I had no choice. I stopped walking and looked at him. I came up with countless excuses for you. Maybe Jiechi hadn't explained things clearly. Maybe you were too young then and couldn't face something so painful, so you chose to forget. Cases like that exist in medicine. Or maybe you never knew my Chinese name. Jiechi introduced me as Vincent, and you'd forgotten what I looked like, so you couldn't connect the two of us. He smiled bitterly. I knew every one of those reasons was full of holes. But I forced myself to believe them. Otherwise, how could I possibly allow myself to pursue you again? That's not touching at all. I almost wanted to throw a snowball at him. You didn't even ask me before deciding I'd abandoned you. Do I really seem like that kind of person? No. He let out a weary sigh. But, Xiguang, other than you, I never imagined it could have been anyone else. From the very beginning, I never doubted it was you. I'm sorry. If my father hadn't accidentally let it slip. I looked at him. Would you have kept this from me forever? He didn't answer. His silence was answer enough. I felt both frustrated and deeply moved. There really was someone willing to shoulder all that pain alone. Someone who remained unchanged even after believing I'd betrayed him. A breeze swept across the lake, shaking snow from the plum blossoms overhead. Why did you disappear without saying anything these past few days? You made me so worried. How was I supposed to face you? His voice was hoarse. I always believed I could never hold a scalpel again because of you. I finally convinced myself to accept that. Then, in the end, I found out it was all because of someone completely unrelated. Just a mistake. He gave a bitter laugh. I don't even know how I'm supposed to explain it to myself. My life has become a joke. A dull ache spread through my chest. Yet for a long moment, I couldn't find a single word to comfort him. It was as though language itself had become powerless. Everything I could think of sounded empty. Nia Xiguang. When did you meet him? I froze before realizing he meant Zhuang Su. I didn't know why he wanted to know, but I answered honestly. The summer before my senior year. 1.5 years. A faint, self-mocking smile appeared on his lips. I kept thinking about something you said these past few days. What? You said, if only I'd met you first. But now, I wish I'd met you later. Then I wouldn't resent fate. I wouldn't keep wondering whether we'd already be together if things had turned out differently. But, he smiled bitterly. It turns out, I met you first. I didn't know what kind of power those simple words possessed. Together with what he'd said earlier, my life has become a joke. They pierced straight through me. Before I knew it, the words escaped my lips. From now on, I'll be with you. For a brief moment, he looked stunned. Something bright and burning flickered in his eyes. Then it gradually faded. Xiguang, I want us to be together. But not because of a moment's impulse. Stubbornly, I looked at him. It is a moment's impulse. So, do you want it? He gazed at me silently. Then, as though finally surrendering, he suddenly pulled me into his arms and held me tightly. His coat was cold at first. Soon, however, the warmth of his embrace surrounded me. My heart pounded wildly. Yet I had no desire whatsoever to pull away. After a long while, I heard him whisper firmly beside my ear. I do. Then, after a brief pause, he repeated it. His voice carried the faintest trace of exhaustion. I do. Chapter 41. I made a difficult decision. I had to transfer back to the finance department. Reason? Vice President Lin glanced at my transfer request without looking up. It's all written there. My professional background doesn't match the position, resulting in reduced work efficiency lately. He nodded, picked up a pen, and signed it without hesitation. Aren't you going to try to persuade me to stay? Rain is going to fall and girlfriends are going to switch departments. What can I do? He chuckled under my glare and handed me the signed form. Take it. Finish the handover today. The transfer takes effect tomorrow. I took the application and turned to leave. Behind me, his leisurely voice called out, by the way, this year's year-end bonuses won't follow a company-wide standard. Management departments will receive bonuses based on their own departmental performance. A terrible premonition struck me. Which department gets the higher bonus? Management or finance? The one you just left. Then which department do I belong to? Oh, you're not one of my people anymore. Vice President Lin delivered the verdict mercilessly. How had I already managed to fall for the wrong man after only a week together? Jia was completely baffled by my silent transfer. At lunch, she nearly smacked me with her chopsticks. What kind of move is this? Transferring right before year-end bonuses? Wait, did Vice President Lin harass you or something? I mean, he's handsome, but if you're not interested, that would be pretty annoying. I almost spat out my food. After coughing for a while, I secretly pulled out my phone while Jia wasn't paying attention and sent Lin Xuzheng a message. Someone said I transferred because I couldn't stand your harassment. His reply came almost instantly. Jia? Crap. Had I just sold out my teammate? I glanced guiltily at Jia, who was still happily eating, and hurriedly replied. No, just something I overheard. A long moment passed before he answered. Oh. Huh? What kind of reply was that? Was he actually bothered by it? For the first time, I felt frustrated. This was my first serious relationship, and sometimes I genuinely had no idea what I should or shouldn't say. That afternoon, I kept sneaking glances at him during work. See? This was exactly why my efficiency had dropped. Working in the same department as my boyfriend was simply too distracting. Unfortunately, before I could think any further, a client arrived, and the blinds to the vice president's office were drawn. Unable to continue spying, I reluctantly focused on handing over my work to the new employees. After Jiang left, 2 new staff members had joined the department and had already settled in. Since I was only transferring departments instead of leaving the company, the handover wasn't especially difficult. Just before work ended, I finally found an opportunity to slip into his office. Lin Xuzheng was standing by the bookshelf, flipping through some documents. You're not upset, are you? About what? He looked up, genuinely puzzled. Good. If he wasn't upset, then I definitely wasn't going to bring it up again. Oh, about me transferring departments. Bringing you here was my own selfish decision. Why would I be angry that you're going back? He smiled gently before lowering his eyes to the documents again. Come here. His focused expression made me step closer without thinking. Today's your last day in the management department. Yeah, he nodded. Then, without the slightest warning, he closed the folder with one hand, leaned toward me, lowered his head, and kissed me. The warmth of his lips disappeared almost as quickly as it came. Smiling, he said, There. Now I haven't been falsely accused. I stood there as if I'd been struck by lightning. Even so, I still managed to ask, accused of what? Harassment. Lin Xuzheng smiled faintly as he gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear. You're transferring to finance tomorrow. Don't work overtime tonight. Go home early and get some rest. You absolute jerk. Those 3 words were the only things left in my mind. I had never imagined that my first kiss would happen in an office, under the excuse of harassment. Apparently, my expression looked especially aggrieved because he couldn't help laughing. "What's wrong? You look like you want to hit me," I protested indignantly. Anyone who loses their first kiss in an office under the excuse of harassment would want to hit someone. I don't care how handsome he is. I expected that. He looked at my lips with obvious satisfaction, as though he'd completely missed the point. Then he wrapped one arm around my waist and pulled me firmly against him before lowering his head again. This time, it wasn't just a brief touch. Even though we were already close enough, he still held me tightly against him with overwhelming strength, making any instinctive resistance completely meaningless. He lingered patiently over my lips until I was completely breathless before finally deepening the kiss, taking everything at his own unhurried pace. The first kiss had ended before I even had time to react. This time, I had far too much time to think. My mind dissolved into complete chaos. Even my arms and legs seemed to stop obeying me. By the time he finally let me go, I realized I had somehow been backed against the bookshelf, my hands clutching tightly at the sleeves of his suit. His arms still circled my waist. He buried his face against my neck, his hair brushing softly against my cheek, leaving my thoughts even more tangled. Oops. After a long while, once his breathing had steadied, he whispered beside my ear with entirely insincere regret. "Looks like your second kiss was also stolen in the office, by your superior. What should we do now?" Senior brother Fong, the #1 beast in medical school, hadn't lied to me after all. That was the conclusion I reached the following morning after an almost sleepless night. There were 2 reasons. First, I had to move all my belongings to the finance department before Lin Xuzheng arrived. Second, I had tossed and turned all night, unable to fall asleep. As a result, at 7 in the morning, I shamelessly called Yin Jia and dragged the sleep-deprived woman over to help me move my things. She yawned as she complained. "You really picked the perfect time to transfer. Just a few days before Spring Festival." I sighed dramatically. "You wouldn't understand the complexity of my inner world. All I understand is that you just threw away 1,000 yuan in bonuses. Don't worry. It'll come back to me somehow." Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "When did you get a new phone?" I paused while organizing my desk. "A few days ago." "Why? Your old one worked fine." "I lost it." Yin Jia immediately looked at me sympathetically before casually asking, "Then how do you still have my number?" Just then, people from the finance department began arriving one after another. Not wanting to continue the conversation, I hurriedly pushed her toward the door. All right. Go back to work. I'll treat you to lunch." "Something expensive?" "The company cafeteria." My transfer had happened so suddenly that everyone in finance looked genuinely surprised to see me. Their expressions were full of curiosity and speculation. I strongly suspected they had reached exactly the same conclusion as Yin Jia. Sure enough, during the afternoon break, Chi-Chi quietly comforted me. "It's good to have you back. We've been short-staffed anyway. A peaceful working environment is the most important thing." I smiled and nodded. Then I immediately sought revenge by sending Lin Xuzheng another message. "Vice President Lin, you really need to protect your reputation. Everyone thinks I transferred to escape your harassment." Having recovered from yesterday's defeat, I cheerfully buried myself in work. The busy day passed quickly. When the music signaling the end of work began playing, I suddenly realized Lin Xuzheng hadn't replied to my message all day. I searched through my bag for my phone. Around me, everyone was packing up to leave. Then, almost simultaneously, every colleague who had already stood up suddenly sat back down and pretended to be hard at work. What was happening? Phone in hand, I looked toward the entrance. Just in time to see Vice President Lin Xuzheng strolling casually into our office with one hand in his pocket. Completely ignoring the strange atmosphere, he walked naturally over to my desk. Off work. We're having dinner with my senior brother tonight. 10 minutes later, sitting in his car, I immediately began criticizing him. What were you doing in my office? He answered calmly. I saw Zhao from the factory office visiting your department after work. His tone sounded like an executive conducting an investigation. I quickly defended my colleague. He came to pick up Chi-Chi. It was already after work. That's allowed, isn't it? Of course, he answered as though it were perfectly obvious. So why can't I come pick up my girlfriend after work? Then he thought for a moment before adding. At least now they probably won't think you transferred because you couldn't stand my harassment. No. Now everyone would definitely believe it. Your reputation was completely beyond saving. Sigh. Were all boyfriends this troublesome? Or was mine simply special? And so, after that unforgettable first day, my life in the finance department settled into a peaceful rhythm. Unfortunately, I soon realized that changing departments hadn't improved my efficiency much. The evidence was my company email. Vice President Lin set a terrible example. The very next day after my transfer, he flooded my inbox with something truly unbelievable. It was his complete personal resume. No, calling it an autobiography would have been more accurate. It included his birthday, hometown, educational background, work history, even photographs from every stage of his life. After thoroughly enjoying the fascinating record of his life, I called his office. What exactly is this? A product manual. So my customer can fully understand the features and functions of her boyfriend. Did you really have to include the fact that you know how to change light bulbs? That's one of the standard household functions. Oh, and I'm also quite skilled at suturing wounds and tying knots. And you included your romantic history just to tell me you've been returned before? Miss Nia, is your reading comprehension really that poor? Did that section actually describe a romantic relationship? Who told you to write about being tricked into a blind date by your professor? Trying not to laugh, I answered seriously. Of course it counts. That was simply a case of choosing the wrong customer. The product voluntarily withdrew from the market. He paused before adding. Besides, I'd like to remind our valued customer that many of this product's functions haven't yet been unlocked. Miss Nia, I hope you'll actively explore and make full use of them. Was it just my imagination? Why did actively make full use of them sound so suggestive? I hurriedly changed the subject. Stop changing the topic. Explain that embarrassing story properly. He sounded both amused and helpless. What embarrassing story? It couldn't have been more innocent. Hold on. Someone knocked on his office door. Apparently, someone needed him. Since he hadn't hung up, neither did I. I cradled the phone against my shoulder while finishing an accounting entry. Soon, his voice returned clearly. When I was studying medicine in the United States, a Chinese-American professor I knew well suddenly invited me to dinner. Then he stopped. Remembering how he'd once told me he had been too busy to date, I asked curiously, was medical school really that demanding? He chuckled. Not as demanding as I am now. People say love lowers your IQ. Mine seemed to have gone up instead. At that moment, I instantly understood the hidden meaning behind his words. But I deliberately pretended not to. Oh, since you're so busy, I won't disturb you. I quickly hung up. After thinking for a moment, I opened the copy of my old job application stored on my USB drive and emailed it to him with a smile. His reply arrived almost immediately. It seems Miss Nia hasn't studied the product manual very carefully. So, what if you're a top student? Half embarrassed and half annoyed, I replied. I'm simply helping you understand your target customer. Thank you for your kindness. But there's no need. I understand my target customer much better than she understands herself. Oh, like what? For example, I know my target customer wants Northeastern cuisine for dinner tonight. Mr. Lin, You should really buy a lottery ticket. Ever since we exchanged our respective job applications, the company email system had been thoroughly abused for chatting. On the final workday before Spring Festival, nobody had any motivation to work. I lazily reviewed the accounts when I noticed a rather large expenditure approved by Lin Xuzheng. So, behaving in an extremely unprofessional manner, I immediately sent him an email. Lin Xuzheng, your name contains so much wood. Are you lacking the wood element? His reply came quickly. Too much wood only lacks sunlight. I couldn't help smiling. After thinking for a moment, I replied, wood depends on the newly rising sun. But dawn's light isn't enough. After all, Xiguang means the light of dawn. It was bound to be weak. This time, he didn't answer for quite a while. After waiting for a while, I found an excuse to visit the management department. Through the glass wall, I saw him discussing business with several clients. Satisfied, I returned to my desk and immersed myself in work again. Some time later, a sudden intuition made me open my inbox. Sure enough, his reply was quietly waiting for me. I clicked it open. I'll wait for you to give me a Jiaoyang. As the sun shines on me. Book 1. End. Book 2. Chapter 42. If someone has once been loved as passionately and openly as the blazing sun, who would still care about the fleeting sparkle of fireworks? For the past few years, my mother and I had spent Spring Festival at my uncle's house, and this year was no exception. As soon as my last day of work ended, I didn't return to Wuxi. Instead, I headed straight to Nanjing. For some reason, Jiang Rui was unusually enthusiastic this year. He even stole old Zhang's job and personally drove to the train station to pick me up. The moment I walked out of the station, I saw him waving excitedly through the crowd, grinning from ear to ear. Then he rushed over and grabbed my small suitcase. Wait. I held onto the suitcase, eyeing him suspiciously. Jiang Rui, why are you being so nice? What did you do behind my back? He snorted. Can't I just be happy to see you? He had definitely done something behind my back. The entire drive, Jiang Rui wore the smug expression of someone who had just stolen the neighbor's cat. Even after we picked up the car from the parking garage and drove for quite a while, that expression never disappeared. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Rui, could you at least try to look normal? He waggled his eyebrows. I've discovered a huge secret. It concerns someone's lifelong happiness. Want to hear it? I glanced at him. He blinked at me expectantly. I answered casually. Sure. I was only humoring him, but he immediately became even more smug. Then begged me. Without hesitation, I smacked him on the head. Happy now? TCH. He rubbed his head. Suit yourself. Don't blame me later, Nya Xiguang. The later you find out, the unhappier you'll be. Huh. That single syllable perfectly expressed how little interest I had in his so-called secret. Probably because of the holiday, the roads were completely packed. By the time we reached Zinjiku, traffic had ground to a standstill. Resting my chin in my hand, I stared absent-mindedly at the bustling streets outside when an idea suddenly came to me. Jiang Rui, find somewhere to park. I want to buy something. He looked at me in surprise. Seriously? Right now? Yeah. Didn't you say Mom and Auntie went flower shopping? Nobody's home anyway, so come with me. I pointed toward Nanjing's largest shopping mall just ahead. Jiang Rui reluctantly followed me inside. You never buy luxury brands. He looked around the mall. Even if you're shopping for New Year's gifts, you wouldn't normally come here. Wait. His eyes widened. Now that you're earning your own money, are you finally planning to buy your little brother a present? I mercilessly crushed his hopes. You're overthinking it. Oh, I get it. His expression instantly turned teasing. You're hoping to run into a certain handsome guy, aren't you? If I remember correctly, someone happens to live nearby. It's entirely possible he'd come out for a stroll during the holidays. I immediately knew he meant Zhuang Su. My heart still tightened slightly, but I calmly replied, I brought you here to help me pick out a gift. For my boyfriend. I deliberately emphasized those last two words. Jiang Rui's head stopped bobbing immediately. Boyfriend. He stared blankly. Why, you have a boyfriend? I nodded proudly. Then, seeing the disbelief on his face, I felt a little annoyed. Your sister is reasonably pretty and reasonably talented. Is it really that shocking for me to have a boyfriend? Who is it? Then a look of sudden realization crossed his face. Could it be Zhuang? I interrupted him immediately. His name is Lin Xuzheng. He froze again. The delighted expression lingering on his face hadn't completely faded. I didn't understand why he'd guessed Zhuang Su, nor why that possibility had made him so happy. Suppressing a faint sense of unease, I patiently explained. It's the supervisor I told you about before. He still looked dazed. When did this happen? Actually, not that long ago. Suddenly, I felt a little embarrassed. Everything had happened so quickly. Not long. Less than a month. Then I remembered something. Oh, and don't tell Mom. Why not? Jiang Rui blurted out. Are you not serious about him? Of course I am. I hesitated before finishing. It's just... I couldn't continue. If I explained everything about Lin Xuzheng, I'd inevitably have to mention that troublesome mother and daughter, and eventually dad as well. There was no reason to bring up all those unpleasant memories during the new year. It was better to keep everything quiet for now. I didn't bother explaining further. Just don't tell her yet. This was the first time I'd ever shopped for a man who wasn't family. After wandering through several stores without finding anything suitable, I happened to look up and spot the brand of watch Lin Xuzheng always wore. I immediately dragged Jiang Rui inside. Looking through the display case, my eyes lit up. Jiang Rui, what do you think of this watch? He looked at the watch, then at me. After a long silence, he said, giving someone a watch is kind of cliché, don't you think? It doesn't feel very original. I sighed. I know it's ordinary, but he looks so handsome every time he checks the time. The image of Mr. Lin glancing at his wrist in all sorts of elegant ways floated into my mind. Before I knew it, I'd completely zoned out. Only when I noticed Jiang Rui staring at me strangely did I realize I'd been resting my chin in my hands while absent-mindedly gazing at the watch for who knew how long. How embarrassing. I quickly composed myself, pretending nothing had happened, and asked the sales assistant to take out the watch. On the drive home, Jiang Rui became unusually quiet. He stared straight ahead, lost in thought. I waved my hand in front of him. Jiang Rui? Jiang Rui. He turned to me. I just realized. Sometimes, one person's completely unintentional actions can change another person's entire life. Wow, what a profound revelation. He looked at me blankly. Then he sighed and fell silent again. My younger brother had suddenly become a melancholic philosopher. Since we were stopped at a long red light and I had nothing else to do, I decided to complain to Lin Xuzheng. But the moment I unlocked my phone, I completely forgot about complaining and instead proudly sent him a message. I bought you a present today. His reply came almost instantly. You went shopping for me right after getting off the train? Yep. Instead of replying, he immediately called. Seeing his name on the screen, I was speechless. The moment I answered, he asked, What did you buy? Aren't you rushing to catch a flight? You even canceled your plan to drive me to Nanjing. How do you still have time to call? Miss Nia is accusing her boyfriend of being illogical? His voice carried a smile. What's contradictory about catching a flight and making a phone call? And who was the one who insisted that long-distance driving was exhausting and refused to let me make the trip? Only recently had I learned that Lin Xuzheng's father had passed away years ago. His mother lived in Switzerland, and every spring festival, he flew there to spend time with her. His flight was early tomorrow morning. Even so, Today he had still wanted to drive me all the way to Nanjing before returning to Shanghai. Naturally, I refused. The holiday traffic was terrible, and even without traffic, the round trip would have taken 6 or 7 hours. Even though I'd acted entirely out of consideration for him, I still couldn't resist teasing him. Oh, I only said that on the surface. Deep down, I really wished you'd drive me. He laughed. Then I sincerely apologize. I didn't realize Miss Nia was saying one thing while meaning another. I lack experience. I won't make the same mistake next time. Sigh. I always lost whenever we traded words. He was probably feeling quite pleased with himself because he immediately pressed further. So, what did you buy me? I thought to myself, aren't you a little too impatient? Shouldn't someone as calm and composed as you simply wait until I handed over the gift, thank me politely, and maintain your cool image? Even while silently complaining, I answered honestly, a watch. Because I felt it wasn't a particularly creative gift, my voice became a little quieter. He sounded genuinely interested. What color? What material? Black. Metal case. Leather strap. It's the same brand as yours, but it's prettier. I think it's a newer model. He suddenly laughed. Miss Nia is so generous. I feel a little pressured. Just then, a long blast of a horn came from behind us. Only then did I realize the traffic light had already turned green, yet Jiang Rui hadn't moved. Before I could remind him, he stepped on the accelerator. Looking down at my phone, I discovered I'd accidentally hung up. So I simply sent Lin Xuzheng a message instead. After I told Jiang Rui, my younger brother, about us today, he's been acting really strange. Do you think he has a sister complex? Lin Xuzheng replied with nothing but a question mark. I was obviously joking. What kind of reply was that? A few minutes later, another message arrived. Bring your brother to meet me in a few days. I couldn't help smiling. Wow, you're pretty confident, demanding that I bring my brother to meet you. If you want to see him, you should come yourself. Once we passed Xinjiku, traffic became much lighter. Before long, we arrived at my uncle's house. My mother and the others hadn't returned yet. Standing in the living room, Jiang Rui suddenly said, Sis, why don't you go chat with Auntie Zhang in the kitchen? I blinked. Huh? She misses you. Oh. I looked at him in confusion. The suggestion had come completely out of nowhere. Then I suddenly remembered the big secret he'd mentioned earlier. What was that huge secret you were talking about? Nothing. After a long silence, Jiang Rui said, I'm going upstairs to calm myself down. Then he left. Calm yourself down? What exactly did you need to calm down for? Completely bewildered, I headed into the kitchen. Auntie Zhang was making fish balls. The moment I saw them, my mouth started watering. Seeing my eager expression, she smiled. This year I made fish balls from 3 grass carp, each weighing over 10 pounds. I've already packed several bags for you to take back to Wuxi. Wonderful. I love homemade fish balls. Auntie, let me help. Making fish balls was hard work. Fortunately, after all the training Lin Xuzheng had put me through, my arm strength had improved considerably. Beating fish paste into fish balls now felt effortless. As I vigorously pounded the fish paste, Auntie Zhang asked about my work. I couldn't help complaining. My boss is so annoying. He's always finding fault with me and making me work overtime. Auntie Zhang immediately became indignant. That's outrageous. Making people work overtime every day is too much. You shouldn't put up with that. You should report him. Besides, doesn't Mr. Nia own shares in your company? I sighed generously. Forget it. I'll forgive him because he's handsome. Auntie Zhang strongly disapproved of my habit of forgiving people based on their looks. She repeatedly insisted that I shouldn't tolerate such a terrible boss. Having trapped myself with my own words, I could only promise that after the new year, I would report my boss, who also happened to be my boyfriend. Only then did Auntie Zhang seem satisfied. She finally changed the subject. After chatting for a while, she suddenly asked, "How was your study abroad trip with Jiang Rue? Was it fun?" "Study abroad?" I paused. "It was a study tour." "Oh, right. A study tour. I'm getting old. I can't keep all these terms straight anymore." "It was a lot of fun," I answered while stirring the fish paste a few more times. Then my movements suddenly stopped. A strange feeling flashed through my mind. Before I could figure out what it was, lively voices sounded from outside. My mother and the others had returned.